told you, Tony, I come from a two-parent black household. I played baseball. You know I gotta be a little fucking smart.
Okay, so let's go back to the questions, smart guy. What was the job that you had at the university?
I was teaching tech.
You were teaching tech?
Yes.
And how and why did you get fired?
I made white children tears.
You made white children's tears. Okay, what did you do to make white children cry?
I told him, hey, you're selfish.
Okay, what was the context of this wisdom?
He was being selfish.
What was going on, wisdom?
He wanted the teacher to only solely focus on. So I teach tech students to teach youth tech. So the teacher in the classroom,
like Tech 9. Okay. Let's just get off of this whole confusing university thing. The ring around your neck, whose ring is that? Where did you get that from?
I mean, Amazon, you can find anything.
You bought that off Amazon?
Yeah, why would not? Why would I buy real gold? I can't really get that shit from Africa. Shit, why the fuck would I buy real gold?
Every single answer that you've given on this show is psychotic.
Yeah, it's supposed to
The
be.
last comedian that was up gave honest answers about his whore ex-wife and crushed it. Was so interesting.
You didn't ask about that. Well, I can tell you this.
Okay.
I haven't fucked in probably about 276. So that should let you know I'm married. That should let you know right. All right, roughly 276. I've been keeping count. If you get married men right here, y'all know.
So you're married.
Oh, y'all know? Oh, it's just me. Fuck.
I'm trying so hard with you. You are on the show right now. You know this.
Yes.
Okay. You're married. This is where you would answer the fucking question. Okay. So the ring around your neck. When I ask, what's the ring?
It's not a wedding ring.
Okay. It's just a random ring.
It's a ring.
You don't wear a ring on your finger.
No.
Okay. Why?
When you're not fucking at home, I gotta fuck somehow. My side bitch let me fuck.
But you're not. But you just said you didn't have sex. Do you see why this interview isn't a real intertext? Stick with me here. You're admitting to have sex. This is why radio is completely dead, by the way. Don't really communicate with people that are not thinking anybody's listening.
I don't talk about this on the radio.
Okay, I know you don't talk to this on the radio. You're not allowed. And you're allowed here. So you cheat on your wife. You already said it. I'm just trying to ask you. I'm trying to confirm, or you can go, no, I was kidding.
Look at me. You know bitches want to fuck me. Tony, come on now.
Oh my God. Dude, I tried so hard. There he goes with the Anderson, everybody. There he goes. It's okay, wisdom. There you go. There he goes. Wow. The rare, uncharismatic black man. Very rare. A rare bird, if you will. A rare bird. No, that's not the blackbird. No, it's the rare African bird. There you go. All right, your next fucking poll, ladies and gentlemen, on this very interesting episode. Make some noise for Vinny Flores, everybody. Vinny Flores.
All right. So, I'm a rookie to this comedy field, right? And one of the things that a lot of the veterans tell me is that you gotta be relatable. You gotta relate to your audience. So, has anybody here ever done crack or heroin? See, when I was 17, I shot crack one day and heroin the next day with my older sister. We were in a motel on the run from the police, and she was actively being picked up. That's never happened to anybody here. I'm just trying to be relatable here, guys. Listen, I'm sorry, all right? It's not my fault, okay, that you guys didn't have a family full of people that love to make memories. And And speaking of my sister's pussy, yeah, you're goddamn right. That shit got return customers, ladies and gentlemen. That shit put food on the table. We had to leave every 2 hours. And, you know, that deserves a Purple Heart because her pussy got absolutely murdered. All right. Thank you. That's my time.
Okay. Vinny Flores keeping the exact momentum of every bucket pull so far tonight. Incredible. Is it just completely insane people signing out? It's exciting. No one wants to make it anymore, huh? They just want to come up here and absolutely just fucking flop around. Vinny, how long have you been doing stand-up?
About 5 months now.
5 months. What made you start?
The show is a big reason, and also, I went to
Stop the show. We are no longer contributing to a positive comedy environment in the world. Okay. What do you do for work, Vinny?
I work at a bar right now on 6th Street.
You're a bartender or a door guy?
Door guy, barback.
Okay. And how long have you lived in Austin?
About 5 months ago.
Where'd you live before that?
Michigan.
Michigan.
Yes, sir.
Rare. Michigan, Florida.
Yeah, there's a few Mexicans out there.
What were you doing for work in Michigan?
I was a welder.
Welder?
Yes, sir.
Why are you welding here? That's a good paying trade.
I have about 4 years experience, and everyone out here's got like 20, so it's super competitive out here, so hard time.
Just unlike comedy, right?
Yeah, I get it.
It's super little easier. Wow. Vinny, is it true about the crack and the heroin?
Yes, that's all true.
Let's talk about that. Tell us about your history with crack and heroin.
So, I'm half white, half Mexican, and my white side is like Michigan white trash, pretty much. So, yeah, my mom was addicted to heroin, and I ended up, I tried it one time with my older sister, and then after that,
How old were you when you tried it?
I was 17.
You were 17 years old. Did you inject heroin or smoke it?
Inject.
So 17 years old, you had never done it before. Had your sister been doing it?
Yeah, but she was actually on the run from a halfway house. So she had been given like some pill or something to where she couldn't take opiates. So she was shooting up crack. So that's why the day before
She was injecting crack.
She was injecting it, yeah. Yeah. He like melted down with vinegar, I guess.
I guess. Hey, fuck over here. She's fucking teaching us how to cook crap. Wow. So she like helped you do it and showed you how to do heroin?
I actually had to kind of coax her into it because I mean, listen, I was young and at the time I was like, I'll try anything at least one time. You know, I want to experience the world. I guess.
Speak to the world to hear what goes on to Michigan and 17-year-olds. This is the dragon that they're chasing. So tell us about the first time the heroin hit those veins of yours.
And so like I said, I already shot something the day before, and she told me that the first time you shoot something, you would puke. So I guess I kind of got that out of the way, and yeah, I was just sitting on the hotel bed, and it hit me like a brick wall. And I just remember watching The Simpsons and trying to laugh, and it was like a zombie laugh, like, and then I just passed out, and I woke up wanting to do more heroin. It made me
And so you started looking for heroin.
Yeah. So part of that story is since we were on the motel, my sister's boyfriend was also there who was pimping her out. And that night that I shot the heroin, we were going to get cigarettes from the gas station, and we jaywalked. And they're all on the run for felonies. I'm just on the run for like a weed misdemeanor in Michigan, and we're in Ohio at the time.
Everybody has warrants.
Yeah, everybody has
All three of you.
It was us three,
And you're jaywalking.
and we're jaywalking.
Get cigarettes.
Yes, sir.
This is like a tourist ad for the state of Michigan. This is incredible.
This was actually in Maumee, Ohio.
Well, don't talk about my mom like that. Maumee, Ohio. I've never even heard of that. Top left corner?
Yeah. So I'm from Adrian, which is like 40 minutes from Toledo. So I'm like on the border. So we want to do anything to go to either Maumee or Toledo.
Wow. Oh my God.
Which is
Okay, you got busted jaywalking, I'm guessing, is where the story is going.
Yeah, and then so the cop obviously
Notorious jaywalker, constant jaywalker, D-Madness is here. This motherfucker, crosswalks do not matter to him. All right. Very famous jaywalker. Okay.
So obviously, since he has felonies in his name, he immediately just got booked. And I'm a minor at the time, so they're like, okay, well, we need to take you to a guardian. And I had no choice. We were going to get cigarettes from the gas station, and we jaywalked. And they're all on the run for felonies. I'm just on the run for like a weed misdemeanor in Michigan. We're in Ohio at the time.
Everybody has warrants.
Yeah, everybody has
all three of you.
And it was us three, and
You're jaywalking.
they were jaywalking.
Get cigarettes.
Yes, sir.
This is like a tortoise ad for the state of Michigan. This is incredible.
This was actually in Maumee, Ohio.
Well, don't talk about my mom like that. Maumee, Ohio. I've never even heard of that. Top left corner?
Yeah. So I'm from Adrian, which is like 40 minutes from Toledo, so I'm like on the border. So we want to do anything, we go to either Maumee or Toledo.
Wow. Oh my God.
Which is
okay. So you got busted jaywalking, I'm guessing, is where the story's going.
And then, so the cop obviously...
Notorious jaywalker, constant jaywalker, D-Madness is back, everybody. This motherfucker. The crosswalks do not matter to him. All right. Very famous jaywalker. Okay.
So, obviously, since he has felonies in his name, he immediately just got booked. And I'm a minor at the time, so they're like, okay, well, we need to take you to a guardian. And I had no choice but to go back to the motel where my sister and her boyfriend's friend was. And luckily,
boyfriend's friend now was.
Yeah, there's four of them.
Okay.
And then, it could have been fucking her, I don't know. Everybody was fucking her. But,
You're a scientist, right? Keep going. Just keep going.
We went back to the motel, and then the cop just kind of let me go in there, and then he went away, and then
he didn't notice that you were on heroin at all.
I wasn't on heroin yet. This is like right before. This was that night. And then I ended up doing his heroin, but I couldn't do like what he would normally do, I guess. That's what she was telling me. So I only did a little bit, and then skip forward, woke up, wanted to do more. It turns out that the boyfriend's friend stole all the heroin, and then just left me and my sister in the motel. And then we were kind of fucked after that.
Best Thanksgiving ever, right?
Sounds like you were fucked before that, too.
It also sounds like every time you did heroin, you would just fall asleep and then wake up craving no real enjoyment whatsoever. Often when I asked people what it was like after they did heroin, they're like, oh my God, I felt like $1 million. It's a feeling unexplainable. You're like, I went to sleep and woke up.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, I would say it is probably like the best drug I've ever done. I mean, the feeling of it was like,
you feel like you're 5'9". Vinny, what's the coolest thing you've ever done in your life other than heroin?
The coolest thing I've ever done in my life.
Big accomplishments, you save somebody's life or fucking do anything, amazing, win an award perhaps.
Nothing crazy like that. I used to play in band, so that was some of the coolest stuff.
What did you do in a band?
I played guitar and bass.
Don't worry, I'm not asking.
Yeah, okay, there you got it.
Vinny, what ended up happening to your heroin using, crack injecting sister?
What's her OnlyFans? She's doing good supposedly right now. I mean, she's a little iffy. She ended up marrying like some 50-year-old. They had a wedding in Maumee, and she was barefoot for that wedding. And, so now she's just chilling, I guess, just smoking weed. That's what she says. I mean, I don't know. They might be doing crap.
Did you go to the wedding?
Yeah.
Was he barefoot too?
No.
Why was she barefoot?
It's white trash. I mean, she literally forgot her shoes at the motel that they were staying at. It's pretty bad. It's gross.
We have to start deporting half Mexicans too. That's what this means to me. I don't know if you guys are with me on this, but I think I'm going to call my friends in the administration. And
I support it. If they're illegal, I support it.
I support it. Okay. Vinny. All right, buddy. Well, here's a little joke book for you. You can't mix it with vinegar, melt it down, and then smoke it, but you can write some jokes.
All right, thank you.
There he goes, Vinny Flores, everybody. Keep writing, keep trying, Vinny. I have to tell people that so they don't fucking relapse on heroin and shit on their way out. They're like, okay, he told me to do it again. Like, keep signing up, Vinny. Keep writing and signing up, Vinny. Don't give up tonight, Vinny. I'll see him fucking slouched over in the alley tomorrow. Okay, this is a moment that a lot of people have been waiting for. Ladies and gentlemen, the man I'm about to bring to the stage, this is only his second appearance ever on the show. Ever. He's not a golden ticket winner. He's not a regular. But the man went so insanely out of control viral his last time on the show that I absolutely had to bring him back. A disruptor of the force of natural movement.
Shema Israel, Adonai Eloheinu, Adonai Echad. Shema Israel, Adonai Eloheinu, Adonai Echad.
return of Timmy No Breaks.
Trying for the best fucking minute of their lives. What do you do for a living? You're a student? Not what I'm looking for. What do you do for a living? Oh, fucking motherfucker. What do you do for a living? Hey, you, what do you do for a living? Time check? Alright, come on, guys, let's go. What do you do for a living? Fuck you, come on. Hey, you, what do you do for a living? I'm just trying to find a natural way into this fucking sushi chef job. Does anybody work at an airport sushi restaurant? I relinquish my time.
Wow. The hardest time laughed all night. The long-awaited return of the force of 6th Street. Timmy No Breaks. All gas, no brakes. This guy left a dinosaur paw print size footprint on the show. The last time he was on, hard in the paint, some people said the next big thing. Famously handed off his joke book to the man in the front row, whoever it was. And tonight, threw his sunglasses at a person in the front row. It's becoming...
Get him back.
Timmy motherfucking No Breaks has arrived back to the Kill Tony universe. Timmy, how we doing?
Well, good. I'm a little disappointed, to be honest. I told you I wanted Dan Cook. No offense, I mean, but fucking...
You wanted him on the panel next time you were on, is that what you said?
Yeah, I hit you up with some requests. I said a bucket of MHLs. I said Dan Cook, and, none of them are his. So I don't know what the fuck
I tried my best to get him. Wasn't easy. We have to settle for Chris O'Connor and Ryan O'Neal tonight.
You're Ryan O'Neal?
Yeah.
This is for you. You just got served, bitch. Got your ass. Open it up. Yeah, why don't you show everybody what that is, bitch? Why don't you show everybody what that is? That's a picture of my niece's volleyball team. Who wrote this man?
Wow. All gas, no brakes, indeed. The people's champ of Kill
The
Tony.
people's golden ticket winner, bitch.
That's right, the people's golden ticket winner. I'm going to pretend like you didn't call me a bitch right there. Because I like you. We're going to keep it that way.
No disrespect. I respect what you're doing. I love you, Tom.
Thank you, Timmy. I love you too. So tell us, what does Timmy No Breaks do when he's not on stage?
Yeah, I mean, I recently got in some trouble. I went to play laser tag and brought a real gun. That was not good. Can you say something, guys? When I hit a punch, give me some fucking trumpet. I mean, what's going on? Not yet. When I hit it.
My God. So, Timmy, there's so many questions I didn't get to ask this time you were on. Like, I can't even imagine what a confident human like you. What is your love life like, Timmy No Breaks?
I mean, I gotta say, it's definitely changed. I've had a bunch of bitches slide into my DMs. I had Hillary Duff slide into my DMs. Yeah, more like Hillary Muff. That bitch has a vagina. Fucking Mr. Clean out your fucking ears. God, I'm sorry. sorry, Tom. I'm sorry. Doing my best. It's a fucking,
Wow. So Hillary Duff slid into your DMs. Was this after the Kill Tony appearance?
Yeah, it was after. It was after.
You've really blown up from it. Tell us what life is like since that one appearance. You might be the most talked about human ever after only one appearance in the show's history. 12 and a half years of the show. And you might be in 60 seconds in one interview the most famous character ever.
Yeah, it's been great, Got to do David Lucas's fishing podcast, so I made it. By the way, where the fuck was the trumpet there, guys?
I think he deserves something a little more. It's like a negative horn you're giving. It should be like a ba-da-ba-da-ba or something like that, right?
Tom, no. Give me a D.
You give him a D. Give him a D. What's a D?
I don't know.
Yeah. Okay. I see it now. I like it.
That was a D. That was a D. They nailed that one that time. That was a D. They really did.
Wow. So Timmy No Breaks, where are you originally from?
So I'm from Jersey. You already asked me that, but that's okay, Tom.
Yeah.
Tom, it's okay.
Yeah. That's good for some of the new people here.
Oh, yeah, you probably saw my Kill Tony show. This is going to be repeating it, but yeah, I'm from Jersey. What the fuck else is no?
And is there anything that you miss about New Jersey?
I miss the mornings. Spotlight?
Spotlight for Timmy No Breaks, no doubt about it. Whatever Timmy wants. Every member of the Kill Tony crew should know whatever Timmy asks for, Timmy gets from this point forward. There's a thumbs up from the great Tony. Timmy, go ahead. What do you miss about Jersey?
Yeah, I miss the mornings. Walking out, fucking walking up to bitches saying, hey. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, that's what I miss most, We'll get on the spotlight. We're good. We got out of that. That's my story. I'm sticking to it, Tom.
I don't want to keep you up here all night. I don't want to be a bother to you. Let me know when you want to go. You're the first person ever that I'm giving full creative control over here.
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay, hold on. You're good now? You want to go, or you're good to stay?
Fuck, Tom, it's your show. I mean,
No. I'm literally, again, I've never told the crew you get whatever you want. I've never given creative control to anybody. All right, Timmy, let's do this. Here's something I really want to know, and I don't know if I asked you this last time, but if I did, I'd like to apologize in advance.
Tom, it's okay.
Thank you. How do you make money, Timmy No Breaks?
Yeah, you asked me that right, Tom. I used to sell weed. Before that, I was selling coke. Now I'm just coasting on comedy, though.
Okay. Timmy, hold the horns on that one. Hold the horns.
Yeah, it wasn't a punchline. That's for real. I'm doing big shows, doing HEB, I think.
Timmy No Breaks is doing an HEB? I mean, the grocery store or the arena?
Tony, you watch your fucking mouth.
I'm sorry, Timmy. Sometimes I fall back on my habits here. For making fun of people on the stage sometimes. I mean, no disrespect, Timmy.
Hey, no disrespect taken. Let me say this.
Yeah.
I think you have what it takes.
I do?
I do. I want you to open for me at Lucky Duck Open Mic.
Lucky Duck Open Mic. No ceiling, no audience, and no breaks. Timmy, what can I say that I haven't said 1,000 times about the New York Yankees? I mean, you are just an absolute fucking empire of your own. A one-man empire. Can I ask you, where do you get a jacket like that?
Glad you asked, Tom. So my dad would take me in the spotlight. on D's. Let's go. So my father, he would take me to the circus all the time. They would shove these midgets down in this fucking cannon. One time they aimed it at a wall. Shot this midget right into the wall. Bang! The midget slid down. Some guy put a fucking leather jacket over this midget. I laughed and I got this echo well. Yeah, bitch!
Timmy, I feel like if we keep you up here any longer, I'm going to have to give you a percentage of the royalties of this episode. And I cannot begin to do that. So, I mean, unless there's anything else you'd like to say or do, I'm going to give you, or we can talk about anything you'd like. If you'd like to ask me a question or anything, we can do anything you want.
Yeah. Take your entire life, Tom. What's the most interesting thing about you? Go. Go. Your entire life. Let's go.
I mean, you know, it's a tough question. No, I mean, I guess the most interesting thing about me is probably that
It's not easy, is it?
Timmy No Breaks, let it be known that in this moment, I am, without a doubt, registering you as officially, without it, even though you don't want it and you don't need it, you are the newest official golden ticket winner of the Tour de Force, the Sultan of 6th Street.
Yeah, thanks, Willy Wonka.
Absolutely. I'm excited to be opening for you at the Lucky Duck Open Mic. I will see you there.
next, and we'll talk about the future. Ladies and gentlemen, one more time for the great Timmy No Breaks, everybody. Wow. Unbelievable. Holy shit. One of those moments you'll never forget. Wow. All right, the bucket pool has to follow that. Not easy, ladies and gentlemen. Not easy. The chatter in the room, for those of you watching the show, is unbelievable. Men are proposing to their girlfriends. This guy's going to do some type of drug right now in the bathroom. There's a lot going on here. The place is in absolute chaos. And it's time for another bucket pool. Make some noise for Isabella Carrozza.
Oh, yeah. My therapist introduced me to EFT tapping. Whenever you get nervous, you take deep breaths and tap on your face. She's like, think of it as like a massage for your inner child. It's like, I don't think my child needs any more massages. I started going to therapy because I would get really bad anxiety in social situations and become a huge bitch to whoever I was with. And my boyfriends would be like, oh, it's because you're Italian. And then I went to therapy. She was like, you have autism. And I was like, I'm Italian. You're retarded. During the pandemic, I worked as a cam girl. I didn't do anything. I just took my vibrator and did stand-up comedy with it. The men were like, shut up and pee. Sorry. Fuck. 60 seconds? It was like 6 minutes.
That was. Yeah, you got it right. Right. You said it. That was it. Isabella Carrozza, ladies and gentlemen. Isabella. Hi, Isabella.
Hi.
You've been on this show before, but it's been a while, right?
Yeah, a few years.
Okay, how long have you been on stand-up?
5 years?
5 years. All of it here in Austin?
Yeah, mainly.
What do you do for work?
Unemployed.
Unemployed?
Yeah.
How do you survive?
I'm a stripper.
Okay. Where are you a stripper at?
I don't want to say, because last time men came in and asked me to fart on them, which is a real thing.
Red band. Naughty boy, Red band. Okay. Wouldn't that make you money?
It did, but it was a lot. It was overwhelming.
We ran out of gas.
Yeah.
All gas, no brakes. Wow. Did you fart on the guy?
I tried. We went into the back for like an hour, and I made like $2,000, and I was like, try it. Because during the interview, I said if men get too handsy, I fart. And I was like, nah. But he took it serious, and he went to the Red Rose and was like,
wow.
I just said where I wanted it.
To the Red Rose, but it didn't smell like roses when you were done with them. How long have you been stripping for?
On and off, like 6 years.
Okay. What are some of the, other than the fart thing, what's some of the craziest stuff that you've seen? I imagine it's a lot. At a strip club.
What is crazy stuff? I mean, sometimes like girls fight, but I feel like nothing really crazy. I've seen like, men will whip out their dicks, and that's terrifying. Yeah. But like, it's kind of like I just kind of show up and take money and leave. It's kind of, it's an easy job, I guess.
Hey, guys up the ground. What's the on and off? What brings you back into the game?
I was like, I don't know, I always kind of did it on the side of what I do. So I was like an ophthalmologist technician.
What the fuck? Is that you? Part-time ophthalmologist.
Can I take a seat?
That's just accidentally hitting buttons over here.
What's going on there?
Can I take a seat?
Just fart?
No!
What just happened? My balls under there.
I just like sitting when I'm on stage. Is that fine?
No, we're just starting work.
Oh, sorry.
Stay in the frame. Okay, there you go. Wow, the world's laziest stripper, everybody. Lots of fucking.
To be fair,
I love floor dance from Isabella.
I am like the DMV worker of strippers.
What does that mean?
I'm just like, I'm very crazy. Yeah, I'm 29.
Have you ever done a full nude strip club before?
In LA, I did, yeah.
Here, cooter balls, you ever do cooter balls?
What's cooter balls?
Explain to these people what cooter balls are. Senior strip club correspondent Brian Reynolds here, ladies and gentlemen.
Where they sit there with their legs open and try to, crumble a ball and like make a basket inside their vagina.
I would
Fucking disgusting, right, man? Fucking gross. I can't believe you would ask that. Have you ever done cooter balls before?
No, I would climb to the top of the pole and let go. I would not do that.
Tessa Connor, how'd you become an ophthalmologist?
No, I'm not an ophthalmologist. Yeah, I met the doctor at the strip club, and he was like, "Do you want a job?"
Yeah. No, you happens at the strip club? That's what you said before.
I don't know.
An ophthalmologist hired you?
Yeah. I feel like I've gotten a lot of random jobs and stuff like that from dancing.
What do you do at the office?
Well, I don't work there anymore, but I would just like
After
assist
she
him.
was demed as his ophthalmologist, she lost her job. So she used to have 20/20 vision.
No, I would just assist him in like surgery.
She farted into his eye sockets, and the rest is history.
Have you ever been a nanny before?
A nanny? No. I think I could be good with kids.
Are you about to hire her to like cat sit for you or something? Isabella, what do you do for fun when you're not doing stand-up?
This weekend I went to Venice Beach and I did like 8 grams of mushrooms.
Wow.
So much fun. Yeah.
So like, what happens when you're on mushrooms like that?
Well,
What do you do?
in Venice Beach, it's fun. I once did 8 grams of mushrooms and went to the strip club, and that was crazy. No, I made a lot of money.
Did you notice, were you on the beach, obviously, when you did it, or in a place?
I was on the beach.
Did you notice that when the waves were coming in, that the waves kept going through the sand?
No.
I was once on mushrooms at a beach, and I saw this shit, and they just keep going, and you realize that it's all just one fucking thing. Anyway,
I had
quick question.
a Mexican
I
guy.
was on the beach, too.
Grams, I feel like you're not even seeing it.
Dude,
You're in fucking space.
this guy gave me like a drink, so I like chugged it. And
You should do.
yeah. And it was a lot of fun. I had like, you know how everybody rollerblades on Venice Beach? There was like this Mexican guy like plummeting towards me, and it was like, no, it was just the best time. It was like, oh
By
no.
yourself?
Yeah, I do that a lot. But now I feel like I hate saying that on Kill Tony because your fans are crazy. You're gonna go missing.
You sound like one of the fans.
Wow.
I mean, just. Where are you guys from?
Okay.
Stripper in here.
Fun times, Isabella. This is a medium-sized joke book right here. It's a good one. Isabella Carrozza, ladies and gentlemen. Hell yeah. Ooh, there's been a lot of talk of birds on this episode. Look at the lovely Heidi, everyone. I mean, unbelievable. And this man's last name is Bird. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for fucking poll number 7. Mason Bird, everybody. Mason Bird.
A teenager told me I look like a school shooter the other day that shoots insulin instead of bullets. He was like, your least favorite part of a school shooting would be missing lunch. It better not be pizza day, and I swear to God. I feel like the only way I could personally relate to Rosa Parks.
Welcome. How are you?
That's when I'm walking through the center of an airplane.
Can you hear me? Up, Jagula. Jagula 99, how you living? Can you hear me? Jagula 99. Jagula 99, can you hear me? Dragula 99. Dragula 99. Nobody wants something.
Everyone's staring at me like that motherfucker better not sit next to me, dude. We were taking his ass to the front of the plane where the big fellas belong. Now I get it though, like I saw a dude fatter than me walking through the airport. And I was like, that motherfucker better not get on my plane, dude. It was a mirror.
Mason Bird, everybody. The best set from a bucket full of the night has finally happened here. More than halfway through the episode, Mason, a fantastic set. How long have you been on stand-up comedy?
About 3 years, sir.
3 years. Where at?
Mostly Detroit. I moved here a couple months ago.
Very nice. Here in Austin, Texas now.
Yes, sir.
Amazing. What do you do for work?
I work at Jersey Mike's.
Hell yeah.
Making Mike's way.
Jersey Mike's, official sponsor of Timmy No Breaks. How long have you worked at Jersey Mike's?
About 3 months.
3 months. What did you do in Detroit?
I was a sous chef at a bar.
Oh, okay. A sous chef at a bar. Is that what exactly?
I just did all the prep, hiring, did most of the cooking on the line as well. I was everywhere.
Do you think that it's good for a guy like you to constantly be working around food?
Believe it or not, I actually started working in the food. I lost like 150 pounds. I used to be 500 pounds.
Wow. Oh my goodness. Incredible. What did you do to lose the weight? Tell Redman how you lost it.
It's just, so I'd eat one meal a day. That way I get, because I like to eat like 4,000 calorie meals. And I would just limit it to once.
So when you say 4,000 calorie meals, like give this audience an example of like what what's the most piggish you've ever been?
Alright, I like to get like 3 chicken quesadillas from Taco Bell, 2 cheese gordita crunches, and I get 2 drinks. That way they think the food's for 2 people.
What drinks do you get?
You gotta mix it up. I like the Baja Blast and cherry tea.
Yeah. Amazing. Absolutely incredible. So you still eat the same type of stuff, but just once a day now?
Yeah, just get it all in at once.
I love it, man. God damn. Funny guy. Great jokes, great delivery. Everything's right on schedule. How long ago were you that fat?
2 years ago.
Wow, so it's all just happening fast.
Yeah.
Funnier and lighter at the same time, constantly.
We're trying.
Hell yeah. Amazing.
I just want to know what time you have to go Bigfoot hunting today. He likes to come out around 2:30.
Your glasses, can you see out those?
They're a little
smeary.
Yeah, I touched my face.
See it?
It was from the back wrap earlier, I'm not gonna lie.
Ain't no cakes over here.
Should be all cakes.
I love it. And you're also a ginger. You have that going for you.
Yeah.
Hell yeah. Represent. Mason, what else? What do you do for fun? Tell us more about your life. What's interesting about you?
I like to look at maps. I know all the state capitals. Very proud of that. Yeah, I'm really into maps and geography and topography and all that kind of stuff.
Is that because you're shaped like a globe?
Yes.
Perfect. What got you into maps?
I've just always been super, there's a Nat Geo thing when you were a kid, and I was super into that, answering history questions and maps and stuff like that.
Okay. Other than maps, what else are you?
That's fair. I really like eating once a day a lot.
So you look forward to these meals? What time of the day do you usually execute the meal at?
Anywhere from 11:30 to 12:30 at night.
So you wait all day?
Yeah.
And you go for it at night? Okay.
Just unravels big man. Just
Let's see here.
anyone who knows all the state capitals has a lot of placements.
So let's just go for last night, for example. Do you remember your order last night? What you ate last night?
Yes, I know exactly what I ate last night.
What was it last night? How many people want to hear what Mason Bird ate last night? Let's go single spotlight on Mason Bird.
It was 2 snack wraps with ranch, 2 snack wraps spicy, you can 2 McDoubles, large Coke, and a large Sprite.
Okay.
I've done that before.
Yeah.
I've done that before.
This guy's like the Rain Man of meals. I mean, you can give him any date and he can tell you what he ate. And what state he was looking at on the map.
Florida.
Have you ever thought of sacrificing all day and you're hungry and it's the last meal night and you're eating the first meal of the day at night? Have you ever thought about replacing the most disgusting heavy caloric meals humanly possible with something healthy and losing a few pounds in a day?
Yeah, but I explode. It's like $70 at Taco Bell.
Oh, so go out.
Yeah, it's like I have to, like I'm going to be out of control because I have to learn how to dance with it. Yes, sir.
Tony, that's map money. You know that? That's wild, man.
When you get done with the meal, are you full?
No,
You're like, crap.
I'm more just like sad. And I'm like, oh, man, I should have got another burger.
And then what do? You just kind of go to sleep?
Smoke weed, go to sleep. Sometimes I'll look at old like Facebook photos of me when I was really fat, and I'm like, I'm doing good, man.
Yeah, you are, buddy. Yes, you are. I thought you have a secret shop Thursday. Amazing. Mason Bird has arrived in the Keltoni universe, ladies and gentlemen. How exciting is that? Thank you. One more time for Mason, everyone. Alright. Bookable number 8. Right down the barrel. Make some noise for Max Sidowie, everyone. Max Sidowie. A sous chef from bar. Is that what exactly?
I just like did all the prep, hiring, did most of the cooking on the line as well. It's like everywhere.
Do you think that it's good for a guy like you to constantly be working around food?
Believe it or not, I actually started working in the food. I lost like 150 pounds. It takes me 500 pounds.
Wow. Oh my goodness. Incredible. What did you do to lose the weight? Tell Red Man how you lost it.
It's just, so I eat 1 meal a day. That way I can get, so I like to eat like 4,000 calorie meals. And I would just noodle it to once.
So when you say 4,000 calorie meals, like give this audience an example of like what?
Okay,
What's the most piggish you've ever had?
Oh. Alright, so I like to get like 3 chicken quesadillas from Taco Bell, 2 cheesy gordita crunches, and I get 2 drinks. That way I think the food's for 2 people.
Good kissing.
What drinks do you get?
You gotta mix it up. I like the Baja Blast and cherry Pepsi.
Yeah. Absolutely incredible. So you still eat the same type of stuff, but just once a day now?
Yeah, just get it at once.
God damn. Funny guy. Great jokes, great delivery. Everything's right on schedule. How are you that fat? It's all just happening fast.
Yeah.
Funnier and lighter at the same time, constantly.
We're trying.
Oh, yeah. Amazing. Amazing.
I just want to know what time you have to go Bigfoot hunting tonight. He likes to come out around 2:30.
Your glasses, can you see out those?
They're a little
Pretty smeary.
Yeah, I touched my face.
Yeah.
It was from the snack wrap earlier, I'm not gonna lie.
Timmy, no cakes over here.
Timmy all cakes.
I love it. And you're also a ginger. You have that going for you.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Represent. Mason, what else? What do you do for fun? Tell us about your life. What's interesting about you?
I like to look at maps. I know all the state capitals. Very proud of that. Yeah, I'm really into like maps and geography and topography and all that kind of stuff.
Mary, is that because you're shaped like a globe?
Yes.
Perfect. What got you into maps?
I've just always been super, like, there's a Nat Geo thing when you were a kid, and I was super into that, like, answering history questions and maps and stuff.
Okay. Other than maps, what else are you?
That's fair. I really like eating once a day a lot.
So you look forward to these?
It's all.
What time of the day do you usually execute the meal at?
Anywhere from 11:30 to 12:30 at night.
So you wait all day?
Yeah.
And you go for it at night? Okay.
Just unravel some big map. Just eat.
Let's see here.
Anyone who knows all the state capitals, there's a lot of placements in there.
So let's just go for last night, for example. Do you remember your order last night? What you ate last night?
Yes, I know exactly what I ate last night.
What was it last night? How many people want to hear what Mason Bird ate last night? Let's get a single spotlight on Mason Bird.
It was 2 snack wraps with ranch, 2 snack wraps spicy. You can try 2 McDoubles, large Coke, and a large Sprite.
Okay.
I've done that before.
Yeah.
I've done that before.
This guy's like the Rain Man of meals. I mean, you can give him any date and he can tell you what he ate. And what state he was looking at on the map.
Florida.
Have you ever thought about when you're sacrificing all day and you're hungry and it's the last meal of the night and you're eating the first meal of the day at night? Have you ever thought about replacing the most disgusting heavy caloric meals humanly possible with something healthy and losing like a few pounds in a day?
Yeah, but the thing is, like, if I do that for 2 weeks, I explode and spend like $70 at Taco Bell.
Oh, so it's you'll just go out of control.
Yeah, it's like I have to, like, I'm going to be out of control because I have to learn how to dance with it. Yes, sir. How to dance.
Tony, that's map money. You know that? That's wild, man.
When you get done with the meal, are you full?
No,
You're like,
I'm more just like sad. And I'm like, man, I should have got another burger.
And then what do? You just kind of go to sleep?
Smoke weed, go to sleep. Sometimes I'll look at old like Facebook photos of me when I was really fat, and I'm like, I'm doing good, man.
Yeah, you are, buddy. Yes, you are. Red man. I'm down here on the Secret Show Thursday. How to Mason. Mason Bird has arrived in the Kiltony universe, ladies and gentlemen. How exciting is that? Thank you. One more time for Mason, everyone. All right. Weapon pool number 8. Right down the barrel. Make some noise from Max Sadawi, everyone. Max Sadawi.
thank you. As you heard, my name is Max. It's not short for anything. I think my parents knew I was going to be stupid. It's not a good thing. She's not like, oh my god, that's oh my god.
Right down the barrel. Make some noise for Max Sadawi, everyone. Max Sadawi.
Thank you. As you heard, my name is Max. It's not short for anything. I think my parents knew I was going to be stupid. They took one look at me, they said, 3 letters. It's enough. I got an older brother. His name's Nathaniel. Yeah, I googled his name because I'm petty like that. Found out Nathaniel translates to gift from God. Beautiful, no? Fuck him. Because then I checked my name. My name is the #1 name in the world for dogs. You know how many times I meet a girl, introduce myself, just for her to say, oh my god, that's my dog's name. It's not a good thing. She's not like, oh my god, that's my dog's name. Let's go back to my place. We'll do it, dog. Maybe my imagination should be doing that. She's like, who's a good boy? What else about me? I'm Jewish. Yeah, none of you look surprised. I get it. Nobody was falling out of their chair right now. No one was like, whoa, this guy's Jewish? Thought he was Swedish. Maybe Irish. Maybe Andrew Tate. I'm aware I have a mirror. Is that all right, that's my dog. Thank you so much.
Sadawi. Am I saying that right, Sadawi?
You're honestly probably the first person to ever get my last name right, so thank you.
Much. Thank you. I get to open for Timmy No Breaks. Very excited about it. New air of confidence around me. Max, welcome. Stand-up's a newer thing for you. How long have you been doing it?
I'd like to say I just moved to Austin, so recently 2 months, but I was doing it abroad for a while.
Okay.
But not like consistently.
Okay. Alright. When you say abroad, where were you doing it?
I was living in Thailand for a bit.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Okay. What made you want to hang out in Thailand for a while? What could possibly be there? You were Max's.
Wasn't the plan. It just happened during COVID. Yeah.
You went during COVID?
Right before, actually. I was traveling Southeast Asia, and then global pandemic hit.
And you just stayed in? Wow, so tell us about that. Tell us about your adventures.
Okay, so January 8th, 2020, I landed in Southeast Asia. I remember the name. And I was in...
That's about the worst time to land in Southeast Asia.
Oh, I told you, it was amazing.
Oh, you liked it?
It was great. Yeah, I was
So how's it until you started talking to boys? Boys, lady boys, whatever. Something went down there. Let's talk about it, Max. It's okay, your parents are watching.
Never fucked a lady boy, Tony. I know, it's
How long were you in Thailand for?
5 years.
Okay, I'm gonna ask you one more fucking What's your lady boy body count?
No one ever believes me, I get it.
Did you think about it?
What do you think about it? Some of them are gorgeous. But that's a tell. Tony, that's a tell. I know it's a lady boy because gorgeous women don't come up to me like that.
John Dees has a question. John, would you like to ask it in the microphone? I like you the way you ask it. You say it the way you just said it. Are you gay? Perfect. Nailed it.
I get called gay a lot in Austin.
Me too, buddy. Are you? Are you gay?
I'm not gay.
You're not gay. Okay, what's the gayest thing you've ever done? Other than sound like that. Fuck lady boys in Thailand and lie about it for the rest of your life.
Oh shit, the gayest thing I've ever done. I don't know, so figure out
That's what I was doing over there. Super gay. Super gay.
Under the sea. Under the sea. Fuck all the dicks. Under the sea. Okay, what made you stop being a scuba diving instructor?
Man, trying to take comedy more serious. So came down here in this world like
So you stopped being a scuba diving instructor to come do comedy in Austin, Texas.
Yes.
Is that what you were doing in Thailand?
Being a scuba diving instructor?
Yeah, you weren't inside of.
Yeah. That's what I'm doing in Thailand.
Okay.
Pulled that respirator right out of his mouth.
Okay. Max, craziest thing that ever happened to you while scuba diving or instructing scuba?
I fucked this lady.
It's not gay if it's underwater. Come here, you little mermaid.
So where you got a finger in your ass? If we were getting honest, I did fuck underwater. Actually, that is something. Yeah, it's called the 10-meter club.
Wow, tell us about that. How does that go down exactly?
Yeah, so you gotta find somewhere where there's some sandy, so there's no like corals or anything. Yeah, right? And basically, you just put some extra weight that you normally would to get down there, and make sure you're not wearing a wetsuit. And once you get down there, basically doing a doggy.
Doing it with the respirator on.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, this is like when Red Band fucks with the sleep apnea mask on. Very rarely do I make myself once quite as hard as I just did. I pictured it, buddy. I pictured it, my old pal. All right, so how long did this sex underwater last? Just a ballpark.
Oh, fair.
By ballpark, I mean the fact that you both had balls.
It wasn't long. It'd probably be like maybe like 5 minutes. Yeah.
You came.
Honestly, when I came, it was funny because we're both, it's called neutrally buoyant, so you're not flat, you're on the top. And once I was
You
come in, well, right before I came, I basically just like pushed her off, and she just see her go. I never got to do that in my life. That was hilarious.
That is pretty cool. That is pretty cool. Through like a chum trail that we keep.
The fish came.
Oh yeah, I bet they did.
Not in that way. Not.
They're like, this cum tastes like shit.
My family's gonna be watching this.
Of course, it's amazing. That's why you won't admit that you're gay. I know. That's what we know, Max. Amazing. What's it like being Jewish nowadays? How do you feel about everything? There's a lot going on. How do you feel about it?
We're doing this?
Go right ahead. I'm going to let you take control because that's what you people want. Oh, my favorite Jew yogi's not laughing. I might be crossing the line right now.
Oh, man. Yeah, it's a delicate line to be crossing right now.
Well, I know you guys have your lines and your borders and fucking, you know, those lines are always moving in your favor. Okay. How do you feel being a Jew nowadays? Pretty simple question. You can answer it any way you want.
I like being Jewish.
Perfect answer. I like being one of the most watched shows in entertainment, so that's all I'm going to ask.
There we go.
Fantastic, Max Sadawi. Here, my friend, is a big joke book for all people running show business. You see that the Jew is getting a big joke book. There he goes, Max Sadawi, everybody. We're having fun here tonight. All right. Bucket pull number 9. Make some noise. You guys having fun out there still? Make some noise for Micah Brown, everybody. Micah Brown.
Light bulbs are gay. Because I busted my ass, am I right? Anal's a lot like surgery. Have you guys noticed this? Anal is a lot like surgery. You gotta wash your hands all the way down to your elbows. You gotta prep. You can't eat the day before.
My surgeon hates it when I eat before we do anal. Fucking hates it. The drugs help. You guys know this? Surgery's really bad for drugs. Maybe here's a shot of whiskey. Bite down on this. You know what I'm saying? It helps with the anal too. The drugs. The thing that ties them all together, though, surgery. Sad. The only thing worse is anal surgery. Stay away from those light bulbs.
Hey, Micah Brown. There he is, Micah Brown. Okay, Micah. Welcome. Wow, no one's even clapping for you. The whole scene about anal, and somehow it was the shittiest set of the night. What are the odds? Welcome, Micah. How long have you been doing stand-up?
Not long enough.
Okay. How long is that?
5 years.
What's this mean? What's this mean?
There's Red Band's one fart noise of the episode. Okay. 5 years. Right, O'Neill?
Well, I'm just saying, this guy looks like fentanyl Tom Cruise.
You really do. You do look like that. Every mission is impossible to you. Amazing. What do you do for work?
I don't. I quit.
Quit. Blockbuster 14 years ago, and I just haven't done anything.
Sponsored now.
What did you quit?
I was serving at Fresas, and it was too good.
Place with like the quesadillas, like a chicken bowl.
Yeah,
I love that fucking place.
Beans and rice all
That's a
day.
perfect fucking meal. One of my favorite meals. You were a server there?
I was a
What
server
went
there.
wrong? Why'd you quit? Great place.
It was a great place.
It's not a great place?
No, it's great.
Yeah, so why'd you quit?
Well,
Who's this bear?
things started going really good for me.
Oh, you're such a good baby.
I got my foot fucked.
You got your what?
I got my foot fucked.
Your what?
I was hanging out.
Hold on, wait. Let's go back. You got your... Wait. Micah, you got your what?
There was a woman's vagina on my foot. And I couldn't go back to work after that. It was like, this is a true story.
They serve chicken. That's why Red Band's making a chicken noise, for those of you wondering what the chicken has to do with getting your foot fucked. So let's slow it down.
Let's slow it down.
So what exactly happened there? How does a woman's vagina end up on your foot while you're serving tables at Fresas?
Supposed to go to work, hang out with a friend.
Why did you hang out with a friend at work? Oh, you hang out with a friend instead of work. Got it.
I was, things are going good.
Look at me. Stop looking down. Go ahead.
It was really fun. It was really awesome.
So, girl,
Yeah.
Chris O'Connor.
She was a day. It's Austin. I was trying to figure it out. She's got a girlfriend who's dating a boy, and she was getting. There's no way the story's this complicated. Dude, it ended up with cocaine and my foot getting fucked. I don't know how to get
You did the fucking with your foot, right?
Or yeah, she told me to put my foot on the couch. She got on the couch.
To wear a sock?
No, it was that full after the shower.
You don't wear protection or foot fucking? Okay, so let me ask you this. Was it toes or the whole foot?
Well, I had 3 fingers in before, so it was the whole foot. I only have a 9.5. It's not that big.
The healing?
And then what work found out about it? No, it's like, things are going good, man. I don't need to go back to Fresas and deal chicken.
No, you do. Yeah, you do. No one's paying you.
You guys talk out there. You guys talk to me.
Okay, like you help us to understand. This is the interview portion of the show.
Okay.
Yes, here we go.
Foot got fucked. Got to be in a metal music video.
All in the same day.
Same week.
Okay.
Then my buddy calls me. I get to go on a canoe trip in Maine. I could not go. The chicken thing was not going well. Now this is better than the chicken.
How do you make money now?
I I don't think you understand.
So you found your catchphrase, that's for sure.
I'm getting my foot fucked. I'm getting flown out to Maine. You want me to sell chicken?
How do you make money now?
I'm open to suggestions. It hasn't come up yet. So you thought you were on a hot streak, and you were just like, I can give it up. You have to learn a job. They'll give them to you. All you guys who work at presses, I guarantee you. They told me they would hire me back.
So you're like on a sabbatical.
Right.
They're definitely not hiring you back.
They love me.
I would bet you have a 0% chance. I mean, I know for a fact they're not gonna. You just called them out by name.
You don't think they'll hire me?
They're not gonna hire you back. I'm a little scared now. You're like,
No. I don't need the job, so I just want to know.
How much money do you have?
I'm negative $24.
Okay. So where do you sleep at night? Where do you sleep at night? Where do you sleep at night?
Tonight, I've got a friend named Brendan Mahaney. He's the best. We call Sarge. He takes care of all of it.
So that's where you. Is that where you slept? Is that where you slept last night?
Unless the fuck girl lets me back.
Okay, here's a little junk bug. There you go, buddy. All right. Yep, hard to catch when you are blitzed out of your mind on hard drugs. Everybody, there goes Micah Brown. Very interesting fucking voice tonight. Very interesting. We should have like an actual psychiatrist backstage connect with these people up right after their sets.
By the way, Francis is really good. Don't compare that.
Yeah, don't let a fucking drug addict guy ruin Francis for you. Highly recommend it. Very simple, clean meals. I'm actually surprised you eat there.
I love it. They're half chicken, man. It's fucking great.
You're saying everything that I feel. Your final fucking poll of the night, ladies and gentlemen. You guys ready for this? I know. It's one of those nights where it's hard to be excited about the bucket.
No way.
Anything can happen. Make some noise for Bill Williams, everybody. Bill Williams.
I like watching murder shows. You like true crime, rental file, stuff like that. But I noticed recently that whenever they do the reenactments, the actors are always way better looking than the real victims. Someone's all sad, like, oh man, can't believe they murdered that beautiful lady. But then I see the real victim, and I'm like, man. It's all good. I'm dating and dating's hard. The other day I saw this gorgeous woman sitting in a bar. I walked up to her and said, you're stunning. You must work out all the time. She said, no, and I'm a mom. I said, wow. You don't even look like you had kids. She said, if I told you that this body gave birth to 5 children, what would you say? So I said, thank you, Bill Williams.
Bill Williams, fantastic. I like your style. I like your delivery. I like the whole thing that you're working with here. How long have you been doing stand-up?
What's this baby doing?
Wow.
Yes, sir.
Where at?
Baby.
San Antonio.
San Antonio. That's where you're from?
Yes, sir.
Hell yeah. Amazing. Fuck, Bill. You perform a lot. You do a lot of like mics in San
A
Antonio.
lot of mics. My first year I did 305.
I see. I had a fucking. They do this 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 years. They're doing it maybe once a week, maybe twice a week. You know, that shit adds up fast. I can literally tell that you've been fucking actually working at it. What do you do for work?
Nothing.
Jesus
So I had so much time to hit mics.
That's why we're in a deficit right now. Tax-paying, contributing citizens in the country right now. How long have you been unemployed for, Bill?
A year. Like, I lost my truck driving job and I just hit it hard.
How did you lose your truck driving job?
They found a beer bottle in my truck.
Yeah, I had a feeling.
And then a week later, I got a DWI, so I couldn't drive anymore.
Wow, yeah, that happens. Are you Native American?
No, there is some Native American in my family. Mostly Mexican, white, Spanish, a whole bunch of things.
Okay, awesome. Like Comanche, do you know what kind of it?
I don't know.
You don't know what kind of it?
I have no idea.
You seem like maybe I can picture you on a horse like riding sideways with an arrow, but that's kind of racist to say, but not really, because you do look like that. Have you ever dressed up like a Native American for Halloween or something like that? Where's Sarah Sloan? Is Sarah Sloan here? Sarah Sloan?
She's at Shakespeare's.
Oh, okay. Oh, she does a great horse impression.
Oh, yeah, I've heard it.
Bill, what do you do for fun?
I mean, really, because all I do is comedy.
You like to drink a lot, right?
Not anymore. I had to quit it because of DWI, you know. So,
You lost your job. Should you just double down on that shit?
yeah, but I was on probation. They made you do a breathalyzer.
Okay.
I got to blow into that machine.
So you're not drinking it?
You're not drinking it.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. What else do you do other than comedy? What else are you into?
I mean, that's it. I got a bunch of kids and a couple of grandkids now. So,
Oh, wow.
yeah,
How many kids do you have?
5 kids.
Oh, I'm out of here. 5 kids.
Yes, sir.
Incredible. How old are they?
The youngest is 17, and then they're 18, 21, 24, 27.
How old are you?
45.
Wow. Look at you. You're killing it. You look better than all the 20-some-year-olds that were on the show. We had a stripper up here earlier that looked 55. Incredible. Incredible, Bill.
Yes, sir.
Wow. Amazing. So, what's it like raising kids? Tell us what some crazy shit you've been through as a father.
I mean, they're pretty chill. Like, I was kind of crazy growing up, and they always said, like, you're going to see when you get older, but my kids are chill.
Amazing. When you say you were crazy as a kid, what do you mean? What are some of the things you could do?
When I was 16, I stole a Lexus from the Institute of Texan Cultures. Nice. Yeah.
You're gonna fist bump me. I'll give it to you. Yeah. Of course. What made you steal a Lexus?
I was walking downtown San Antonio, and we're walking through the parking lot of the Institute of Texan Cultures, and there's a Lexus with the keys hanging from the trunk. And so that was it.
Hell yeah. And where did you take this car? What did you do?
We were dumb. We're 16. We thought, we drove around for 3 days, first of all.
Wow.
Picking up our friends, going cruising. And then we were driving around the east side of San Antonio, like, thinking we're going to find a chop shop, like we've been over that at. And we got pulled over. The cops chased us. My friend was driving at that time. He took off, hit a tree. We all jumped out, started jumping fences. The driver got away. The cop made another guy. We spent 2 weeks in juvenile.
Wow.
Yeah. Good times.
How many kids did you have at that time? Are you still with the baby mama? Okay. How long have you been separated from her?
Since 2013, I think. We were separated before that. We're divorced in 2013.
How often do you get to see your kids?
All the time. My 2 youngest boys live with me.
Oh, cool. Awesome. That's amazing. So you're like a real active father, right? Also chasing your dreams and being very funny.
Yep.
How many minutes do you think you've accumulated in this year? 300 and some sets under your belt.
25 minutes.
About 25 minutes. Amazing. I find you to be incredibly hilarious.
I'll look at me on the secret show there. Hell yeah.
Sarah Sloan. Give me Sarah Sloan. Where's she at? Sarah, come out here real quick. The great Sarah Sloan, everybody. Kill Tony royalty. I think as a mode of celebration is in the air for you winning a set at the Sunset Comedy Club. And since you are one of the funniest Native Americans that's ever been on the show, I find it fitting that Michael plays the Indian drum and the great Sarah Sloan does her impression of a horse. Sarah, grab that mic and let it rip, huh? You can grab his. Yeah, keep doing your Indian stuff, yes. Ladies and gentlemen, it's Sarah Sloan's horse impression. Absolutely incredible. Sarah Sloan, Bill Williams. Bill, you're leaving here with a true Native American leather Joke book. Yeah. One of the greatest Native American comedians in Kiltony history. Bill Williams, everybody. There he goes. That guy needs to do an Indian job dance. Yes. Fine hit. He can make it rain. Bill Williams. And now, we've come to a part of the show now. I'm going to tell you right now, I'm going to be honest with you. William Montgomery is out for the night, everybody. However, just when you think there's no way to possibly put a ribbon on an episode like this, I must tell you that there is one more performer, one more regular that is going to do a brand new set for you. Fresh off of sold out theaters almost every weekend, absolutely smashing the universe. I watched him do a long set last night on a Sunday when everybody else is off and it's nothing but up and comers. This guy's here doing long sets, going over notes. He literally works more and harder than any other comedian I know because he is trying to become an American citizen. But yet still, he remains the Estonian assassin. This is Ari Matthew.
So I've been dating a bitch. See, the problem with me is I'm not jealous. I can't help it. I went through her like Instagram, and there's like a lot of pictures from Miami. But she works at Chick-fil-A. I go through the pictures, no guy. You might see like a ligament. You know, like a hand on a knee. You try to zoom into that hand, it's a fucking prehistoric. That's who's paying. And she's got this fucking friend. Every fucking girl has a friend, some Dylan. You know that guy who's lingering around your girl, always playing the long game. You ask her about Dylan, she's like, Dylan? You're worried about Dylan? I've known him for a decade. I think he's gay. And then you meet Dylan, you look into his eyes. He ain't gay. He's on the bench. Fuck. You look at Dylan like, I know the game, Dylan. A wolf knows a wolf. You suck a few dicks to throw me off. All of a sudden, eating my girl's pussy. I'm like, oh my god, isn't that crazy? So the only thing to do next week, I'm sucking Dylan off. Just to see if it's true. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Unbelievable. Let the record show that is 2 minutes and 5 seconds. Once again, Ari Matty doing double work, overperforming, absolutely hysterical. After that huge intro I gave, and knowing you and everything, you would think I'd be smart enough to know that you're about to be hilarious. Meanwhile, I decided to take my first sip of this delicious whiskey Coke during your calm setup, and you fucking got me. You got me real good. It blasted. I blasted air out of my nose, and it splashed up in my face and all over me and Red Band's legs. Red Band's wearing shorts, so it raw dogged his sweet little hairy kneecap right here. I'm like, oh, he's on the setup. I'll be fine. And she's taking a trip to Miami and Chick-fil-A, and it got me. The hair came out, and water came up, and her drink came up. Amazing up, Ari Matty. Absolutely fucking hilarious. You are covering something that I think
lot of fucking people go through, and I've never really heard it talked about quite so.
Are you a jealous guy?
But I know exactly.
You look like a jealous guy.
What the fuck is this? Sir, I told you not to look at other men, sir.
Who is this dude?
But I will say this is everybody I've ever hung out with, every girl is like, oh, he's gay. There's always that guy.
Every guy here is with a girl. They know exactly who the fuck I'm talking about.
Oh yeah.
It's always a dude. The chicks have no idea. Nice. Fuck you. We're all trying to fuck you.
Yeah, exactly.
No man is trying to help you. We're all creeps.
Yeah, absolutely true. I'm always hanging out with a girl, and they're like, nah, it's my gay friend. I'm like, what's his number? Sorry. Tell us more. What's going on in life, buddy? You're absolutely crushing it. Last night you were in a theater in Jacksonville.
It was Saturday. I was in Jacksonville, Friday, Orlando. I love Florida. It's much fucking fun. People are crazy.
It is a fun place to visit.
Yeah, I went out with Cam Anderson in Orlando. You know, he's from there. Dude, it was
Huge.
200 black people in me. It was
Yep.
crazy, dude.
Yeah. That's how it is sometimes. No doubt about it. Camp Patterson rolls deep every single one of his cousins. Whether you're in Florida or Atlanta. Atlanta's the big hotspot for the Patterson family. I know them all. They all know me. We all get along. Sometimes I do a little crip walk in the green. Impress my black friends because I am part of the culture, believe it or not. I am blacker than I am gay.
My favorite is like when we're on the group chat for the game, and then the promoter will be like, "Any guest list?" And it's like, "Ooh, +7, Dookie shoes, +12, Bing Bong +8. He's a good guy. He went to prison."
I met Dookie Shoes. I actually know his cousin Dookie Shoes very well. Everybody's like fresh out of prison or about to go to prison or fun. You would think that stereotype was a little less true, but not with the Packer. It's absolutely incredible. So that's fun. Florida's fun. How about after the shows? You're a little wild way out there.
Yeah, so we went to Iowa, Des Moines. Ever heard of it?
Iowa, it's like the Estonia of America. Yeah, it is. Ultra white. Ultra chill. Cam Patterson wasn't at that gig, was he?
Nope. And we went to like me, Martin, and Philip. Oh, David Jolly was on there. Or the crew. Me, Martin, David Jolly. If you don't know, we're the fucking crew.
Yeah. Holding it down.
And we went to like a concert, just random. It was like a rock concert, one of those. It was like a feminist band. Yeah, you can't even call them chicks, you know. Hey, one of those. Between every song, there would be like, "This is for all the men out there who don't take no for an answer. Bang, bang, you're a rapist." Bang, bang. Entrance was $5 for whatever you are, but if you're a guy, 50. I respect that. So it was just me, David Jolly, and Martin at this gig.
Did you go there trying to flip chicks?
Yes. That's why I go to gay bars and feminist extravaganzas. They don't even know what's coming. I'll be the Dylan there.
That's just a kind of.
Totally fucking marginalized community. Can I finger they? Lie. And then while they're walking out, this feminist extravaganza, while me and David Jolly were there, Martin was meeting us there because, you know, he takes time to get to places. I got time to fucking wait for this fucker. Stoplights in Des Moines are short. I see Martin, and David see Martin behind the window. He's like knocking on the window. I'm like, what the fuck? And he's got his dog, you know, Andy, the little fucked up dog.
Martin Phillips as a service animal.
Yeah, no, it's not it's just a dog. But Oh, in his sense, it's definitely a circus animal.
Yeah. Pretty sure everybody that's that handicapped. Yeah, that's
And he's out there with Andy, and then he texts me, they're not letting me in with the dog. You should have seen me, dude. Full Garen, I go straight to the manager. I Google federal law in America. You can't even ask why the dog is there. Fuck you. I just give no, you should. Me and David Charlie too. He's like, yeah. The owner comes to the bar and he's like explaining that it's law. If there's food being served, there can't be a dog around. And I do not fuck them. I'm yelling at the bar like federal law. David's in the back showing the gun. You know, we're fucking. If the feminists on stage only knew the work I've done, and I got that motherfucking dog in there.
Yeah. You are a legend, and yeah, Ari Maddie.
And also, does anybody remember that time I went to Florida? I went to Tito Ortiz's bar, and I needed my fucking belt for the fucking raffle. Remember when Tito Ortiz fucked me? Yeah. And you know me, dog. I'm getting my fucking belt. So Heidi, can you bring out my fucking belt?
Oh, wow. He won at the Tito Ortiz. Wow. That is incredible. How'd you end up getting it?
Actually, Tito sent it to me. He's a very nice guy. He said... He's a very nice guy. He literally told me, you gotta stop Kill Tony people from coming in and calling me a liar and a thief and a scammer. No, he said it's a whole thing. People, groups and groups. Fuck you, Tito, liar. Where's the belt?
I love that.
That's the Kill Tony world. Don't fuck with us.
Damn right. Very rarely do I sip the Kill Tony universe on anybody, so Tito.
Oh, no, thanks.
Fantastic stuff. You are indeed the reigning defending Kill Tony of the world as well. Ari Maddie, ladies and gentlemen, the force of nature, the Estonian assassin, the drawing from Ryan G. Bubba's in. How loud can you guys get for my fantastic fucking guest tonight? Chris O'Connor is in Cleveland, August 15th and 16th at Polarities. Go to chrisoconnor.com or go to the link that's at Chris O'Connor Comedy. Connor with the last two letters being OR. Speaking of OR, that's the first room I ever performed in my entire history of stand-up comedy at the Comedy Store. And the first MC to bring me up, the first comedy show I ever saw in my life was hosted by, one more time, Neil everybody, with two L's at the end. Go check out Sloth Quest. The podcast is available everywhere.
Yeah, absolutely.
And check out Ryan O'Neill with two L's, comedy.com. Thank you to Blue Chew, ZipRecruiter, and Shopify one more time for the best damn band in the land. Let's see what Chris Rogers drew tonight, everybody, while we all said, wow, that's fucking amazing. Cam Patterson on like some type of little boat. Absolutely fucking amazing. That looks great. Local artist Chris Rogers. Follow him at Chris Rogers Art, right? On social media, yep. Red Man.
Check out the Sunset Strip Comedy Club. Brian Callen has a new improv show Wednesdays, sunsetstripaTX.com. Love you guys.
We're doing it. We're really doing it, Red Man. We're living the dream. Madison Square Garden. I do stand-up on the 15th of August. We do Kill Tony for the third time at Madison Square Garden, August 16th. When I go to Madison Square Garden, crazy stuff tends to happen. I don't know if you guys know about this, but it's a very, I have an amazing history at that venue. A lot of other fun stuff happening. I'm doing stand-up everywhere, getting ready for a big specialty thing at the end of September. So check me out doing stand-up. I promise you, it's very, very good. And that is about it. Did you guys have fun tonight? Thank you. We love you. Good night, everybody. Thank you so much. See Rich Show every Thursday. Go to sunsetstripatx.com for tickets.
Yeah, what's up, man? It is. Yeah, what's up, fam? It is a beautiful Monday, humid morning, Monday morning on this lovely Austin Monday. What's going on, kids? How's everybody's weekend? Can't hear you. Wish I could. I'd love to talk to you guys. For the parents out there, kiddos, keep them busy in camp, man. Am I right? We got about 3 weeks here before these kiddos start school. 2 weeks before sports pick up. Both the boys doing football, baseball. I'm ready for these little rascals to get back on their normal schedule. It's the summer, baby. Your boy is the newest boat captain of where I live at, Marina. Jim, when I say boat captain, I know you like to fish, dude. So if you need someone to take you on a boat, I'm $75 an hour. That's it. It's a little much, but okay. For you, we'll figure out a deal. Dude. I can rent sailboats, regular boats, pontoons, speedboats, jet skis. Everyone that owns a boat told me it's better to rent than buying right now because these boats are a beast. Deal. Are you good at market? Like back into the dock? Dude, so listen, in order to get my certification, I had to take a 6-hour written test. What? And then I had to take a 4-hour in-person test. And the majority of it was parking. The majority of it's parking, turning 180, staying in the same spot, turn 180, pulling up to the dock, pulling out of the dock, and the dude's just over your shoulder while you're doing it. So he'll show you how to do it, and then you have to do 3 perfect in a row. But 6 and 4 hours, what are you talking about? 6-hour written test where you're on the computer, you write answers down, you get past it. It's like 10 tests. And that took about 6 hours. And you can't speed through it either. It makes you stay on one page for 30 seconds, and the next one. So that took a hot second. And then the in-person is with a guy from the Marina. He was also part of the Coast Guard, and that's in person. And then, again, the biggest thing is parking, docking, and then when you're out on the water, you have to pretend you throw a thing over the side, you're gonna come get them. And again, you have to do everything 3 times perfectly in order to move on. It was a beast, dude. I just want to do it because my neighbors all have boats, or they're part of the Marina Club. And I'd have to harass them. Like, hey, you guys going out this weekend? Because we go out every weekend, I was like, we gotta get our own thing going. So this is the first weekend we got our own thing going. Waters were choppy, not gonna lie to you. That's what's scary when it is windy and choppy. Yeah, we have pontoons, though. It's pretty easy, man. Those are way better. But dude, thankfully you don't have to do the actual launch. You know what I'm saying? With trailer. Yeah. That's so much. There's so much anxiety with that. Sunday. I was worried about Billy because she's a year and a half, but she is just a Southern Belle water baby. She loved it, man. She absolutely loved it. Jumped in the lake. She loved it. And then on Saturday, one of my boys out here, Jason, has a 300-acre ranch that he hunts on, does all the stuff. So we went out there with ATVs. We have zip line for the boys. The boys were driving ATVs. Shot a bunch of guns. You would love to know it. Yeah, they hunt out there, but I think he said the hunting season out there is like September. And apparently what he does, he gets a bunch of deer, and then there's some special deer, and then he waits till they mate and have a bunch of babies. So he's waiting until they get bigger, and then he hunts them. That's what they do, man. Some Texas shit. It was a Texas weekend, man. It was a good time. Grand old time. Grand old time, man. But let's get to the fights. Let's get to the friggin' fights. That's what you guys are waiting for. You had a fight night in the Middle East, so I was mad at the start time of, I want to say, the prelims started here at 11, which I love, dude. Love the early prelims. Prelims were fun. Prelims were super fun. Then you got to the main card. I thought this actually, on paper, was a better free card on ABC than it was the previous week's pay-per-view. I didn't mind it. What can you say about this card? I thought the MVP of the card would be Sheriff Bullet. I think there's a lot of hype on the guy. A lot of people maybe think he's like this paper hype fighter where as long as he gets the good matchups, he'll continue to win. But when you see him get blasted, now granted, he was I want to say like minus 600 favorite, so he's supposed to win this fight. But what I like, if you're a fan of Sheriff Bullet, is his cardio is insane, especially how much he moves. And he was facing a tough opponent, and he got in trouble. Big trouble. Got fucking rocked, and was able to respond and literally dominate after that. The 30-27, I can see 29-28, but he definitely won the fight. I was more impressed with his movement from the first round to the third round. I do think he's a contender, but there are some major holes in his game, especially as he keeps moving up. I think something next for him to see, it's shit or get off the pot, maybe, or you keep building like you did a Sean or something like that. You keep building this kid. You can do that. There's a ton of matchups for him, so you can keep winning. Just build this kind of resume of his and let him get more experience. Maybe give him a good grappler, a good wrestler, but not somebody crazy experienced. See how he handles that. Because the holes in his game will really come to fruition or really be illustrated when he gets to that top tier guy. So I don't know if he's there yet, but there's a lot of promise there. As far as entertainment wise, he's must see. He's so much fun to watch. So much fun to watch. I just don't know how he's going to do it as the top tier guys. There's too many holes in his game. But the cardio's there for his footwork to be like that from the first round to third round. Says a lot. If you're going to toss him to the top tier dudes, obviously, Sean Strickland is going to get suspended. They say up to a year. I don't think he's going to be that. I definitely don't think he's going to be that. It's going to be much shorter than that. But let's say Sean Strickland does get suspended even for a little bit. Let's say it's 6 months. I can see 3 months to be honest, but let's say it's 6 months. I think you do share a bullet and Izzy. It's a favorable matchup for both guys. There's no grappling. The only problem with that is, again, it's a marathon, not a sprint. So if Magomedov were to beat Izzy, now you're there. Now you're playing with the big boys. But stylistically, they need him as a face-off in the Middle East, right? They need champions. There were people walking out of the arena during the co-main event, because there's a lot of money in the Middle East, and that's why they're bringing these cards on ABC. They're bringing the big cards over there, but that fan base isn't really a hardcore UFC fan base. The fan base in America is way better. No one's walking out of the arena for a Robert Whittaker fight, and he's not even American. Or RDO. Ain't nobody walking out of that. Even if it's fourth round's important. In general, America's a much better fan base. But, they're not backing it up with all this money, so, and the UFC, they asked when they closed the UFC, they said, fans were walking out during the main event. Would you consider tailoring towards more of a, maybe share bullets than main event or something like that? Like somebody that's from the general area. They're like, absolutely not. If you're walking out on a Robert Whittaker fight, you know what the hell you're watching, which I can agree more with. But my whole point is, Sherry is a big draw in that. So if you want to go Sizzler, you give him Izzy. But then again, let me see middleweight rankings, because if you're going to beat Izzy, there's some other fights there. If you want to give them friendly matchups that are really tough fights, but play into a skill set. Before I look at the rankings, let me go off the top of my head. Izzy would be a good one. Robert Whittaker, I think, would be a really good one. Robert Whittaker could even be next, or Izzy, or Strickland would be a good one. Strickland would be a really good one, depending on what they're doing with his suspension. It would be a nightmare for him. Hamzat, don't get me started. DDP would be a nightmare. Jack Henry would be tough for him. Roman, Holocaust would be good. Favorite legends are slowly kind of passing the torch. I don't know how much Strickland has left. He kind of had his run. You got DDP at the top, you got Hamzat doing the damn thing. But as far as the old heads go, meaning guys have a ton of experience, ton of fights, fan friendly, meaning they're fan favorites. You got Strickland, Izzy, Robert Whittaker, Cannonier, Paul Costa, Marvin Vittori. They're all getting a little older. The division's getting a little older. It's no longer the top kind of tier division. 55 still that. 70 has a lot of talent. 205 is the same, and then heavyweight's a fucking disgrace right now. But yeah, for Sharapova, the Sharapova, the whole thing would be, we can get them top fights over there if you want them to stay over there and fight in the Middle East. There's some fun fights, and again, he might be a slight underdog, but him being the minus 700 favorite, those days are kind of gone, unless they're going to keep milking it just to get wins. But Strickland is a favorable matchup, again, meaning they're not going to wrestle. They're not going to expose the holes in his game. Strickland's favorable matchup is the Robert Whittaker. There's some guys.
They just want to be super excited.
It depends what they want to do with him. Yeah. But that was the best fight on the card. Sharapova was must-see TV.
Yeah, as soon as he walks out, when he walks out,
You can't help but it's something about it. He looks like a fucking pirate for that. He literally looks like he has one eye. So he's must-see TV, so depending on what they want to do with him, there's some favorable matchups there. In the top 10, stuff like that. He's a final rank guy. He can jump all the way to 4 or 2. John Strickland's asking a lot. It's asking a whole lot. Go back to the card for the chin. Peter Yan, the favorite, he looked good. He's won 3 in a row now, so we'll see what they do with him. Marcus McGinn, it's just a bump in the road. Might be too much too soon, but he showed he deserves to hang with the big boy. So it's just a learning experience for him. So at the end of the road, he's going to be a beast in that division. I think he's 34, though. Yeah.
just take a quick look.
35 battlements stuff. But yeah, he can bounce back around, beat a lot of guys in the division, so it's all good. But 3 in a row for Peter Yan. Love to see him win. Another main event. Let's get the main event with RDR and Robert Whittaker. Split decision, not the most entertaining fight. Here's my thoughts on RDR. Now, a lot of you will say, because I get criticism for saying that, I don't really care what you've done outside the UFC. It doesn't count. You're not in the big leagues. You're just not. Even if these guys come in, it's very rare they have a ton of success. And now you're going to say, well, what about RDR? Okay, well, on the other side of that, did you see Buchecha? He's my boy. I love Buchecha, trainer of them. Savage. He did great things at one championship. Did you see his fight fight of the night. That guy was a monster elsewhere. You know,
That's tight.
that's where the heavyweight division's at. A lot of people are like, oh, good luck to Tom Aspinall when Buchecha gets his hand on it. It's like, dude, didn't see that. And again, I'm a huge fan of Buchecha. He has a long ways to go. He's older, so, you know. But with RDR, you guys are probably saying, look, RDR came on the scene. You know, he deserves a title shot. I'm going to push back on that. I don't think so yet. The Gerald Marchard win with the triangle choke. Kevin Holland's a good one, right? Bo Nickel. And then he has a win of, they gave him some tough matchups up. And as they should. That's how it goes. In regards to a title shot, so if you would have went in there and like, if you see what Hamzat did, Robert Marker, like, Jesus Christ, man, yeah, title shot. Split decision win. I can see how some, listen, nobody got robbed. I can see how some people had an lean towards Robert Whittaker, especially because he kind of had the biggest moment in the fight where he knocked him down. I can't believe RDR survived that. RDR's biggest strength clearly is his grappling. Also his size. That middleweight is a fucking monster. He's a 2-division champion, 1 championship, so it makes sense with his size how big he is. My takeaway from the RDR performance versus Robert Whittaker was that, he's ready for championship material. My takeaway is, he's been given favorable matchups. It could get dicey as he faces like the top 3 guys. I think he's had favorable matchups, and he's a monster, he's a beast. But I am curious, and on the other end of it, I'm curious to see how he does against these top tier guys. If you're telling me Robert Whittaker's in his prime, this is not true. And some would say he lost that fight, but what do you do with RDR after this? Do you guys think he deserves a title shot? I kind of don't. You know, I know Robert Whittaker's kind of that. I hate when guys say this gatekeeper to get a title shot, but you know, he's been a staple. But it's not like he blew the doors off and just absolutely dominated, like fantastic. I'd be curious to see how he looks against a Hamzat or a DDP. I think that's just a different animal. Or even a Sean Strickland. If you can't get him down, he's forced to stay with him the whole time. That can get a little dicey for him. So I'm not ready to say, should wait for the title shot. Because I don't think the UFC is going to give it to him. I don't. I just don't see that happening. I would like to see him fight Paulo Costa. Now, Paulo Costa's calling out Hamzat. You don't lose 4 of your last 5. You get 1 win and call the guy who's fighting for a title. It's just not really how the UFC works, or it doesn't make a ton of sense. But I would love to see RDR versus Paulo Costa, and I'd favor RDR in that fight. I'd like to see him get 1 more win over a big name guy and then get a title shot. Otherwise, he's going to be waiting for a hot second.
Did you actually think that RDR won, truly?
Coin flip. Literally like, okay.
Either way, it is what it is.
I lean toward, because when you get damage done, who's closer to finishing the fight is Robert Whittaker. So I probably leaned a little bit towards Robert Whittaker. I'm almost a little biased. I love Whittaker. So I was like, I think give it to Whittaker. But
really consider just doing these like karaoke because
it'd be tough to give a guy a title shot.
what is this bullshit?
But
They're taking that back out.
The guys like Robert
This is
Whittaker,
garbage.
Kevin Holland, these are big names. So he's building your resume.
Yeah, you people, motherfuckers,
Paul
working
Costa
today,
makes sense. He's
discriminating against people.
He's kind of more
Garbage.
fan-friendly. Fans know him. He's coming off the win. He's off the time before. Big name, tough. He was great in his last fight. You know,
I probably should just
if
say
he beat him, which again, I would probably favor him in that fight. Maybe. You know, but that's a tough one for RDR. But I think it's the next step. Kind of head in the right direction. And then if he beats RDR, some people want to get a title shot. If RDR beats Paulo Costa, or if Paulo Costa beats RDR, then now we're cooking. Now Paulo Costa can be give me done.
this is the worst stream
RDR reminds me a little bit of DDP because he's a big dude. He's a big man. He's huge for the division.
Nope.
And technically, the feed is not very traditional.
Yeah, they're both kind of goofy. Whatever. I don't know what they're
You
saying.
don't look at them like, oh, that is how you fight.
Yeah,
But they're wearing this.
yeah, and they're
And their door was fucked. They're huge. They're tough. Off the RDR has a huge advantage on the ground. Any advantage on the down with it. Any ground, so
just good reference.
And I don't know how they're this was released in like 1984. That was
these are styles. If you had to define their styles on the they're sloppy. But it's a job done.
are you gonna do this?
So yeah, I'm not willing to say, oh, RDR deserves a dive shot. Yeah, some people have winning. Still some wins. All the pass makes sense. All the pass ones that comes out fine.
Now, before I start, he does this like thing at the beginning where it's
More than he beat last time. And this would be a good tennis for RDR. Maybe we couple up and get a title shot. You know, it's just before I rise by. It's just not happening. But RDR's doing the same thing. I'd like to see like he looks against the top dog. And then tip of the spear, guys. Hard, the friendliest matchups. You know, they can't get down. See that one.
someone else there who knows what the fuck happened to Michael Jackson.
Bryce Mitchell got it done. Hell yeah, that was a tough fucking matchup for him. That was not a great matchup for him. 29-20 makes sense. That's a big one for Bryce.
Yeah, he definitely like worked it out. So
That's a big one for Bryce. So a little break here, kids. We'll jump right back into this juicy episode. This episode of the Shop Show is brought to you by Sure Shot. It's the summertime. You're on the lake. You're barbecuing. You're having lobby pops with the boys, with the neighbors. You don't want to be that guy that's a little out of control. That's why I always bring with me Sure Shot for the boys if they're gonna drink. Alright, Sure Shot is the world's first alcohol detoxifier that reduces
Welcome.
content as little as
Yeah, no one
30
to fucking
minutes,
talk with you anyway.
So you can have those few extra drinks, those few extra beers with the boys. You don't have to worry about it. Because what else does Sure Shot do besides sober you up? Well, it gives you a sharper mind and body, liver support, well-being boost, gut support, hydration. So you can be that guy, that friend, that dad that everyone wants you to be. You don't want to be the sloppy drunk. Sober on up with Sure Shot. Go to SureShot.com. Promo code is Brendan. You get 10% off. Or go to your local Bevmo. Pick up a 4-pack for you and the homies. It's that easy. Go to SureShot.com. Promo code Brendan. 10% off. You're welcome.
that's what that guy Stephen Dean. That was he got the record for the most knockdowns of a person in a UFC fight. It was 6 or 7 people that were saying that there might have been 7, but without a doubt 6 for sure. So that was pretty crazy. And people giving Jason Herzog a lot of crap about it, like to stop the fight earlier. But I don't know. What do you think? To me, I'm like,
I think when guys get knocked down that much, you could stop the fight.
he was always in the fight though. Like
He was, but he was just so outmatched on the feet. Like, if you get knocked down, whatever the fuck, it was 6 or 7 times, we got a mismatch, you know? So, granted, it just shows you how much better Stephen Quinn is than Muhammad. Muhammad might be on there just because he's from the area. He could die. You ever seen that meme of the bodybuilders? It shows, like, literally legit bodybuilders. It shows just some regular dude up there. And he has no business being there. That's what this is. Like, when they're like, he's from there, and they're all going crazy, and he just gets fucking blood stomped. You're like, oh, he probably shouldn't be there. Yeah. He would not be in the UFC if they weren't. If I wasn't there. Yes. Like, if he goes on Day White Contender Series, which is popping up soon, I think in 2 weeks, it popped up on Tuesday nights. Best fight show ever made before the early Ultimate Fighters. The Ultimate Fighter now is trash. Whatever that season 30 or what the fuck it is. But Day White Contender Series is where it's at. This Muhammad would get absolutely curb-stomped on the day with Contender Series. He should not probably be at this level right now. And when you get knocked down 7 times, that's a glaring evidence that probably shouldn't be.
That's pretty hardcore, yeah.
He gets asked him, he delivers that many times. Get your fucking hands up.
We'll talk about this on T5K as well, but so there's updates with Ben Askren. You can see his actual body right now.
It's so tough to see, man.
When I see this, I'm just like, it's only been weeks too, right? Like, or maybe 2 months. I forgot exactly how many weeks, how many months, but his body went from being like
He's a league athlete,
to this.
Two organization world champion, one and Bellator. Like, he's a fucking monster. But if there's anybody who's gonna beat this and beats all, depends on how you view this, but if there's anybody that's gonna have the best shot at living a normal life with a double lung transplant, which again, I keep saying this, but you gotta realize that the life expectancy when you get a double lung transplant, now you're not dealing with an Olympian, but the life expectancy is 10 years. So I just want to set expectations. It's fucking heartbreaking.
Yeah.
Let me see the video.
And then also, just in this video, he's telling you how he can barely right now lift a 5-pound dumbbell. So,
you're home for 4 days now. I've been here with family. It's crazy. That being said, I still have some physical challenges here where I'm still down about 35 pounds from where I should be. I have a lot of requirement. So I just find out ways when this actually requires me to go. Right? And I see like before I was feeling strong, I was like kind of low 45 pounds. Something like that. I did it. I was with Walker. I'll get through those sprints. Won some guys. And so, we go back to the stock paradox that I started about. I am where I am right now, but I will be so. I'm not working out, so I'm going to get better. So, what can you do? What do you right? There's no way to get there's a long physical condition right now. You get some walk with that. It's a little actually. But, that's never where I'm starting. It's more different. This is a guys are getting started. But you know how to start. And I know maybe you feel let's make it happen. Yeah, things are gonna do it. Like,
his attitude is
he's built for this.
they're really sweating too.
I love it.
Here's another thing about the two. So this on can roll out.
I'm assuming Miss Sports Wrestling is paying off the whole. It's not true. That is not true at all. If you're able, please consider doing it. And but a lot of people have been incredibly generous, but any celebrity saying they paid it all are lying.
Yes. I don't know what's going on there.
Yeah, I don't either. Maybe they donated to it.
I mean, to say that they paid it all, I understand.
Has anyone said they paid it all? I haven't seen anybody on record. I've seen guys say, like, yeah, I don't know.
I heard other people saying that this person paid it all. But
the only two I've heard paying for it all is Dana and Jake Paul. I haven't heard it's all like other people. Yeah. And then they haven't came out and like, whoa, I didn't pay for it all.
Yeah. They said they contributed, but I don't know. But just even for them to respond this way, it's kind of like, it's a little odd. But anyhow, this is him recovering as well. Looks like his garage. It's so trippy to see us right now,
Jack.
Just like really thick.
Yeah, good shape. Olympian, dude.
So, I mean, from what we saw in the very beginning,
it's incredible.
Yeah, it's amazing. Okay. Alright, so this is Ilya Taputo saying, this is, I think, with the Nell boys. They're during in a dinner conversation. He's saying that he would have actually just vacate his title before he fought Armin Strong. Because Armin, potentially pull out of the fight in the last second. I don't know.
I think Armin once I get my Tuesday. Listen, I put so much effort in the game, and you have a guy who you don't know that maybe he could pull out from the fight. That's not something good for us. It's not my back. No, I don't fucking care. You're not gonna give me my fight for because there's no way I'm the world champion. I'm never gonna give him a chance to fight for the title. I would be like, listen, if that's the case, take my belt. I don't do it. Do me a favor, Brian. How many fights has Armin pulled out? I only know one. Sick one from this week. This let me just type it in. There you go. One. That's when this long like moments before. Yeah, which is kind of it's not like it's a trap. Here's my thoughts on Topuria and Suruki. And I said this to Suruki too. You know, because I was like, man, when's your next fight? And you know, he's like, yeah, I don't know, this guy. I go, listen, if you were champion, would you not do exactly what Topuria is doing? Where clearly you're the toughest challenge in the division. He's still slightly favored, but you're by far the toughest challenge of guys he can choose from. If I'm Topuria, remember it's prize fight. And there's this guy named Patty Pimlin. That's what they're doing next week. I guarantee you that's the next fight for Topuria. Would you not want the easier fight? You're getting and he's a big name. Would you not, if you're the champ, go, give me the most famous guy who's an easier fight? Because I'm making a lot of them. I'm going to fight him eventually. Might as well do it now while it's hot before somebody else beats him. You know? I guess from a business standpoint, that's the fight you would choose. And people are, oh, you're world champion fight. Anyway, I get all that. It's fun for us to say. But put yourself in the shoes of Topuria where you're going, hold on. Surukin, again, this is the knock on Surukin, right? Not the biggest name out of the guys he can choose from. Not the biggest name and the toughest fight. Even though he's a champion, the correct business move as the champion is, I want the most famous, easiest fight possible. Who is that? Out of the guys he can choose from. We think it's Pat. We know Patty's most famous. Is the easiest. I don't know. Patty's looking pretty fucking good. You know. But again, he's had some good matchups, but still. If you look at Gaethje, Patty, Surukin. Surukin's third on that list as far as organization, store power, but he's also the toughest matchup. So that, unfortunately for Surukin, and I said this to Surukin to his face, hey, I'm gonna pick the most famous guy that's the easiest fight possible. None of them are easy, but I make the most money being a reigning champion, getting pay-per-view points, fighting the most famous guys possible. It just so happens, unfortunately for Surukin, it's Patty Pimlin, not him. Matter of fact, he's third on that list when you talk about Patty, Gaethje, Surukin. Surukin's a very tough matchup for anybody. Unfortunately, he did miss weight once, and now Topuria is just hanging on it. He's gonna fight him. I know this is fun to say. He's not gonna make it. It's fucking stupid. He's gonna have to fight him. He's gonna have to. Surukin's a tough matchup, man. Obviously, he's a very tough matchup for anybody. But he doesn't bring the same star power as these other guys. That's it. That's all it is. I told Surukin, you want to do the same thing? Yeah, I get it. Yeah, that's all it is. Smart winning champion. Hey, I'm not saying Patty's an easy fight, but compared to Surukin, it is the less difficult fight. They're all difficult. And the fame thing's a huge part. It's huge because pay-per-view points. Imagine a Patty fight on pay-per-view points compared to Surukin. money. I'm gonna fight him, and hopefully he builds up his name as star power. While I fight Pat, hopefully he fights a Gage or something like that. You know, it's just business. It's just business.
And he only did say that those are the two options that he wanted, either Patty or Gage.
Of course, anybody but Sorokin, because Sorokin's the toughest fight.
So there's two more things with this, piggybacking off this. So on Sorokin said he would bet Ilya $500,000 if Ilya wins. He'll pay him $500,000, and vice versa if Marvin wins. But he also posted this video in response to Ilya saying he would make it.
Good boy. I'll make it quick, no worries. The Sorokin's house, Jesus Christ.
And he's known for being very, very, very rich.
His family, I think, owns construction. They're like the biggest in the land. He comes from decent money, but none of that matters. He's a fucking savage.
Yeah, which is dope.
Like, again, people saying Topier's ducking. He's not ducking, he's the champ. He's earned the right to go, I'm going to fight Patty right now, and Sorokin, you fight one more. That's kind of, he's kind of earned it. Look who he's beat. Look at his path to become a champion. Knocking out these fucking legends, dude. You knock out Volkanovski, Max Holloway, and then Charles Oliveira all in a row. Yeah, dude. He can kind of call you fucking shots. And you're the biggest star in the UFC. He can kind of call you shots. You've kind of earned that. Again, this whole, everyone keeps saying duck and shit like that. He's not ducking him. You guys are confusing ducking with a business decision. That's all this is. Sorokin gets it, but again, this gets attention and stuff like this. They call chasing a duck and all that shit and stuff. It's fun for social media, but Topier's earned the right to go, now I'm gonna fight this guy.
Yeah. Oh, so this is Ilya sparring with the dumb boys, and it's honestly it seems like a little much. I'll just show you.
His favorite fighters is one.
He said it is what it is.
I love both guys.
I don't know, you spar with people before, especially people that are not professional. I'm sure you're not professional fighters. How hard do you get?
I haven't a lot. It's never my thing. Strickland does it. Obviously, Topier does it. For the Nut Boys, it's all about content, right? So they got what they were looking for.
It just seemed pretty hard to me.
But that's also, it's good he does that stuff so people know the level. I bet they don't do it again, or maybe they do.
Yeah, that was.
You're crazy if you don't think there's something going ask about.
That's crazy.
You're crazy if you don't think they have a handle on it. Was it more power to get your money, boys?
So it turns out that Jorge Masvidal said that Jake Paul offered him a fight in the PFL in MMA. But the only issue why Jorge didn't want to take it is it would be less money than he would pay normally. But I mean, he would beat Jake Paul.
Yeah, beat the shit out of him.
Yes, I would.
Well, the issue Jorge has is him and Nathan get paid for that boxing match. That's what there's a lawsuit against the guy who put that together. So that's why Knockable, I can't guarantee because it's the fight business, but I bet the odds would be high that you get paid for the PFL if you fight Jake. So you have this kid paid,
I mean, that's such an easy thing for Jorge to make money.
I know. And So there's Misfits boxing. No, I don't mind it. I don't mind it. Hell no. What Darren Till's doing, Misfits gets a ton of traction. And I guarantee you it gets more traction than any fight nights you've seen. It gets more traction than Whitaker, ODR. You have Darren Till, Grapple, they're using the Game of Thrones function, which is awesome. But in the Tony Ferguson versus Salt Poppy, I don't know if you know Salt Poppy. He's very, very I know about him. He's a YouTuber, like food influencer guy. Yeah, food, not food. He's a boxer, but he does like a bunch of other stuff too. But he's so I think it's boxing too, because I thought he was fighting Sunday. Or the guy that was deep throat. Now it's incredible. Salt Bae, because Salt Bae, is this Salt Bae? Salt Bae kind of fell off, right? Like, he shut down restaurants and shit. Like, took there by storm. So I figured this was him just trying to stay relevant, fighting Tony Ferguson, which would be awesome. Just want to get some views. But listen, here's the thing with Darren Till. Rob Till's bouncer out. He did karate combat. He's done the grappling, all that shit. And he's doing real shit. Darren Till left. He asked for his release from the UFC, so he could go out and do stuff because he has a knee issue, so MMA stuff for him. Darren Till has cut out a pretty good little path for himself. Darren Till in the past talked shit about bad boys support Darren Till. I think any person on the scene would be Cowboy, and there's all this promise. I think he's more evidence that, and I think the UFC's learned from this, that they pushed him too fast, build him up, and they dropped the ball. Because talks a ton of shit. He's good on the mic, looking dude, and has skill, and they kind of dropped the ball on that. Put him in Liverpool against Woodley, and obviously he didn't win that one, got knocked out. They just mishandled Darren Till. So that would break most guys. 99% of the guys would be done. They get kept from UFC, whatever. But Darren Till was like, no, I'm gonna take my release me. I'm gonna get on some shit and make a name for myself. And you gotta respect it, man. You gotta respect it. It's cool what they're doing.
Yeah, there's the main people that we know on the fight card. So
Darren Till, Rock Culture Mayvet, Saul Poppy, Tony Ferguson, Dylan Dennis, Warren Spencer.
I had to look up Warren Spencer too. He's like, I guess, sort of an influencer kind of guy, but 1-0 record. But check this video out right here. This is Tony Ferguson. It's about his math. I just played it.
Oh man, it says Tony Ferguson math ain't matching.
Everybody, 90% of the fucking comments out there are saying I'm washed up, I'm old, I should fucking retire, and all this other bullshit. And they're saying that because they can't fucking do this shit. It's crazy. And the other 20% is saying this all fucking gonna knock me out. So 100% of you bitches are out there hating on me, so you know what? That's more fuel for my fucking go whatever.
It's 110%, baby. So it's a little Tito Ortiz math there.
Oh my gosh, that is so true. That's like a Tito Ortiz. But yeah, that's my friend.
Yeah, you wish him the best for Tony.
Yeah, man, I really do hope he's doing well.
And it's weird, like when Tony fights, like before Tony has this special. The Diaz bros have this thing with it where clearly they should stop, but then when the fight gets announced, like, oh my god, what are we doing? And as the fight leads up, you're like, I'll watch it. It's like, yeah, these guys can do it, man.
Alrighty. Let's move to this. This is another sad one. Our boy Lex actually introduced us to this video. This is BJ Penn asking for Dana White and the Fertitas to help him out. You'll see.
This message is from Dana White and Lorenzo Fertitta. I need your guys' help. We're pushed out. This is the house I grew up in after my whole life. Fought in the UFC, became a world champion and all that stuff. And Martin Bastrop, UFC gym, did really well to help promote the UFC gym companies. And that's it. That's the house right there. That's what my house said. Probably got kicked out of the house. And I was in the longest houses. I mean, they got me staying over here. Anyone near the house up there, try to get my dogs whenever I can. That's it. Get in the studio. Just think about it. Everyone's here to help me. And, maybe my sponsors out there that, I stayed extra long or I did anything. Because I always thought I was going to do a signing and never need to stay if I got to stay longer. But I've been staying in the studio right over here. They want me to do my laundry bag. And I'm the real champion. I'm the one who went out there and took the punches, took the blows. Here we are. Everything stolen from us. Money I made from the UFC gyms, all my sponsors, all invested back into my family, to everything. Every dollar I made invested back in. Nothing in it, all taken from me. And I need your guys' help. Dana White, Lorenzo Fertitta, and Tim Morgan. Come down and help this time, please. That's it. That's all I got to say.
Sucks to see. My question would be, if I'm Dana White Lorenzo, like, how can we help you? Because when it comes to that property and it's like family stuff, you're talking about getting involved with the law. And I don't think the law's against BJ. I think they're trying to protect his family. So when you say help, Dana help, Dana's probably like, how? Like, is it help meaning buy you a house near that house? Is it, what's the restraining order rules? Like, there's a lot that goes into it. I wouldn't be surprised if Dana helps him, or Lorenzo helps him, or somebody sponsors him. He's a legend. He gets a lot of love. So I wouldn't be surprised. I think they're going to say how.
These bitches are so hot.
Getting that
Hi.
property back, that there's legal action that prevents that, so that's not really an option. So if he's saying help me get back my house, that's not. No one's going to be able to help with that.
Hi.
Yeah, I don't know. It's tough to see.
Yeah. There was a time when I was like, maybe BJ's just, doing it on purpose, but now I'm like 100% like he's just, something's going on with his head.
He seems better there than he has before.
This is crazy too, though, right? So when he speaks normally, but
Yeah, it's athleticism.
it's like,
but that was the most normal thing he's done in a long time. And now if he says I need help, he's like, yeah, help me get that house back. There's legal things on that. Yeah, like, dude, his mom lives straight. Your mom lives there. That's above my pay grade. If you want help getting into a facility to get well, we can probably help with that. If he's willing to take that help, I hope somebody does help him.
that would be amazing if they actually got him to it.
Depending what kind of help I'm referring to. I think he needs to define that, because you're saying help. They're going, okay, what?
Yeah. Alright, here's another weird boxing one, but Madeline Silva and Vitor Belfort were scheduled to fight in a boxing match for Statton, I think it is. That's the same one that Chael Sonnen and Anderson Silva didn't really actually box. It's like an exhibition. But they're saying for this one, it's going to be a real boxing match.
Yeah.
So it was 8-round match, 2 rounds, and a 200 fight.
If they're actually going at it, I'll check it out. No idea.
Yeah, of course, I'd show that too. But yeah, so hopefully it's not like the freaking the lane ones where they just hit the body.
I know.
It's weird. Alright, this news just came out recently, but it's never been reported. So Yoel Romero, do you know about this or not? Apparently you do.
Not much time to say about it. I had somebody reach out that was very close to the situation. And they're like, oh, we have breaking news. If you want to be the first to report it. I'm like, I'm not really a reporter. There's other guys like Luke Thomas. I suggest this, and there's other guys like Luke Thomas, Ariel, Chuck Mendenhall. You should take this story too. This is recent. When they told me this, they gave me the whole lowdown. And they knew every detail about it. And they wanted me to announce it. And I thought it happened like a week ago or 2 weeks ago. This happened like 2021 or 2022. fine. He's fought since.
Which is kind of crazy too. So you all Romero and someone that he actually went to the same gym with the ATT. They had some sort of disagreement.
It wasn't at ATT.
That's what I read.
That's what it says on here.
Yeah, I can talk to you.
Okay.
But so the guy tried to hit him with his car, but didn't work out. Then he came at him with a freaking samurai sword or something similar to a samurai sword, and actually sliced him like a few times. The arm, like potentially like cut his tendon too.
And Yoel backed out of one of the fights and then recovered and then fought since.
And won.
Bare knuckle.
Yeah, won like twice.
He's a freak.
And then Yoel didn't want this in the news. He didn't report it. Didn't like press charges. Nothing. Which is just freaking wild to me. I don't know what the hell they're.
I'll tell you off air why you went there.
Okay, sir. You know the first thing that pops in my head, though? It's like he probably loaned his chair, something like that. I don't know. So
either way, it's like, stand by samurai sword.
that's that dude. Yeah. Who's a bare knuckle champ? That's cool.
Yep. And the sword he uses, he won it from Naga, I think. And the sword in his trunk.
Wow. Well, there you go.
Yeah, but it's not like it was recent. Who else got on to flourish?
Yeah, it just came out recently.
Yeah, they got shot. Yeah.
This I thought was really cool, but it's also funny. So Dustin Poirier's daughter made him a belt.
Yeah, best friend in the world.
Yeah. Yes, I would love it. I would love it.
She said you didn't get the BMS belt, and also she hates curse words and stuff like that. So like, she didn't like the BMS belt, but she gave me this.
That's that. Oh my God, that is incredible, man.
I don't have the BMS, but I got the BDE.
Yeah, that's even better. That's better. That's one of one. That's incredible.
That's cool. So where the female belt was gonna go, I got this bad boy. This is the 101 right here. Best that ever.
I love that.
Yeah,
But also BD stands for. Yeah, that's also just like.
either way. That's great.
Oh, where is this? What's this already? Yeah. Oh, this. Okay, we kind of talking about this, right? Here we go. So Aaron Pico's now going to fight the Rowan Murphy, which is another crazy article. The force must be most part.
But that's where he's at. That's where he's at. Yeah, I'm excited for Aaron Pico.
Yeah, he has a tough road ahead.
Yeah, I'm a big Pico fan. I call him LeBron James. I'm a good prospect.
That's right.
And it's kind of ringing true now. He's a beast. He's exactly. This is a great fight for him. Better fight than
Close one.
way better one. I hated that fight. I hated it.
This is pretty cool. This is really his son.
Sick. Jesus Christ. That's great. Some dude said, I've seen enough. Give him a Machado sign. I've seen enough.
I mean, he's got to be a fighter for this.
Yeah, it's definitely that guy.
Alrighty.
Is that it, brother?
I think these are like, yeah. Oh, this is the last one.
Well, I covered this last week.
Alright, fine.
Right? Did he
This is
say John Jones?
This is him, like, replying to John Jones.
Alright, let's hear it. Let's end this.
So remember that there was controversy because DC said something during the weigh-in show, but then his friends on the show were saying, like, you know,
The other host on the line, too, was John Jones.
Yeah.
Clearly it's John, but yeah.
DC never said it.
Yeah, the John saw that, lights him up, like a lift in his head.
And then this is what DC says here.
I never once said John Jones was the person I was speaking about. Never said it. Go back and watch the clip. I never once mentioned his name. Not true. I never said I want to kill him at my house. Maybe John doesn't like people laughing when talking about him, but a lot of behaviors that they laughing about him and not with him. We can't fight, so why would I let you occupy space in my head? I'm doing great. My life is awesome. I do a job where I talk about the news. You have been the news. I never said it. People assume I was talking about John Jones, but What about maybe I was talking about a guy that made my childhood ridiculous? Maybe everyone else. Maybe it was somebody that just don't like outside fighting. You don't know. Maybe an insecure person would go immediately. He's talking about me. No, maybe I wasn't, but maybe I was. You don't know. But again, I didn't say his name on purpose.
And this is the last one.
Here you go. What I told you last week, you brought this up. You can't say that you're the most painful thing that's happening in a person's life when they've lost a child. I told you. That's the greatest thing in the world. You say I'm the most painful thing that's ever happened in a person's life, and they've lost a child, or their father got murdered. But again, he knows that. That's why you know you're dealing with a different type of human being. Couldn't agree more. Yeah, DC's father was murdered. He's lost a child. I can promise you, he losing John Jones. He's the most painful thing.
100%.
Yes, support DC on this. Terrible. Here's the thing, y'all. The next 2 weeks, I tell you, they're horrendous fight nights. They just are. It's all good. At least you're still getting a product. The main event for this coming week's fight night is off. It's not happening, so they're scrambling to find somebody right nobody's ever heard of except for hardcores. The next 2 weeks are tough, but it's all edging us to UFC 319, which is fantastic. Okay, that's it. That's it. And you also have DIY Contender Series popping up here soon. So it's all good, baby. It's all good. I get it. But they're terrible. Is that it?
Oh, yeah. And also the VIP. You pick a VIP.
Yeah. So for Drive Fast All Gas, if you're part of the VIP club, which is, I think, $30 a month, you get $40 in merch every month. And so one lucky VIP member will get selected every month to come out. We'll fly you to Austin. You can sit in on a podcast while I do it. We can drive around some of my crazy vehicles that are below here. Go to lunch. We'll take you to barbecue, or you can work out with me. You pick whatever you guys want to do. We'll be selected one lucky winner out of the VIP club. Super easy to sign up. The giveaway for the TRX with over $50,000 in mods and $10,000 cash is ending in August. So we only got like 5 weeks left. I'm working on the next giveaway now. It's the Jeep Rubicon 392. That thing's turned into a monster. Just started doing the lift today on it. That thing's gonna be a beast. So I'm excited for that. But yeah, the current TRX giveaway is going on right now. It ends soon. We got new merch on there, Bethlehem Blue. We got greens, diesel dad gear. Go to drivefastallgas.com. Get you some. It's ending soon. All right, kids. That's it. That's it, man. See you guys around. Yeah, there's join my VIP club. Save 40% off. So you get every month you get $40 in monthly store credit, double giveaway entries, and 10 to 40% off gear. You can cancel anytime no commitment needed. All right, it's dope. Every month we send you something. You get gear. It's cool. Join the VIP club. Come work out with me. Drive around my crazy cars. Sit in my pod. Eat some barbecue. It's a great old time. Joinfastallgas.com. It's ending this freaking end of August. All right, guys? That's it. See you around. If you're in Austin, come say what's up. I'm always around doing crazy stuff. And be nice to each other. Until next time, I'm out.
What's up, guys? I'm giving away the Ultimate Ram TR.
Pulling aside with some major problem, some issue that was going on. And he'd say, boss, we got this and that and the other thing. And I look at him and I'd say, good. And finally one day he was telling me about some issue that he was having, some problem. And he said, I already know what you're going to say. I said, well, what am I going to say? He said, you're going to say good. He said, that's what you always say. When something is really going bad, you always just look at me and say good. And I said, well, yeah, when things are going bad, there's going to be some good that's going to come from it. Didn't get your shoulder-type contract. Taking over Brendan Shanley is good news out on his own. And himself. Didn't get a job.
Tried to walk any letter into your truck. No, that doesn't make sense. No, that doesn't make sense.
Got CT because you fancied yourself for fisticuffs? Good. The girl got her back blown out by an MLB All-Star? injured. Fake blowing out your hammies because you lost a race with your least co-host. The only people associated with canceled for allegations of SA, grooming, and stolen valor. It drives me nuts. In comedy, because you're not a draw.
Nobody does who you are.
Good. Want your family to Alston only to be ignored by your sugar daddy?
Ugh.
Good. Got served on a seven-figure lawsuit and could possibly face federal charges. That's it. When things are going bad, get bummed out, get startled, get frustrated. If you can say the word go, guess what? It means you're protected. It means you're unscathed. And if you're unscathed, well, you still got some fight left in you. So get up, dust off, reload, recalibrate, re-engage. Keep the same energy. These guys have a skill set you do not have. And I'm willing to go to the darkest place. That's right. I'm willing to swim in the water. You're not. Name the water. Name the water. This absolutely happened. You would call me up, pull me aside with some major problem, some issue that was going on. And he'd say, boss, we got this, that, and the other thing. And I'd look at it and say, good. And finally one day he was telling me about some issue that he was having, some problem. He said, I already know what you're going to say. I said, well, what am I going to say? He said, you're going to say good. He said, that's what you want to say. When something is wrong and going bad, you always just look at me and say good. And I said, yeah, when things are going bad, there's going to be some good that's going to come from it. Didn't get your showtime contract renewed. Taking over Brendan Shanley is reduced out on his own. Betting on himself. Didn't get in trouble. You tried long. Didn't get your showtime contract renewed. Taking over Brendan Shanley is reduced out on his own. Betting on himself. Didn't get in trouble. You tried long. And left it into your truck. Naughty, that makes sense. Naughty, that makes sense. No. Got CT because you fancied yourself a fisticuffs. That's daddy's. Good. Got injured. Fake blowing out your hammies because you lost a race with your least co-host. The only people associated with have been canceled for allegations of SA, grooming, and stolen valor. It drives me nuts. In comedy, because you're not a draw. Good. Want your family to Alston only to be ignored I don't think the laws against BJ. You're talking about getting involved in the law. And I don't think the laws against BJ. You're talking about getting involved in the law. And I don't think the laws against BJ. You're talking about getting involved. And I don't think the law is BJ. No ads, no ads. Yeah, there's join my VIP. Save 40% off. So how much do I want to save?
I mean, you went with people. It was $6 a month. With, or you can do that? Like meet up. Yeah. Yeah, that's a higher tier. It's more than $6 for you.
Hi, pretty girl.
Franz Kafka, absolutely fascinating individual. I think you have to be a psychologist of, global proportion to have any kind of understanding or insight into his work. It will be a challenge for me to say anything relevant or useful about Franz Kafka in terms of a literary analysis, but I'm hoping to place him within a Jewish context, give you some historical background that may have informed some of his rather bizarre and deeply disturbing writings, and hopefully we'll get a sense of who he was as a person and what he represents within the greater scope of Jewish history. His years, of course, are 1883 to 1924. He died a young man of tuberculosis, but in that time he produced some absolutely fantastic, amazing literary works, some of which he published during his time, and others which he deposited with friend Max Brod, with instructions that upon his death the manuscripts should be burned. His best friend, however, realizing their phenomenal value to the larger reading public, disobeyed his friend's wishes and had them published nevertheless. And so we have many great works of literature of Kafka's pen as a result of his friend Max Brod's betrayal, as it were. I rank in particular two sponsors we have for today's lecture. Norm Robinson, who is a great supporter from California. He and his wife Bridget have come to the plate many times to make sure that everything went well and we were able to raise scholarship funds for our students. And also an anonymous sponsor named Joseph Bienenstock, who also came to this and decided to help out with these lectures. We're really grateful for the sponsorships. Your attendance is sponsorship as well, but it's always nice to be able to just make it a little nicer, have the student intern and the food and so on. My research, as always, this is essentially a 60-minute book report where I read a couple of biographies and then try to present what I learned the night before in class. I mean, this is college, right? That's what everyone does here. It happens that I know a little bit more of Kafka because I read him as a young man, but relied very heavily on this one last book in the series of the Yale Jewish Lives series, Saul Friedlander's Franz Kafka, the Poet of Shame and Guilt. You'll see that the biographies on Kafka are really, they span the gamut. There's a tremendous range of takes on why Kafka wrote the way he did. We'll have a look at it specifically from the Jewish perspective. And to that end, I want to read you one quote which I think encapsulates the entire lecture. If you have somewhere else you need to go, you could probably just read this quote and then you can leave because you will get the whole thing really within this brief paragraph. Max Brod, I mentioned earlier, his close friend, wrote a letter to him about 3 years before he passed away. And he wrote, most young Jews who wanted to write German, meaning write in the German language, write for a German audience, wanted to leave Jewishness behind them, and their fathers approved of this, but vaguely. This vagueness was what was outrageous to them. But with their posterior legs, they were still glued to their father's Jewishness, and with their waving anterior legs, they found no new ground. The ensuing despair became their inspiration. Let's just unpack this strange paragraph a little bit because it really is Kafka in a soundbite. So he, of course, was a young Jew who wanted to write in German. We're going to talk a little bit about the complex nature of identity politics in Prague at the turn of the 20th century. And he wanted to leave his Jewishness behind him, meaning like so many Jews of his generation, and really the prior 3 generations before him, they wanted to escape into a secular identity, to be accepted within German-speaking civilization. Prague, as we'll see, is a little bit complicated, but basically it's a German, for Jewish purposes, it's a German environment. And their fathers were also part of this plan. They felt that the natural and appropriate evolution for Jews of the late 19th to 20th century was essentially to assimilate, or at the very least, acculturate the German milieu. So in other words, you have these young Jewish writers wanting to write in, wanting to succeed in the German
cultural sphere, and their father, that's really good. You're getting ahead. But vaguely, meaning their fathers did not want this to happen completely. They wanted them to somehow retain some Jewish identity simultaneously, for them to succeed. At the same time, they had to have some in their Jewish identity. And the vagueness was what was outrageous to them. Fascinating phrase, meaning the young Jewish writer, well, what is it? I mean, is Judaism real? Should I hang on to this ancient tradition? Should I find meaning? It's a great conduit of sin that has sustained my ancestors for so many generations. Or in it, why should it be somewhat of vagueness itself? Difficulty. And then, if you've read any of Kafka's works, you probably hear the allusion, but with their posterior legs, they were still glued to their father's Jewishness, and with their waving anterior legs, they found no new ground. Anyone recognize that sort of literary allusion? It's okay. If you plagiarize yourself, it doesn't really count. Actually, it does, but the metamorphosis, exactly. It's a strange sort of insectile metaphor. There's this bug. The Jewish German writer has posterior legs. They're stuck to Judaism like with a fly paper kind of thing. But the waving anterior legs can't find any traction in the non-Jewish world. Backwards, they're stuck. They can't leave it behind, but they also can't move forward properly either. And that nishta hin and nishta her, neither here nor there kind of position is exactly the sweet spot for inspiration. And this is with Kafka, his energy. Much of his writing, I think, can be boiled down to exactly this particular statement of identity. He's talking about himself. He's talking about his own appreciation of Judaism, Jewish culture, and Czech German culture at the same time, not being completely at home in either, and that is where he derived most of his energy. That's the end of the lecture. The rest is going to be all details. Let's go into the details, though. So here's Shamsatzev's family. He was the eldest son of Herman and Julie Kafka. The name is actually a Jewish Czech name that goes way back. The name Kafka is a type of a bird. His father was a petty businessman. He had a small store. He was the son of a shochet himself, and he does not fare well in Kafka's writings. Kafka himself, Franz Kafka, was, let's say, obsessed with his father, felt constantly unable to live up to his father's wishes, and felt in many ways that he half the man his father was, and resented it very deeply. Julie Kafka helped out in the store extensively, and so Franz, the eldest, was something of a latchkey kid who was growing up often alone, spending a lot of time. It was great for his literary genius, maybe not so great for his personal development. In fact, we have a letter he wrote to his father in 1919, 103 pages long, Briefe an der Vater, a letter to the father, which is, and imagine that Kafka, 38 years old, and he's writing this, essentially novella-length letter to his father, in which he essentially dumps on his father for, the way he treated him and boorishness. And talking about abuse here, we're talking just about a personality conflict that was very, very deep-seated for Kafka and fueled much of his own internal anxiety. He gave the letter to his mother, asking her to give it to the father, and his mother refused. Later, after his death, it came into the hands of Max Brod, who published. We have the entire text of it, and psychologists have made quite a bit of hay understanding the context of his conflict with his father. He had 3 younger sisters, or 2 younger brothers who did not survive infancy. He was very close with his sisters, and in fact, he lived at home until he was 31. So he was very close with all of them in every context. You notice that the frightening thing, or the unfortunate, sad thing about their names is their date of death is 1944, 1942, and 1942. They were all, of course, killed in the Holocaust. We will not go into many of the other psychoanalytical topics that are associated with Kafka, but let's focus on the Jewish aspect of it. So he is a son of Prague, the great city of Czechoslovakia, which is dominated by the great figure of the Maharal, shown here in a statue outside of the main buildings in Prague. The Maharal, great rabbi, very prolific, the author of a large series of writings that take up on my bookshelf in an older edition about 1.5 feet of deeply philosophical writings. Rumored, but incorrectly, to have created a golem, incidentally. Many people who know something about the Maharal say that he created one of these artificial anthropoids that later went and wreaked on anti-Semitic circles in Prague, but that's actually a legend that's not appropriately associated well. At any rate, pretty, still beautiful today, very, got a beautiful castle that figured deeply in many of Kafka's writings. But what's important about it for us is its identity politics. Here you're going to have a look at where it is in the year 1913. This is a map of the Austro-Hungarian Empire. The red line here indicates its borders, and perhaps the most obvious thing that should jump out at you is that it is a deeply multinational empire. A very large Jewish population that were spread out from the borders of Switzerland in the west all the way out to Ukraine in the east, and it was made up of many different nationalities, many different languages, many different faiths as well. You have Christians of various denominations, Jews and Muslims all living here, and after 1863, led by a dual monarchy made up of Austria and Hungary, hence the Austro-Hungarian Empire. Prague is right up here in the Czech Republic, at the very top. And Prague is a very complex spot within the Austro-Hungarian Empire because, first of all, it's an urban center. Jews tended to live in urban centers. There were some that lived particularly over Hungary, for example, that tend to be in much smaller centers. But for the most part, Jews gravitated to cities, medium and large-sized cities. About 6% of the population at the turn of the 20th century was Jewish in Prague, which is a little bit lower than many other cities. At any rate, Prague was complex because it was a city within the Czech lands, meaning that the vast majority of the people who lived in the surrounding region, and the farms in particular, were Slavs, speaking, which is of course a Slavic language, but the cities tend to be dominated by Germanophiles. That is, those who gravitate to the tradition, either Germans themselves, Austrians, or of course Austrians speak German, same language as in Germany proper, and Jews as a minority tend to gravitate towards state power when they live in cities. Like, for example, if you look at Montreal, which is overwhelmingly Francophone, French-speaking, but the Jews who lived there, especially up until the 1970s with René Lévesque, who was one of the most important separatist leaders in Quebec, the Jews in Montreal overwhelmingly spoke English, because they gravitated to the dominant power in Canada, the federal government, which was English-speaking. When Quebec became much more francophone and much more strident in its attacks on the English language speakers, then Jews migrated out of Montreal, big time into Toronto, for example, where all of a sudden the bagel consumption went up and considered over the pre-Lévesque era. That was a joke too, but nobody laughed because they're not Canadians, but it was actually really funny. And anyways, at that point, after a lot of the Anglophone Jews left, then the Jewish population became much more Francophone as Jews from, for example, Morocco became and started populating them. But in general, Jews tend to sort of orient themselves towards the state power. So Jews living in Prague generally speak Czech. They oriented themselves to the Germans. They spoke German, and they wanted to identify with at least Austria, perhaps with Germany as well. Of course, if you go further, another 20, 30 years into the 20th century, this would be the point of World War II, because Hitler would demand the Sudeten Mountains, which are just around the outside of the Czech Republic, saying they're essentially part of Germany. Chamberlain would declare peace in our times, and then war would immediately ensue. So if you were a Jew living in Prague in the year 1900, there were a lot of different competing forces trying to define your identity. Whether or not you were a Jew, whether or not you were a Czech, and the Czechs were undergoing a tremendous renaissance of their national identity at this time, whether you were a German, or whether you were an Austro-Hungarian, some kind of nationality-less member of the large federal government that included all of these different peoples. There was no strong, monolithic, single culture to which you could belong. And Kafka, like many Prague Jews, felt this kind of tension, trying to determine exactly where are they going to place their bets in terms of the national conflicts and the linguistic conflicts that were ensuing. It's also important to note that, as I alluded to when we looked at his first quote, the Jewish population internally was changing dramatically. Unlike the populations that we looked at in Russia and in Ukraine, which essentially had a very, a domineering kind of government that was not quite totalitarian in nature, but nevertheless very crude and very boorish and very demanding in its requirements of its citizens, with military service that was 25 years long and things like that. In the Austro-Hungarian Empire, it was really quite enlightened. Although Jews did not have the same of civil and especially social until quite late in the 19th century, there was nevertheless a consciousness that Jews did belong in that society and that they did have some standing alongside other minorities. Just to give you one example, the Jews serving in the Austrian army were given kosher food. Like, there was just an understanding that, hey, if you're in the army and you are a citizen of Austro-Hungary, then therefore you should have some rights within that army. That just gives you a sense of the difference in tone between the Russian Empire and the Austro-Hungarian Empire. And one of the impacts that this had on the Jewish community was that they were striving to fit in a very positive way. In Eastern Europe and the Russian regions, they were rebelling against Russian authority or capitulating entirely. But in the German-speaking lands, Germany proper, as well as the Austro-Hungarian Empire, there was a sense that maybe we can find a place of accommodation. Maybe if we adapt our own culture a little bit, we will be able to conform and we will be able to be accepted in society as a whole. You see this much more in Germany, Austro-Hungary. Nevertheless, there was this movement towards assimilation that was very profound, particularly in the urban centers to the west, less so in the rural centers to the east. Okay, so here a photograph of Max Brod. I mentioned him a couple times. One of the most important associates of Kafka. He met him in law school, and he was an ardent Zionist, and he was one of the most important Jewish influences on Kafka. One more detail about his life before we get a couple more details, then we'll get into his literature. So he went to law school. He didn't have a tremendous amount of enthusiasm for it. He certainly didn't want to work in his father's business. In fact, when he graduated law school and he tried his hand at litigation, he really had no taste for conflict. He really did not enjoy the rough and tumble aspects of a legal career. So he decided to take this job, which he held for the rest of his life, work in an insurance agency adjudicating claims, which was, pretty humdrum sort of desk job that was, did not stand out in any way, but it masked a deeply active internal life that he could engage in with freedom once the working day was over. Here is his fiancée, Felice Bauer. He actually was engaged to her twice. He broke it off twice. He never married. He did have relationships with women. Felice is perhaps the most significant because he wrote hundreds of letters to her, sometimes daily, and of course they were published as well. So now we have a good sense of what he thought of her. Actually, you add that to his diary, which was also published, and we have really a 360-degree view of Franz Kafka and his relationships with women. He never could bring himself to marry any of the women that he had relationships with, and of course there's a treasure trove of information about his personal proclivities that are beyond our discussion here. So let's now focus, since we have a quick overview of his life and his associations, let's look at his writings briefly, and then we will turn to the Jewish and see what we can tease out of it. So, just before the lecture, we were having a little conversation about the word Kafkaesque. This is, of course, a word that has entered the English language out of Franz Kafka's works. The word Kafkaesque tends to mean something which is bizarre, absurd, confusing, strangely cruel and cold, and it really much of his writings. Franz Kafka was fond of describing these real landscape of the mind in which, people never find out why they're being abused. There's often a lot of pain and torture involved. There's sudden, unexplained death. There are characters that seem to have no, internal motivation other than pushing forward the grinding wheels of a cruel bureaucracy. It's definitely a very unusual and bizarre writing. I will describe the plots of a couple of them to you in a second. And they usually end badly. Kafkaesque often implies that there's an inevitable doom at the end, that somehow these things are not going to work out right. There's often a lot of conflict with fathers and sons, with fathers often driving their sons to death, sometimes to suicide. And it's not hard to read some, family conflict stories into Kafka's works. But they have like an incredible power and attraction for the human imagination. You read these stories and it's very hard to get rid of them. I'll give you one example here. Perhaps the most famous, well studied in college, is the Metamorphosis, which begins with this unexplained transformation of Gregor Samsa into a huge insect. He simply wakes up one morning and he's a bug. And he doesn't know what to do about it. He tries to communicate with his family, still living in the apartment with him. They're, of course, repulsed by him. They lock him in his room. He spends much of his time listening to his sister play the violin. There's a lot of strange conflict, and the story simply ends at that point. It's a disturbing, difficult story, just like this picture. And by the way, this picture is a shout out to one of my friends. He looks much better over here, Michael Kegel. He's, I guess you'd call him an internet. He puts out a lot of videos and things like that. Very smart guy, Rabbi Dr. Michael Kegel, who I went to high school with. And he reminded me of the Metamorphosis because we read it together way back in the 1980s or 70s, I guess. But anyway, the Metamorphosis is deeply disturbing. There's no explanations. Why is he transformed into an insect? And it's told, by the way, from the insect's perspective. What does he never seems to wonder deeply why I am an insect, but he worries about how he will to his sister and how he will relate to his parents, and how the furniture is cramping him in his room. They have to take out the furniture to make it possible for him to run around the room, all kinds of things like this. Living stories, nothing obviously Jewish about them, but as I think we shall see, there are some deeply Jewish elements that run through much of his writings. Another work, one that's my favorite in many ways, is The Trial, in which a character named Kay, of course, it's hard not to connect Kay to Kafka, finds out that he is arrested for a crime. And no one can explain to him exactly what his crime was, who is accusing him, who is the punishment, and it's lead up to a massive trial. And the entire novel is, him worrying about, why am I on trial? What did I do? Who is this accusing me of their accusation? And it's just in this kind of like nightmarish kind of scenario, suspended in a universe that has no gravity to it. Very difficult kind of writing, really great for undergraduates in their 20s, I think, who are, amazed by those things. But when you get older, I think it's very tedious. My wife would actually hate reading Kafka. Actually, she does hate reading Kafka. But this is the kind of story that he writes. And he wrote several, some of which he published in his lifetime. And as I mentioned earlier, some of which he refused to publish, but he refused to destroy as well. He did destroy many of his manuscripts, but he had several stories that he said, you know what, I can't bear to destroy them. I also don't want to publish them. So he ended up in Max Brod's hands. So that's the sort of shorthand version of Kafka and his writings and his family. What about the Jewish part of Kafka? Where does that come from, and what does that have to do with his writings? So we know a fair bit about Kafka's internal relationship to Judaism because he left quite a literary record, his own diary, a very extensive correspondence, and so on. We know that he had a kind of a perfunctory association with Judaism as a young child. He did have a bar mitzvah, which he felt was a singularly meaningless act, in which he just memorized some things to say, and he went to the synagogue that his father went to 4 times a year, and he recited that which he memorized, and then he moved on with his Jewish life, which was really quite tenuous, to say the best. But as an adult, he encountered first the Yiddish theater, and he was quite amazed by it. And I think, and this is just me and my amateur literary sensibility speaking here, I think what probably amazed him of the Jewish theater, the Yiddish theater, was the fact that there was a dynamic, living tradition that he encountered that far different from his bourgeois association of Judaism as being something dead that his father basically paid lip service to. The idea that these people who could get together and could put on a play in Yiddish, a language which you realize at the turn of the 20th century, Yiddish had barely been considered by Jews as a real language. The spelling had not been standardized until about 20 years earlier. There are huge debates over basic rules of grammar of what was Yiddish. My own grandmother, who I mentioned twice already, she never used the word Yiddish to describe Yiddish. She used the word Jewish. You speak Jewish, which of course Yiddish is the translation of the word Jewish. But it was like, that was just like we would say it's like Ebonics. It's like, that's just what ghetto talk. That's the way Jews would refer to Yiddish. They didn't take it seriously as a language, except for a few circles in Lithuania. And there were very, very few literary works that they could really stand on saying this is the literary tradition. So to see people using this kind of, jargon as the basis of a living piece of theater was something that impressed him deeply. He had a brief and powerful flirtation with Jewish literature. He read Gretz intensely. Heinrich Gretz, very important 19th historian, who was one of the first to really write in German a heroic encyclopedic history of the Jews that portrayed the Jews in a positive light, as opposed to Christian histories, and essentially tended to talk about post-biblical Judaism as a kind of an accident of history that had no real basis in historical validity, and was doomed to eventually simply fade away. Gretz portrayed the Jews as a heroic, long-suffering people who nevertheless managed to rise from the ashes, phoenix-like, and create, brand new civilizations and be extremely creative. And I think this fascinated Franz Kafka because he had never encountered, so to speak, the live charge, the actual AC DC current of Judaism that really existed in his time. And he went from there to explore many, many other sources of Judaism. He became quite an ardent Zionist for a while, even toyed with the idea of traveling to Israel himself. He once wrote in one of his letters that if he did not leave for Israel himself, he would at least have traced the route on the map many times with his finger. Meaning he contemplated it heavily. He wondered if he should have thrown his lot in with these young Zionist pioneers. In fact, really, that's the question. Where would he grow his identity? He had seen with his own eyes this bourgeois assimilated background, which did not take anything Jewish very seriously at all. And all of a sudden, as a young man, he started to encounter people who took Judaism with great seriousness. One of his friends became a Belzer Chassid, a Baal Tshuva. He became very deeply associated with Judaism, and he was fascinated with this. Why would someone go backwards in time? Why would someone leave the modernity that was Prague and suddenly the 15th century? How did that happen? So I would like to say that with his association with Judaism that occurred in his early 20s, he encountered many literary sources that informed his writing. I'm going to take you through three of them very briefly, and I'll leave it up to literary scholars to see if there's any merit in my personal analysis. The first influence I'd like to suggest was undoubtedly Midrash. You cannot walk 4 steps in Jewish biblical interpretation without encountering Midrash. Now, I know pretty much everyone in the room has a good sense of what Midrash is, but you'll forgive me if I speak for a couple minutes for the audience. I have 600 people in Latvia now who are waiting. What exact Midrash? So I've got to tell them. Midrash is an essential aspect of rabbinic literary productivity of the ancient period. According to Orthodox theology, Midrash comes from Sinai, meaning it has the same kind of authority as the biblical text. It does not have the same authority in terms of how it is read, however. Meaning the rules of hermeneutics are quite different from Midrash than it is for biblical text. For example, Midrash does not necessarily point to direct and clear conclusion. I'll give you one example that I just read this morning, for example. So this week is Parshas Toldos. We're reading about the deception of Isaac by his son Jacob. And in the context of describing the relationship between the father Isaac and his 2 sons Jacob and Esau, the verse says that Isaac loved Esau because game was in his mouth. Game meaning not like he's got game like white guys playing basketball, game like, birds that you shoot and eat. Having fun. I don't know about you. So what happened? So the standard way to read that, I think, is, we know that Esau was a hunter, and that he would go out and he would kill animals and he would bring them home, and Isaac would eat them, which is problematic in terms of things are kosher. But the idea is, reading it since that game was in his mouth, meaning that Isaac got to eat meat as a result of Esau's activity, whereas Jacob was sitting in the basement learning Gemara all day. He wasn't bringing home any, kosher rabbit stew or anything. But Rashi quotes a midrash that says, "Wait a second, you assume too much with the pronouns here. Game was in his mouth does not refer to hunted food that was in Isaac's mouth. Rather, game was in his mouth, meaning that Isaac was trapped within Esau's mouth. For Esau, for he came in his mouth, meaning that Esau had completely fooled his father Esau into thinking that he was a very special and honorable person. Not the case, and Isaac was helpless before him, like a rabbit in the jaws of a hunting dog. So that one little midrash that simply points out the ambiguity of the pronoun "who was in whose mouth" is all over the Torah, pushing left and right. Some of them, however, are much more enigmatic and difficult to understand. For example, one that my good friend Rabbi Yaakov Trump spoke about in one of his classes, which is on the web. Maybe I'll put a little link to it here. The Medrash says, speaking about Abraham, that, and this is a very Kafkaesque way, Abraham was walking along the way, and he saw a palace on fire. And he said to himself, "Wow, this palace must be ownerless," right? Meaning, like, who would let their palace go on fire? And the owner of the palace sticks his head out the window and says, "No, this is my palace. and of the Midrash. It goes on to connect it to say this is Abraham's discovery of God. But the problematic thing is, like, why is the palace owner staying in the palace if it's on fire? Why is the palace not asking Abraham, hey, put out the fire? What's happening in the story? Why is it on fire? It's a very, very complicated, difficult midrash, which Rabbi Trump, following Rabbi Sachs, says the unstated material in the midrash is what's important. That really the owner of the palace is saying to Abraham, I am the owner of the house. I'm completely aware it is on fire. And the reason it is on fire is because I want you to act on putting it out. Similarly, the message is that God has left us in an environment that is imperfect, where there is cruelty and there is inhumanity. And our object is not to simply observe it, but to interact with it and to try to put out the fires, so to speak. Very appropriate, I think, in the context of what's going on in Israel today, so that's why I thought of it. But these kinds of midrashim, this difficult way of teasing out meaning in the biblical text, is essentially Jewish. It's been the Jewish way of studying the Bible for thousands of years, literally. Kafka certainly came across this, and in many ways, his stories are sort of twisted, midrashim. They're strange, enigmatic. They end up badly in midrashim that often end up very positively, but I'm sure that this literary influence was heavy in his mind. Okay, that's number one. Number two, Zionism. Like I mentioned with the context of the theater, I think just the audacity that the Jews would want to pick up and create a national homeland in the ancient territory of Israel. That is such a shattering kind of idea. Thank God, we've lived with it for 70 odd years. So for us, it's like, well, of course. But to put yourself back even just 110 odd years to the turn of the 20th century, try to imagine what it must have been like for people to suggest that the Jews, who are a minority everywhere, decided to go back and retake a territory that they had lost 2,000 years ago. It's astounding. It's hard even to imagine such a thing. But people were serious about it. It was a very, very powerful movement. It swept up Jews all over Europe, and it engendered tremendous change. And Kafka, encountering Zionism as a living, breathing force, certainly had a strong impact on us. We know of this from his diaries, but I believe that this channel of meaning, huge conduit, a river of energy, is something that affected him. But if you recall, I think that Kafka was scared to step into these rivers. I think that he was fascinated with them, but I think he also felt that he would be overwhelmed by the tremendous surge of meaning that these things would impose on him. That if he were, for example, to become completely engrossed in biblical study, what would that say about the relatively comfortable and, placid pedestrian life that he created in the insurance industry? All of a sudden, would it demand change of his own lifestyle that he was not necessarily to impose on himself? He harbored a tremendous degree of self-doubt and self-disgust. His diary are filled with, all kinds of passages about, his disgust with his own personality, his own body in particular, his sexuality, and the idea of connecting himself to a source of meaning, like ancient Judaism or Islam, was something that threatened him deeply, and he was terrified. Finally, the last influence that I think is very significant would be Hasidism in particular. Hasidism was enjoying an interesting renaissance in the 20s and 30s in particular. It's a little bit past his time, but nevertheless the roots were there when he was becoming more engaged in Jewish things. Martin Buber, of course, wrote his famous collection of tales of Hasidism around this time. And Hasidism was discovered by assimilated, westernized Jews as a source of tremendous poetry and meaning that could be actually applied within the Western context. They did not view the Hasidim as kind of backward peasant type Jews. Rather, they were actually, somehow holding on to truths which were integral to the bourgeois Western mind. In particular, Nachman of Breslov was a huge influence on Kafka. According to a friend who did some research on this area, I didn't actually have a chance to run it down myself. But Nachman of Breslov certainly makes a lot of sense. Nachman of Breslov was one of the most enigmatic Hasidic leaders of the 19th century. He was also fairly prolific, at least in the stories that were recorded by his major disciples. And these stories often have, if we can use the term anachronistically, a Kafkaesque kind of a couple of examples. And I hope you'll see the Kafka echoes in them. The story of Rabbi Nachman of Breslov about the prince who thought he was a Reuben. So it's a famous story. It basically goes like this. There's this prince who thinks he is a rooster. And he spends all his day naked on the floor, pecking at little bits of corn or whatever he can to eat. His king, his father the king, and by the way, in Breslov stories, the king is usually a metaphor for God, is distraught and has no idea what to do. So there's all kinds of doctors, and no one can cure the son who thinks he's a rooster. Finally, this one sage comes, and the rabbi says, I can cure him. So the king says, really? He says, yeah, the only thing is you have to do whatever I say. The king says, anything to cure my son. So immediately the rabbi takes off all his clothes and goes under the table with the son. And the prince looks at the rabbi and says to him, what are you doing here? And he says, what do you mean, what am I doing here? What are you doing here? He says, well, I'm a rooster. I'm eating, crumbs off the floor. And he says, I'm also a rooster. I'm also eating crumbs off the floor. So the prince, accepts that. Then the rabbi signals to one of his attendants who throws him a pair of pants, and he puts on the pants. And the prince says to him, what are you doing? He says, what do you mean, what am I doing? I'm putting on pants. And the prince says, but you're a rooster. And the rabbi says, you think a rooster can't wear pants? Look, I can wear pants. So the prince looks at him and says, I guess so. And then he calls for a pair of pants. He puts on a pair of pants. And this goes on until eventually the prince is sitting at the table, fully dressed and behaving like a prince in every way. So that's a Breslov story. It ends there. And of course, you wonder, well, what happened here? Was the prince actually cured, or did the prince simply learn those behaviors that were considered socially acceptable? Nachman of Breslov not give you that answer, but nevertheless, it's got that kind of Kafkaesque feel. It's got that bizarre element to it. Many others like this. Another one, for example, about a very short line about a year when a Chaldean, a seer of the stars, tells the king that the wheat harvest is poisoned, and because of the wheat that year, we'll go insane. And the king says, what should we do? If we don't eat the wheat, then everyone else will think we're insane. But if we eat the wheat, then we'll be insane too. So the Chaldean says, don't worry, I'll mark your head and mine with ashes, and then we will eat the wheat. It's true we will go insane, but at least we will know that each of us is insane. Bizarre kind of story. I think also very Kafkaesque. If you read enough of these stories, you will also write like Franz Kafka, right? Because they have that kind of strange, enigmatic, where are they going kind of stories. Many of these kinds. So I would argue that these three elements, his encounter with Midrash, his encounter with Zionism as a modern political force, and his encounter with Hasidism, particularly the stories of Rabbi Nachman of Breslov, really find their voice in Kafka's own writings. Now, so taken all together, like last week we spoke about Emma Goldman. And I have to say, I found that a difficult lecture because, I was excited to learn about her life. Her story was in the biography series that I've been reading all year. And, she's a crusader for women's rights and social justice and things. When I finished my research, and by the time I finished the lecture, I felt like, wow, that was kind of like unsatisfying. It didn't have like an uplifting ending to it. I didn't feel like I got anywhere as a result of it in terms of my own Jewishness. But with Franz Kafka, I think there's something very different here. With Franz Kafka, even though he himself remained a secular Jew, in many ways he was, he viewed certain aspects of Judaism very negatively. Nevertheless, I can find a point of contact with him in my own personal journey into Judaism, I can understand where he's coming from. I can understand the idea of, not feeling at home in any culture, feeling so cosmopolitan that I don't have roots in, this culture, that culture, this language, that language, even English, my mother tongue. Why is it my mother tongue? And sometimes I read books in Hebrew and I think, will my great-grandchildren be able to read anything I published in my own language? More importantly, will they want to read anything I published? This is fun for me. Thank you for, giving me a therapeutic moment. Because alienation from Judaism creates kind of like a magnetic dynamic where he's drawn to Judaism, repelled by it at the same time, wants to get drawn into the orbit of Judaism, but at the same time wants to maintain his own trajectory. And that huge tension between wanting to be absorbed within Judaism and at the same time wanting to maintain his own way of thinking about things is really what generated a huge amount of energy that was ultimately expressed in his literary works. So I think reading Kafka, even though it's painful and sometimes very difficult, I would especially avoid the short stories. Those tend to be much worse even than the trial or metamorphosis. But reading them again with a view, thinking about the Jewish condition, I believe will generate quite positive and powerful insights into the nature of Jewish identity in the modern world. And with that, we have to conclude with his death. He contracted tuberculosis in 1917. He broke off his engagement with Felice in large part because he saw that at the time this, of course, was an incurable disease. And ultimately, he passed in 1924. But his legacy, is phenomenal. He's a truly original writer. There's no one at all like Kafka in the Western canon of literature. He had a huge impact on all post-war writings, to be sure, because of that ambiguity and of the lack of meaning, the desire for meaning, or the lack of it present at the same time, had really a phenomenal impact on thinkers for the last century. With that, I want to thank you again for your attention and your endurance. You've really been great to talk to. I've learned a lot about myself in this psychoanalytic session. Thank you very much for coming.
Stand clear of the closing doors, please.
The next stop is Avenue J.
He was supposed to be quitting the Golden Hour podcast. And now it seems like
good evening, everyone. Thank you for coming. I'm especially grateful that you're here today because it became clear as I was doing research about this individual and speaking to many people that Americans have never heard of Janusz Korczak before. And I'm just curious, how many of you in this audience have ever heard of Janusz Korczak? So for everyone in Latvia, I think we're looking at about 10 to 15% of the audience has heard of Janusz Korczak, which is amazing because it is such a phenomenal story that goes along with his life. And I'm really the one to give so many of you your first mission to this heroic and inspirational figure. So let's get to it. Who was Janusz Korczak? That's our. First of all, how do you pronounce his name? I hope I'm going to get it right. My Polish is not so good. Janusz Korczak. It was a pseudonym. His real name is Henryk Goldschmidt, which is much easier for us. But under the name Korczak, he became famous as the name Korczak. In some contexts, he used both names, but he was quite a literary figure, and so he adopted this as his pseudonym, and it happened to stick. He's known by one of his most famous biographers as the King of Children because his great contribution to global society is a complete re-envisioning of the rights of a child. He was a pioneer of children's rights in the early 20th century, and a heroic, legendary figure who took care of orphans in particular in Poland. And so much of his work reaches into so many areas that affect us today in terms of how we relate to children. I mean, it's a strange thing because, we think that the concept of a child is fairly constant throughout intellectual history of the world, but it is not, in fact. If you look at, for example, Renaissance paintings in particular, children tend to look just like small adults with adult proportions, only smaller in scale. What they look like, children have different proportions. You ever see a baby, for example, raise his hands over his head? His elbow is pretty much at the top, is low down because their proportions are quite different to their body. We have the same kind of blocked mindset with regards to how we understand child psychology. So Korczak was one of those figures who really gave us a radical new way to look at the child, a fundamentally humane and sophisticated way that has directly and indirectly benefited the lives of millions. His years are 1878 or 1879. There was some doubt after the actual year of his birth until 1942 when he was killed by the Nazis in the Treblinka death camp. I am relying for today's lecture quite heavily on this biography, The King of Children, by Betty Jean Rifkin. Really quite cool and beautiful biography, and I strongly encourage you to read it yourself. She was also a pioneer of children's rights, particularly with regards to adoption. She titled her own memoir Twice Born, and it was the story of her search for her own birth mother, and the kind of innovations and the kind of promotion that she put forth towards the rights of adopted children has changed much legislation in this country and elsewhere to release information about adopted mothers to their children as adults. So, and by the way, her husband is also a very famous historian, Jay Lifton, who wrote some important works on the Holocaust. She researched this book while she was traveling with her husband doing his own primary research as well. So let's go straight to the life of Janusz Korczak, known as Henryk Goldschmidt. He came from a rather unusual background for this particular series. He came from an upper middle class Polish Jewish family, a member of the intelligentsia, which is a class that you find in Eastern Europe that refers to people who are literati, professionals, doctors, lawyers, and so on. They were assimilated, but very patriotic Jews. His father and his uncle wrote regularly about Jewish causes, about Zionism, about patriotism, although they were not themselves religiously observant. Father was a lawyer and quite active in the literary world as well, as I mentioned. Unfortunately, his father would ultimately have a nervous breakdown and be committed to a sanatorium for the rest of his life. And Henryk Goldschmidt always felt a kind of an ambivalence towards his father. As a result, he occasionally referred to himself deprecatingly as the son of a madman, and it contributed most likely to his own decision not to marry and have children himself. We'll get to that decision a little bit later in our presentation, but his background was basically an assimilated Polish-Jewish family. He occupies, and his family occupies, a very special moment in Jewish history that we really only have a few examples of this throughout our millennial past. America happens to be very similar to the post-Jewish moment in many ways, but let's kind of explore what the 19th century meant for Jews living in Poland. We should bear in mind the demographics. Poland, of course, is home to Jews for about 1,000 years. A major immigration of Jews starts in the 14th and 15th centuries, although there had been Jews living there quite a bit longer than that. As Jews are kind of forced out of Western Europe by growing anti-Semitism, Jews are invited to Poland by the local lords and by the kings who saw the Jews as economic engines of development. Jews were active in the early minting of coins in Poland and very active in leaseholding and things like that. So there's a massive buildup of Jews in Poland, and they were not really trading into Russia because Russia had an Jewish position from the late 15th century that made the border kind of like a big stop for Jews. So Jews are piling up as they immigrate into the Polish regions. And their relations with Poles were sometimes difficult. Jews were brought in to act as middlemen for the most part, just lords and often Ukrainian land holding. The Jews would collect taxes, land taxes, and tax farming of various types, and then report the money back to the Polish landlord. As we've mentioned in many contexts, Jews as a minority tend to orient themselves towards the state power because, as a minority, they are vulnerable, and it makes most sense for them to identify culturally with the dominant power rather than identifying with the people among whom they live, which occasionally has tragic consequences as the local population sometimes rises up against the landlords and their Jewish agents, which was in fact the case in the 17th century. But in the 19th century, Jews and Poles strengthened this relationship in a very profound way, primarily because Polish and Jewish intellectuals found common cause in their quasi-exile status. They found lines that resulted in a unique flourishing of Polish and Jewish, rapprochement that we also saw, for example, in Germany in the 19th century, and we see to a large degree in America as well. A good part of the reason for that, I forgot to mention it, just to give you a sense of the rootedness of Jews in Poland, the Jews were given such significant freedoms and rights within the medieval Polish kingdoms that they actually organized all of their municipalities, called kehilot, into one massive superstructure called the Council of Lands, sometimes referred to as the Council of Four Lands. This is a couple of pages from the minute book of the Council of Lands, which effectively created a Jewish state within a state that extended from the Baltic to the Black Sea and allowed the Jews a phenomenal degree of self-government that they really had not had since they had Israel 1,500 odd years before. That came crashing to a halt just shortly before the partitions of Poland. And this is where the Polish-Jewish thing begins to take effect. Poland, a large but comparatively weak country, was envied by its three neighbors: Germany to the west, Austria to the southwest, and Russia to the east. And so in one of the most political acts of the modern era, these three large empires simply made a deal with each other to carve up Poland in three successive partitions. So you see this sort of color-coded. The German Empire took these yellow and orange sections between 1772 and 1795. The Austrian Empire took these sort of purplish sections, and the Russian Empire took this yellow-green in three separate partitions. So within the space of a couple decades, Poland simply disappeared from politically, and Poles were absorbed into the populations of these two big empires. Now, the Jews, of course, were a minority who were living in exile quite comfortably in some cases for many centuries, and the Poles all of a sudden found themselves in exile in situ, meaning they're still living in their homes, but all of a sudden their country is no longer part of it. And so as the Polish drive for reestablishing a national state began to grow in the 19th century, they found common cause with many Jews who had identified with Polish culture, creating this moment that only lasted about 60 or 70. Poles and Jews found common cause with each other. There's another way to look at it that's more relevant for our story today, because we're going to be looking at Warsaw, of course, the capital of Poland, which was deep within the Russian Empire. And the Russians in particular, realizing the Poles were not only geographically more European, they were culturally much more European, much more Western, much more advanced than most of European. They really put their foot down on any kind of Polish national expression. Polish language was forbidden in many contexts, the Polish educational system and so on, and they really did everything they could to try and Russify the Poles. It's funny when I show my students this, they really can't believe it, but Russia is a monstrous country. It's 1/6 of the world's land surface, but it really only ends right about here, not in Moscow, maybe over here. You got the Ural River, and everything past here is all Siberia. So most of what happens in Russia is this tiny section here, which is European Russia. And Poland represented the most European of the Russian section. So this is the period in which Henryk Goldschmidt was born, the period when Jews and Poles are coming closer together than they ever had before. There were some failed uprisings of Poles in 1863, for example, that the Jews participated in actively. They sang songs about them, and they celebrated this kind of hoping to throw off the yoke of Russian servitude. This is something that Goldschmidt himself was very much in identification with. He was a Polish patriot. He served in the military on 2 occasions, and by the way, during the Holocaust itself, it's unusual. He refused to take off his Polish military uniform, even in the ghetto, which was essentially a way of guaranteeing your death sentence. All of his assistants would insist that he keep an overcoat over his jacket when he went out in public to make sure he wasn't accosted by some Nazi for wearing a Polish military uniform. But in his youth, he was attracted to 2 different career paths. One career path was literature. That was his first love. He had a wicked sense of he had a brilliant pen, and he wrote frequently in the local papers and longer sections that were eventually published as small booklets, and he became very, very popular. As I mentioned, he took the name Janusz Korczak as a pseudonym when he was competing in an essay competition. We just happened to see a title of a book that featured the name Janusz Korczak. He spelled it wrong, and so Janusz Korczak. It just sounds like a very Polish name. It's the syllables and it doesn't have a Germanic ending like Goldschmidt. So therefore, he thought, I'm going to adopt a really Polish name, just like an American writer might make or something like that. It turns out he was a beloved leader to many, and this is to the population as a whole. However, he also had a tremendous love for children that would be his abiding love for the rest of his life. And he was especially moved by the experiences he had working with children in Warsaw, and eventually he would be attracted to helping out in orphanages. And he decided that he could help children more actively as a medical doctor than he could as a writer, so he elected to go to medical school. At this time, by the way, much of his studies were conducted at the so-called Flying University, which was an illegal Polish nationalistic university that was operating sub rosa in the Russian Empire, having occasional lectures in people's apartments and things like that. Eventually, it grew into a full university status, especially after Poland achieved independence. But he went to medical school. He ended up becoming a medical doctor, and he was drafted into the Russian army in 1904 to fight in Russia. This is a picture of him in his youth when he's in his military uniform, where he served as a medic on the Japanese front. He had a lot of encounters with Chinese orphanages at that time, and he brought back a lot of his experiences and incorporated them into much of the children's writing that he worked on. At the same time, he is not losing of his philosophical musings about the nature of childhood, and he's writing as he is working both in medicine and later as he is working in the army. By the way, just to give you a sense of his wicked sense of humor, he began to lose his hair in his early 20s, and his bald pate was one of the ways in which he was often most recognized by his childish followers. And you read accounts of what he was like as a doctor when he would come to people's homes to heal sick children, and if the children were feeling bad, he would let them, for example, draw on his head with crayons, things like that, anything to get a lot out of the children. He was also beloved to children as beggar children as well. I want to read you one little passage that's from around this period that's also quite touching. Wasn't intending to read this to you, but it just occurred to me. Well, it's worth it to read it exactly. He was walking with a friend when they were approached by a little beggar child, about 10 years old, he says, who insisted on giving Dr. Korchak some 20 kopecks that he had given to him a time ago. And Korchak said, "Why are you giving it back to me?" And he said, I felt bad about lying to you. I said that my father would beat me if I didn't bring back the money that I lost, but that was a lie. I just said it to get the money." And then the Korchak says, "Does that work?" And he says, "Most of the time." And so I'm not going to find it right now. So the Korchak says to the child, "Well, then why are you giving it back to me?" He says, "Because when you gave me the 20 kopecks, you gave me a kiss on the forehead. And no one has kissed me on my forehead since my mother died. And I felt so badly for taking your money afterwards. I have you and find you." It's a beautiful kind of stories, and it's one of thousands that surround Korchak's hugely beloved figure. And I should really emphasize that he was beloved as a Polish hero. That might be part of the reason why he's so poorly known in America, but in Poland, he is a national hero. He's absolutely Jewish, but truly someone that they look up to in a saintly way. Here's one of his books translated into English, How to Love a Child, The Inspirational Words of Janusz Korczak. And just, if you can see at the top, there's a little blurb that says, "For the world today, Janusz Korczak is a symbol of true religion and true morality. Pope John Paul II." So John Paul II probably knows a little bit about organized religion, you would think. It's ironic that he should call a secular assembly a symbol of true religion. Fascinating combination. I should also point out, since we were talking briefly about this, that even though he himself was not observant, since the vast majority of his charges when he was operating the Jewish orphanages in Warsaw were from observant backgrounds, he maintained strict cautious and Shabbos observance in the orphanages so that the children would feel more at home. Shabbos was celebrated. He never married. He never adopted a child of his own. They were all his children. Shabbos was celebrated together with the orphans, and he was celebrated by reading them stories and making up stories for them as part of their bedtime rituals and so on. Now, what exactly did he have to say about child rearing that was so special? We can really delve into this in great depth. I'm going to focus on one idea in particular, and that is his fundamental agreement with John Locke. I'm sure you're familiar with Locke's ideas, a very influential Enlightenment thinker who had a huge influence on American political philosophy, for example. But one of his biggest psychological insights, the idea that people or children are a tabula rasa, meaning a blank slate. His idea was that once a person was born, the brain and the mind had no data whatsoever, no programming, no inclinations to X or Y, no proclivities whatsoever. Tabula rasa, like a blank hard drive, to speak to maybe some of my undergraduate students. And then what flows from Locke's thinking, which was really, orthodox thought, little orthodox thought in child psychology, is that therefore, if a child's mind is a tabula rasa, all we have to do is imprint upon it the correct data. And as long as we teach the correct information, then the child, of course, will grow up to be superhuman in so many ways, completely moral and hyper intelligent and kinds of things like this. Of course, it's been a colossal failure ever since. We have not been able to put in place this perfect educational system, primarily because a lot of brain science has shown that people are not born as a tabula rasa. People are born with a lot of pre-programmed information. They've done with, for example, twin studies and things like that. One of my favorite twin studies, by the way, is the so-called Springer twins from Ohio, who are, they should be about 60, 70 years old right now, but they were separated at birth, and they happened to meet each other 40 years after they were separated, and it turns out that there's like an uncanny series of similarities. They build the same kind of wraparound porch around their home. They both have a dog that they named Troy. They both have a son that they named Alan, one with two L's, one with one L. They were both married twice. This is weird. The first wife was named Betty. The second wife for both of them was named Linda. But one of the twins divorced and he married another girl. I think her name was Kathy or something, which made the second Linda very nervous every time her husband hung around with a guy girl named Kathy. At any rate, how did Korchak differ? He said, no, it's not that they are tabula rasa. They are imprinted with a degree of holiness and purity. They start out perfect. The adult world progressively ruins them. It does not allow the natural holiness and natural purity and honesty and decency of a child to persist as the child matures and develops. Let me just give you one example. No, I don't think this example. But this is the basic idea that it was a starting point, a very simple idea, that the child starts out perfect, and we as adults just burden them with so much negativity and so much contrariness and so much bureaucracy that simply the children break down under the weight of our abuse. He felt that children were the least valued in society because they were intrinsically powerless, because they did not have the strength, the might, the money to change their realities. And it is the adult world's responsibility to shelter that goodness and allow it to flourish to maturity. And that was his starting point, and it informed his life thought for decades. Among the kinds of things, the innovations that he introduced in the orphanages, of course, he was drawn to orphanages because these are children who are the least powerful. These are children who don't even have adults to advocate for them on a regular basis. And he pioneered so much of the design of orphanages, the regimen of orphanages, and so on. This is, by the way, the cover of an English translation of one of his most famous children's books. He wrote children's books simultaneously with his adult feuilletons and so on. King Matt I, which is about a child who becomes king after the passing of his father. It was, ironically, one of the first books that really told described the world from the perspective of a 10-year-old boy. There's something that, we think of these things as being, so bound up with children's literature that must go back thousands of years, but it's very hard to think of many examples of literature written from the perspective of a child, him or herself, before the 19th century. Maybe Huck Finn, things like that, but certainly it was a similar time period. Anyways, King Matt, in his attempt, and it mirrors a lot of Korchakian thought, Matt attempts to, reform the world by putting all the children in charge, because the children are intrinsically good, and making the adults go to school. They really deserve to be retrained after everything. But the problem is the children don't know how to, run the streetcars and perform dentistry and things like that, so they ultimately have to pay to the adults to take over again, but they both learn from the experience. Fascinating story in many ways. The kinds of innovations that he introduced, for example, is judgment by one's peers. So in the orphanages, he set up children's tribunals to allow the children to make their own decisions about who should be punished and under what circumstances they should be punished. Obviously with a certain degree of moderation, but the children were able to exercise greater passion for the transgressions of others because they understood them so much more clearly. He was also very big into empowering the children by creating a children's parliament, allowing them self-governance in their own homes and orphanage, creating their own media. Yeah, I'll show you a picture of one of the children's newspapers that he authored with them. And so there was a tremendous amount of emphasis that was placed on giving the children the power to chart their own destiny. Including this, for example, was what he felt was the child's right. This is a period, the turn of the 20th century. Medical technology is not far advanced. Poland is a fairly confident country when you compare to Western European countries, and children are dying of malnutrition and typhus and all kinds of things. And he felt that children, when they were that sick, and this is writing as a medical doctor, that they should be allowed to die with dignity. They should not have the lowest measures applied to them if they felt they were just too exhausted to go on. Fascinating, I think, in many of his ideas. During World War I, there was tremendous change in Poland, of course. And so after walking through some of the political and military developments, because they affected Korczak and his enterprise very heavily. First, have a look at this map here. This is a period of incredible change in Europe that will affect many people who talk about this term. This is Europe before World War I, and you can see that the bulk of East Central Europe is divided between three massive countries, the German Empire, the Austro-Hungarian Empire, and the Russian Empire. Poland, of course, is right in the middle here because it was swallowed up 100 years prior by those three massive states. After World War I, amazingly, all three of those massive states were devastated. Germany, perhaps the least, although it lost Prussia here, which is unfortunately an orange. It really should be the same color as Germany over here. And the Austro-Hungarian Empire is devastated and broken up into all these tiny states over here. Yugoslavia, of course, being smaller states. And Russia, although it's still labeled Russia in this map, which I just took off the internet, so right colors. Russia is, of course, no longer Russia. It is the Soviet Union. It's a different country. So those are the big losers of World War I in many ways. But there are lots of winners, like Czechoslovakia, brand new country carved out of the top of Austria-Hungary, Yugoslavia, I mentioned earlier, the Baltic states, Lithuania, Latvia, Estonia, but most famously and most largely is Poland, this massive new country that has risen phoenix-like from the ashes. 100-odd years earlier, everyone thought that was it for Poland because it was absorbed by its three larger neighbors, and then just over a century later, it emerges once again as an independent country. But it is an independent country with a lot of problems, to be sure. In fact, as one of my teachers liked to say, the World War II understood as World War I Part 2, because the peace treaties after World War I were so clearly thought out that World War II was rendered virtually inevitable because there's so many dissatisfied players. Looking at Austria-Hungary, for example, fully 2/3 of Austrian citizens live outside of Austria. Lithuania, up there in the north, the capital city of Lithuania is located in another country. It's located in Poland, Vilnius. And Poland itself, with 2/3 citizens not Polish in terms of ethnicity. So there's these complicated, difficult situations as a result of this map. Poland now struggles to establish itself when it has a lot of restive neighbors and it has a lot of subgroups living within it. How come Poland gets to have a country? We live here too. Why don't we get our own state? Like, for example, the Ukrainians who were given a Soviet Socialist Republic out here, but they felt they're just it's Ukrainian name only. They're really dominated by the Russians under Soviet guys. But there's lots of Ukrainians living here in the South Poland who are saying, hey, what happened to us? How come? And then there's a sub-Ukrainian group called the Rus who are saying, wait a second, you're forgetting about us. And they're saying, no, you're also Ukrainians. Oh my gosh, it goes on and on forever. And what about the Jews? The Jews, of course, have no specific place anywhere in the map. There is a rising movement movement for Jews to move to Israel. But Poland still houses over 3 million Jews, a very significant number, and it has to figure out what to do with them. Poland essentially decides to follow a democratic path, creating a Sejm parliament in which Jews organize themselves as political parties all across the spectrum, including religious parties like Agudas Israel, and they serve in the Polish parliament. So it's really a special kind of moment where this Polish Jewish synthesis that matured in the 19th century, that persevered under the intense Russian persecution in the last decades of the Russian Empire, finally flourishes in the 1920s. Very difficult time economically, very difficult time socially and politically, but nevertheless, it's sort of like a honeymoon for Poles and Jews as they experience this first rush of freedom in a reconstituted Poland with freedom for all. And it's in that Korczak really becomes a national hero. He's well known by this point for his many humorous writings. He's well known and well loved in the city of Warsaw, the capital, for his work on behalf of Poles, orphans. He ultimately decides to leave his medical practice and exclusively devote himself to the care of orphans. He spends much of his time researching throughout the world, including a few times, to try and understand what is the best way that orphans may be cared for. Here's an example of one of his orphanages, a very modern structure that was built exclusively at his direction with wide open spaces. For example, he built the dormitories, the sleeping rooms, very large open rooms with a glass cubicle right in the center where he would work. That was his office, and so he could look in on the children sleeping, boys on one side, girls on the other side, and they could, if they woke in the middle of the night, they could see him working late into the night at his desk and be comforted by his presence. Here's a picture of him with charges. We'll zoom into where he is. He employed many of his own graduates. These children would go on and later wish to come back and work in the orphanages. And he was a heroic figure on the level of someone like Maria Theresa, someone like the nun from Calcutta, things like that, kind of viewed as a truly good, holy individual, and at the same time a very brilliant sense of humor. This is an example of the printed version of his children's newspapers, which originally started with his children submitting handwritten stories, which then would be read on Shabbos morning. Eventually, it became a regular feature of a national newspaper, the stories that these orphans would write, published throughout the country. It was on one of these trips that he made this, profound decision not to have children himself, not to marry and have children. He may have been partially affected by his own ambivalence and concern about the fate of his father, perhaps other factors, but he to England. This is, by the way, a bill that commemorates his work. He traveled to England to view the facilities there for orphans, and he went into one fairly average orphanage, as he describes it, but located in a suburb of London, and he was absolutely astounded by the beauty of the place. It was, set in rolling hills with wide, airy spaces and all kinds of play areas for children, and it was very sanitary and it was well staffed. And he suddenly, and he contrasted that with Depression-era Poland and the urban nature of the Warsaw ghettos that he was associated with, and he felt deeply ashamed that he could not care for children as well as far richer English countryside did. And so at that point he said, I simply cannot have children of my own. I have to devote myself entirely to the children in Warsaw. Let me read to you one passage that I found personally very moving that described Korczak's relationship with children in some way. So he writes of an 8-year-old boy who woke up with a toothache in the dormitory. Grabbing Korczak's hand, he spilled out his anguish. Here's the quote. Then my mother died. Then I was sent to my grandmother, but she also died. Then I was taken to my aunt who wasn't home. It was cold. My uncle took me in, very poor. I was hungry. His children were sick. He put me in a storage so I wouldn't catch anything. My teeth always hurt at night. Then a woman took me for a short time, but she walked me to a square and left me. It was dark. I was 8. Boys started to push me. Then a policeman took me to the station. Everyone was cold. They sent me to my aunt. She shouted at me and made me swear not to tell you everything that's happened to me. Can I stay here? I can. Aren't you Paul on the grass? I didn't know. He fell in Korchak melody. It was, but for a brief moment, I definitely saw an aura of light around his tired 8-year-old head. I'd seen such a phenomenon only once before. And then he added, even as I write this, I know no one will understand. It is impossible unless one has been in a large orphanage dormitory in the still of the night. So, moving past mystical, mysterious association with children for one of deep and abiding love that persisted throughout his entire career. Unfortunately, the political environment in Poland deteriorated rapidly in the 1930s. The venerable General Marshal Joseph Pilsudski, shown here on the left, although a formidable-looking figure perhaps in the photograph, was committed to a democratic, multicultural Poland. When he came to power, recognizing how, as I mentioned, only a third of Polish citizens were actually of Polish ethnicity themselves, he recognized that this Polish country had to be post-ethnic. It had to be a democratic country that admitted citizenship for all. And that included Jews and Ukrainians and the Russian and so many other peoples. The Jews, even though he was more to the right in many aspects, Jews found a modus vivendi with him and were able to participate in the Seims, in the parliaments that he oversaw. But his view of a multi-ethnic Poland was not to be the one that pertained in the 1930s. We should also bear in mind that, in the 1930s, this is the era when Hitler's star was rising. Hitler is sent to jail for the beer hall putsch in the early out in 1924 after writing his biography, Mein Kampf, his autobiography. He's a rock star, and eventually in 1903 he comes to power, and it seems he can do no wrong. Following Mussolini, who is also a rising star in Europe, it seems that the entire continent is shifting to the right, and this happens in Poland as well. Roman Dmowski, who is Pilsudski's most bitter rival, argues a form of integral nationalism, which is a technical term that basically means Poland for the Poles, France for the French, England for the English. The idea that the state should be identical with its ethnicity. And that, of course, leaves little room for Jews or Ukrainians or anyone who is not Polish Catholic. And Dmowski's neo-fascist ideology pushes Poland into a corner with regards to the treatment of its Jews. And this is, independent of the World War II and the Nazi invasion of Poland. This is something that's happening organically in Poland, as is throughout East Central Europe as well. You see this in England even. You see it all over Europe, this idea that the nation state should be identified with one particular nationality. And of course the Jews are pushed out of this image. Jews are subject to a whole series of humiliating persecutions and discriminations. The so-called ghetto benches, for example, in which Jewish students relegated to the back of the university classrooms and not allowed to sit with the other Polish students. All kinds of things like this, which would ultimately culminate in the persecutions of the Holocaust. There's a lot to say about it. We won't go into in great detail, but for our purposes right now, we should bear in mind that even in contemporary Poland, there's a massive historical struggle, or a struggle over history to understand the role of anti-Semitism independent of Nazi anti-Semitism. The Poles, we should bear in mind, they were allies. I mean, they were invaded by the Nazis. They were on the side of the West, but they shared a very bitter anti-Semitism with the Nazis as well. Okay. So this brings us, of course, to the Holocaust. And this brings us to the most tragic period of Kolchak's life, but at the same time, the most heroic. It shows most about his personality and his strength as a leader. The ghetto itself was established in stages. When the Nazis invaded in September of 1939, entering Warsaw over the next month and a half, they did not immediately segregate the Jews into a particular region. In fact, it was one of the most difficult things the Nazis could do because the Jews had been living in Warsaw for about a millennium, and it was very difficult to separate Jewish civilization from Christian civilization in Warsaw. You can look at this map here, which shows you the ghetto in its maturity, and it's not a squared off grid at all. It's all kinds of like little dips, and certain buildings were retained on the Aryan side, perhaps an old church or a hospital, things like that. And it was very difficult for the Nazis to actually establish a ghetto, but by 1940 it was in fact established. Throughout this time, Korczak, who, as I mentioned earlier, was an assimilated Polish Jew and a Polish national hero, had his own apartment well on the Aryan side, and his orphanage was located in a fairly expensive region of town and outside of the ghetto. And he received many opportunities as the ghetto walls were forming to stay on that side, including even an American delegation that came to Warsaw for humanitarian relief, offered to take this world-famous exponent of children's rights and spirit them out of the country. Jews were allowed to leave Poland until late 1940. The unfortunate reality is, though, they had no address to which to travel. There was no country that would have them. But Korczak had the opportunity over and over again, both before the walls were lifted and, in fact, even well up into the period when the ghetto was sealed, to be spirited out either by the resistance or openly by various delegations. And, of course, he consistently refused because he wanted to remain with his charges, about 200 some children initially, and considerably more with the poison of the ghetto. The Nazis operated two kinds of ghettos, as historians one kind is what some historians call a productionist ghetto, in which it seemed that the underlying philosophy of the ghetto was to put the Jews to slave labor, to utilize them to produce something useful for the Third Reich. This was the case in Łódź, which is pronounced Łódź, but it's got an L. The people in America say Lodge. And that was a ghetto where it was all about the work class. If you had a class that indicated you were supposed to be working, typically textile industry, and you were allowed to live much longer, get rations, and so on. And it seemed to make a kind of a brutal sense. Ideologically, made sense. The Jews were there to be slave labor. In other ghettos, and by the way, the discrepancy indicates the chaotic nature of Nazi bureaucracy. In other ghettos, the philosophy seemed to be one of attrition, that the ghetto was kind of like a massive jail where Jews would be and then starved to death. And that is in fact the case in the Warsaw ghetto. Warsaw was sealed off, and goods were very difficult to bring into the ghetto whatsoever. The allotment per day, the rations per day for a Jew living in the ghetto, if you could actually turn in your cards, was 150 calories per day, which was like a Coke and a half, maybe a couple of potato skins. For Poles, it was 750 calories, which is also not its subsistence level, but the Poles at least had access to the countryside and agriculture and things like this. But for Jews, it was a starvation regimen. You can see here some of the walls. Most ghettos, by the way, did not have walls constructed around them. They were enforced by the population surrounding the ghetto, who would betray Jews who were trying to escape. So here you see an Aryan street in the middle, and two sections of the ghetto with the footpaths over the top. The ghetto was managed by the Jews themselves, and in fact, this is one of the more diabolical aspects of the Nazi bureaucracy, that the Nazis were able to achieve so much because they employed Jews in their own district. It's a complicated, difficult subject, more than we have time. With Warsaw, as with most other ghettos, the Nazis would arrive in town, and they would demand to see the local leadership, and they would indicate to the leadership. Now, like I said, the Federation, to use an American example, they would say to the president of the Federation, "We want this and this and this from the community." The president would typically deny it, and he would be shocked, and they'd say, "Okay, who's second in command?" The vice president would then have the same, live or die as they decided, until they found someone who was already in the Jewish leadership who would take over the Jewish community. In the case of Warsaw, it was the troubled Adam Cherniakov, shown here, who was the Jewish council, and he administered as best he could the distribution of scarce resources to the Jews trapped in the Warsaw Ghetto, as well as implemented Nazi designs, including the establishment of a Jewish police force that would ensure the Jews would give up their values when demanded, that they would be sent to Treblinka. Cherniakov is a problematic figure for the 1950s. He was regarded widely as a collaborator and as a war criminal because fundamentally he was working with the Nazis, like many of the Judenrat leadership. On some rare occasions, they actually rebelled, but most of the time the Judenrat went along. But the publication of Cherniakov's diary and admitted suicide when he realized that his efforts had failed has rehabilitated him to some degree in the historical mindset, and we see him as a difficult trying to balance rather impossible odds. At any rate, Cherniakov worked very diligently with Korczak to try and keep the orphanage going. It was eventually moved into the ghetto itself to far inferior circumstances, and Korczak spent so much of his time trying to protect the children in the ghetto, trying to raise money for the ghetto from impoverished Jews living in Warsaw to protect these children. Because of the kind of controversy surrounding it, and also a sense of Korczak's personality, one local Jewish newspapers that was published in the ghetto, the Jews did have access to tremendous cultural resources when they were all gathered together. Despite the fact that they were starving, they still had an active underground medical school, they had plays, a lending library, and so on, besides the orphanage. So in one of the newspapers on January 1942, a paper wrote in the opinion section, "The orphan's home has never been and never will be Korczak's orphanage. That man is too small, too weak, too poor, and too dim-witted to gather almost 200 children, house, clothe, and feed them, and give them training for life. This great task has been accomplished by the joint efforts of hundreds of goodwill people with enlightened minds and insight into the problems of the orphan child. They are merely the custodians of precious property." And the letter was signed J. Korczak. So, and then when you see that he's criticizing himself, then he goes on to say that they're going to have a memorial service, and the people are invited to come to a puppet show of charming tales narrated by Dr. Janusz. Tickets for both children and adults are available for 2 days, and he was using it as a fundraiser. So in other words, he published this bitter attack on himself as a way to get people's attention, and then he turned it around into a fundraiser. And this is in January of 1942. This is a dark and difficult time for the Jewish people in the Warsaw Ghetto. But the real story, of course, the sad elements of the children. The children's lives in the ghetto were indescribably off, particularly from the winter of 1941 onward. Tremendous suffering due to typhus, disease that is exacerbated by malnutrition, and we have so many photographs. Most of these are taken by the Nazis themselves as they traveled and documented their achievements at eradicating the Jewish population. Adults would simply lie in public, unable to move, and expire. And their cold bodies would then picked up by the Tzava Kadisha the next morning and buried in graves. We have many, many breaking pictures, images of this nature. I don't want to belabor the point, but you certainly understand. The One of the heroic aspects of children's lives in the ghetto, however, is their involvement in smuggling. In fact, Emanuel Ringelblum, the tremendous historian of the Warsaw Ghetto, who created the Oneg Shabbos Underground Archive that gives us so much of this documentation, he said that if a memorial is ever erected to the ruined Warsaw Ghetto, it would be of some military leader, it would not be of some rabbi, it would be of a child. Because children kept the ghetto alive through their incessant smuggling efforts. Children, the ghetto was, I showed you a map of it, it's in a heavily urbanized area, and there's all kinds of ways, no matter how big a wall you build, there are always ways around it. So, for example, when walls like this were abutting onto the Aryan side, especially if they were inside houses that were duplexes, they would create smaller and could fit through, and they would go across the other side and peddle whatever valuables they could get from the Jews inside the ghetto and exchange for food. The ghetto had an incredible amount of activity in manufacturing, especially recycled goods like brooms were turned into brushes and all kinds of things like this, and then they were sold for potatoes on the Aryan side. So children were the principal runners of goods inside and out of the ghetto. They could also scamper over the walls when guards were not looking, things like this. So the children were a major element in the entire food chain, which gives validation to Korczak's view of the child as an intrinsically a powerful and an important member of society. Um, they were also, unfortunately, hunted down by the Nazis. This picture is shortly after the uprising, but the Jewish police as well were complicit in the murder of so many children. Korczak's end comes after heroic struggle, and despite and denying so many repeated efforts by the Jewish resistance, by the Polish resistance, who again regarded him as a national hero, even by the American Red Cross to spirit him out of the Warsaw Ghetto, he insisted on remaining with his charges. When the order came to deport the children from the orphanage, the deportation orders proceeded in stages, typically beginning with the oldest and the youngest. So people over 70 were deported, children under the age of 10 were deported first. The Nazis were masters of euphemism, and they portrayed the deportation as a resettlement to farming colonies in the East. In some deportation stations, the Jews were actually given little containers of honey to take with them on the trip to make them, more compliant and believe that perhaps this was actually where they were going. Sometimes they were given detailed instructions. You're only allowed to take 2 suitcases, things like that, all intended to try and, keep them compliant and moving along with this massive demographic of people. But most of the Jews in Warsaw knew that deportation to the east did not mean something healthy. It was in reality the notorious death camp Treblinka, where the vast majority of them, over 90%, were gassed within 24 hours of their arrival. Korczak was not subject to that first deportation, but there was no way that he was going to abandon his 200-odd charges to their fate on their own. So heroically, as is remembered by many people who actually saw him marching in the streets of Warsaw with his children, he chose to accompany them onto the cattle. Here you see some of the memorials that have been erected of Korczak. This is, of course, evocative of one of the photographs we saw earlier in Warsaw. This is the one at Yad Vashem, showing him protecting them. And this one is my favorite, from Mieczysław Smarchevsky. I really think we have to lend the Poles some vowels. I think it's really hard on them only having confidence like that. But this picture, this sculpture in Warsaw, just evokes the undying love that this man had for the orphans of Warsaw, and I think pictures the way in which he is memorialized throughout the world as a hero of children worldwide. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a very difficult lecture. I hope I have succeeded in conveying some of the greatness of this man, Korczak, to you, Dr. Henrik Goldschmidt, and I look forward to seeing you next week.
Stand clear of the closing doors, please.
The next stop is Avenue J.
Because controversy always draws a crowd, I'm assuredly the writers could not give these lectures so that way you know that they won't be too controversial. The Rambam, about whom we'll hear much tonight, was certainly at the heart of some of the most interesting of controversies, many of them that precede him, literally ingrained in their attitude. And Gordon the Buchan said, to paraphrase that translation to English, truth does not become more true by virtue of the fact that the entire world believes in it or agrees with it, nor less so even if the whole world disagrees with it. The Rambam, therefore, on this intellect to Torah and to truth, said and taught much that many of his time and then thereafter have a great deal to say about. We'll hear more about this tonight from a very special friend of ours. We have no criticism of at all. My good friend Bahila is a native of Northern Ontario, Canada. He received his PhD from the University of Toronto and has held postdoctoral appointments at Harvard, Cornell, Oxford, and Hebrew University in Jerusalem. He's authored numerous books, including Prayer for the Government, Canadians, and Jews. And an interesting book about Talmud Torah, reading the Talmud, developing independence and moral learning, and other books. Many scholarly articles. His book has been recognized with prestigious fellowships from the National Endowment for Humanities, the United States Holocaust Memorial Museum, and the Social Sciences and Humanities Research Council of Canada. He's a sought-after lecturer. He's a direct organist in the Far East here, the United States, Europe, North America, and Canada. He's appeared in 2 documentaries doing and a very proud that he is member of the one was graciously consented to add so beautifully to our program. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you very much, Rabbi. Point of clarification before we begin. I'm not a rabbi. That allows me considerable freedom with what comments I might make. I have to say that I've been looking forward to this talk for a few weeks since invited me to speak here because I have been enjoying participating in the minyanim and the programs of this fine institution and enjoying the words of wisdom of the rabbis. But that all changed about 10 minutes ago when Rabbi Beryl Wine walked in the room. And at that, the blood pressure dropped, and I realized that it's completely inappropriate for me to speak about something even so basic a topic as might in controversy when we are in the presence of one of the greatest Jewish historians of the 20th century, someone whose popularization of Jewish history and its consequent impact on Jews around the world and in many ways exceeds the literary output of greats like Heinrich Kretz and Salo Baron, Shimon Dubno, the great encyclopedic historians of the last 150 years. and is with great trepidation and with the reshus of the Rabbanim and Rabbi Wein that I offer this very basic introduction to the Maimonidean controversy. I beg of you, please don't ask any hard questions, but perhaps Rabbi Wein will address those that fall into the large lacuna of my knowledge base. Okay, that said, I will try to ignore the fact that he is in the room and just speak like it's a normal class of adult ed. I'm very grateful for the warm introduction. My goal tonight, as I discussed with Rabbi Teitelbaum, the best sort of series to start with in this audience is to begin a study of spiritual leadership in times of controversy. And we're going to start on a slow slope with Maimonides. We do have a couple of nasty elements in this story, a rather sad book burning and a grave desecration, for example. But we're going to ramp up considerably when we meet on the 30th to speak about the Ramchal and the legacy of Shabbatai Tzvi. Unlike today's lecture, which is basically, this is a route that has been traveled by many historians. Next week or next time we meet on the 30th, I'm hoping to share with you some recent research which sheds some fascinating insights into the background and the development of the controversy surrounding the Ramchal. And then finally, when we meet in early December, we'll speak about Rav Kook and some of the controversies that surrounded the establishment of the State of Israel and the reimagining of the relationship between Jews and politics that occurred in the middle of the 20th century. So those are my goals for this series. We're going to start with Maimonides. Let's get right to the material. I already received, I need to just say a little bit about myself. This is, you can read the caption. I will boost up the laugh track when I actually put this on the web. I'm a historian by training. As the rabbi mentioned, I did my specialization in social history in 20th century Ukraine. And then I moved into art history. I published a small book on the iconography of the medieval period and the representation of Jews. And then since then, I've been working in intellectual history for the most part. My current research is on the Piaseczna Rebbe, where I'm working on a historical critical annotated edition of the Eish Kodesh. Really more of a monograph than an annotated edition, but I think it's in another occasion I'll speak to you more about that. I'm dean at the mighty Avenue J campus of Touro College, shown here in its majesty in the heart of Brooklyn, where undoubtedly you will send all of your children and grandchildren and relatives. Okay, so let's start with just a very brief biography of Maimonides to give us kind of a forspice of who this individual was and go into the controversy surrounding him in a little bit more detail. This is a statue which was erected of him by a grateful that they had evicted him, and Jews, of course, but nevertheless a fitting and graceful reminder of who this giant among giants was. He came from a long line of rabbinic progenitor. He lists in his comment 8 generations of Dayanim that preceded him. And his early childhood was when this part of the Iberian Peninsula was under Muslim. Unfortunately for Maimonides' family, Almohad took over and spread their influence throughout both North Africa and the Iberian Peninsula, and the Almohads were famous for their rather strict interpretation of Sharia, which revived the beginning status of Jews, meaning Jews were protected since the Pact of Umar in the century, where in exchange for certain second-class rights, paying double taxes and so on, and certain symbolic gestures like not being allowed to bear arms and so on, they were tolerated within Muslim societies. The Almohads took a much stricter view of these things. The Maimonides family was forced to flee. Their route took them across the coast of North. Some beautiful pictures here. You can see these things in 1148, when he was about in the neighborhood of 12 to 15 years old. Here's his birthplace in Cordoba, Spain. He's received quite a bit of training, particularly medical training, as they were wandering over 9 years in the city of Fez, which was a major center at that time. There's some discussion over his arrival in Israel, but he settled ultimately in Fustat, which small suburb outside of Cairo, and that's where he made his home. But his claim to fame really came when he left his sort of narrow bookish studies and had to enter the wider world, primarily as a medical physician. As we shall see, a very prominent element of his thought, the Maimonidean position vis-a-vis rabbinic, it should be entirely that the people who earn their living through the production of Torah scholarship or the dissemination of Torah not be paid directly engaging in such work. The obligation to share their work and to teach Torah should ultimately be completely free. And so those 8 generations of Dayanim that preceded Maimonides held fast to this truism, and Maimonides had to seek a career, particularly when he was orphaned by his father and his mother, who supported the family as a jewel merchant, drowned in a shipping accident. So Maimonides had to turn to it, and of course he chose the good Jewish profession of medicine. He turned out to be quite a brilliant physician. He ended up being the court physician of the Grand Vizier in Cairo, and he made his way every day from Fustat to Cairo to treat particularly the many wives of the Grand Vizier and their children. And then he would come back late at night, he describes it in his writings, and he would give halakhic decisions quite late into the evening, and he would finally collapse exhausted in his bed long after midnight. He was sought after by Saladin the Great, the important Muslim leader of the region, and according to some rumors, even Richard the Lionheart from England courted the idea of appointing Maimonides as his physician. That did not come to pass, but it gives you a sense of what kind of reputation he had. We will not spend much time talking about his medical expertise, but it is really quite fascinating. He was very widely published in Arabic. He wrote treatises on hemorrhoids, on asthma, on sexual dysfunction. Most of this was written on commission. Various members of the Muslim nobility requested these various medicinal treatises, and he complied happily and produced quite a significant body of medieval research, heavily dependent on the classical wisdom of the Greeks. And his perhaps most famous contribution was a quadrilingual dictionary of medicinal herbs and plants, which essentially brought together in a phenomenal tour de force of scholarship, which was so uniquely Maimonidean in its encyclopedic scope. He was able to bring together 4 distinct languages and the terminologies for very specific herbs and other medicinal plants and so on, and describe their uses, how they're found, how the treatment works, and so on. Really quite an amazing achievement of its time. Now, but he also wrote on depression as well. And we spoke a little bit about his daily commute. These are all, by the way, various medieval representations of Maimonides that I might show up. We don't really know what he looks like, despite that iconic image with the turban and so on. We really have no idea what he looks like. This is, however, some of his autograph manuscript, which was preserved in the Geniza archives. So we do know a little bit about what he wrote like. Now, his works, Jewish side of his life, and it might not be appropriate to bifurcate his life in that regard. Let's work with that for the time being. Can be divided into areas of scholarly activity, and this is what really engendered much of the controversies that we will explore. The first is a series very popular halachos, which got him into more than you can imagine. Basically, he wrote works like the Sefer HaMitzvot, which is essentially a counting of the 613. He wrote the commentary on the Mishnah at a very young age, not as young as some biographies would have him write it, like when he was 8 or 10, most likely closer to his early 20s, but nevertheless a very mature work of scholarship for a man who's barely into his third decade, and most famously an earth-shattering Mishnah Torah, which we will have to pause on later and speak about in greater detail. But this is essentially a multiple volume compendium of all Jewish law. A phenomenal achievement for the time. The other body of works that occupied his energy were advanced philosophical works, mostly written in Judeo-Arabic, which was the lingua franca for the Jews, the vernacular for Jews at that time. And these were much more complex philosophical works. The Guide for the Perplexed is certainly the most well-known of them, in which he works with Aristotelian philosophy and Jewish thought and brings together a synthesis. That's a very loaded word that we shall see shortly. But these are the two main areas in which he devoted his pen, and as we shall see, he got in a tremendous amount of trouble for both of them. And so let us now turn to the controversies itself. This picture here, which is one of the best known examples we have of a period piece of a book burning, is actually not a representation of the burning of Maimonides that occurred in the early 13th century, but it is nevertheless very colorful. It's actually a Christian burning of other Christian books, so I used it there. Okay, so let's look. The controversy about Maimonides really can be broken down into four main periods. The scholars of the Maimonidean controversy emphasize that there's a lot of overlap between the periods, and in the major charges, we can trace certain themes that are related to the dissemination of his writings in Hebrew, because, for example, the Guide being written in Judeo-Arabic was inaccessible to the scholars of Europe. Once the Ibn Tibbon family and others translated it into Hebrew, and all of a sudden his more controversial works were accessible. A new generation of critics of Maimonides arose already 3 decades after his death. But for the most part, many of the themes that are present in the first element of controversy extend through the fourth.
How are you?
Up until the 21st
what up,
century.
Mo?
We're just going to put them into 4
How you living?
groupings for our purposes. So the first period.
Amazing. How'd you find out about me?
I love you, Steve, very much.
I love you too, my man. How'd you find out about me?
Can you put it on Discord?
You found out about me on Discord?
Why have you at so many Discord accounts?
Because I'm in a lot of Discords.
I'm coming in 5 minutes, okay?
Okay, absolutely. You're more than welcome.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Pleasure to meet you. What are the odds that person ever returns? Maybe. Who knows? Watch this move. Hey! You're so good looking. One of the most famous sneezes of all time. Welcome.
Well, welcome. I coming in 1 minute. My friend, I'm helping my friend. Okay.
Take your time.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Or they have to bring their friend or whatever, or they just come back. Probably pretty high now. They're amazing. The fan. It's gonna be amazing. See, this is nice, isn't it?
My baby girl came. She was supposed to be on tour. And my wife was like, maybe you should go. I'm like, this is crazy. We're even fucking talking about that. I was like, I'm out. Yeah, man, dude, I gotta deal with this. Yeah, I'm not dealing with this one. So, I'm curious of all the states in our country, and I think I probably know some of the answers to this, but why Texas? It's a good question. I mean, when you look at state tax, it's one of the states that don't have income tax. Yeah. So that's a big reason. I mean, Roosevelt a huge influence. And it's not even to, like, you see cops that like, oh, he's going out there to get, the guest. It's not, I can give two fucks about any of that. We're good where we're at. For me, it's just, if Roman says, hey, man, life out here's good, I'm telling you, man, like, you can get out here, it's less of a hustle. You're into the same shit as I am. I'll tell you, life's just better out here. Yeah. He kind of knows what the fuck he's talking about. He's creating an art out there. He knows what he's talking about. So, I value his judgment a long ways. And I looked out there. I looked at Nashville. I looked in Idaho. I looked all over, man.
So Brendan Schaub admitting to cheating on his wife, and then talking about why he moved to Texas. Now, another thing, he did cheat on his wife. However, him, quote unquote, stop doing that. He's still doing that, by the way. It's only a byproduct of him not doing stand up anymore. Not one of the reasons. He lied. The reason why Brendan Schaub is no longer doing stand up is because Brendan Schaub cannot sell tickets. So when they followed up the question, he said, I make way more money on the road. No, you wouldn't. You would book 2 gigs at comedy clubs, call it a tour, and then have to cancel them because you couldn't sell any tickets. That's why he doesn't do stand-up. Not able to sell tickets. That is why. No other reason. If he could sell tickets, he would still be doing stand-up. But this just goes into the psyche of Baba. Like, dude, can you just be honest about something? Even when he's like, I'm drinking too much, cheating on my wife. He's probably wondering too much and cheating on his wife. But that's not the reason why he quit stand-up. He quit stand-up because he can't sell tickets. So even when he tells the truth, he's lying. He's like the opposite of Scarface. I always tell the truth, even when I lie. But it's Papa face. Dummy can't stop lying. And then, as far as with the Texas thing, with the Texas that 100% follow Brian Calvin, he didn't want to let Brian go. Like he had to let C.O. Long go. He learned his lesson, so he followed him down. The state income tax thing, I think about that. But like I said, that's a benefit of moving to Texas, not the reason why. It's like that cheating on his wife's thing. That's a byproduct of him having to quit stand-up because he couldn't sell tickets, not the reason why. It's just a pathological liar has to lie about everything. Stuff you don't need to lie about. So, by the way, he did this podcast. Whose podcast is? I don't know. Every time I trash these people, I go, who the hell's podcast is this? This isn't nobody. My comments is, no, man. That guy's the UFC Grand Wizard or some shit. But another annoying thing about Brendan Schaub doing these interviews on Nobody channels, these Nobody channels might, become somebody's.
Welcome.
Real question.
My friend will coming in the call. He will a tutorial how to join this call.
Okay, very well. So he doesn't know how to join?
Also he is on the Discord server, but he can't join here this 24/7 live stream.
Why not? Why can't he join?
He can join. Is this on the stream with couple?
Yeah, why can't your friend join?
My friend. Wait. I'm from Germany. I'm.
Welcome.
I'm from your stream.
Yes, from YouTube.
Genau. Yes.
Very cool. How did you find out about me?
I see you in the eager world.
Oh, okay, very cool.
World.
Yeah. Excellent.
Yes, and I follow you on YouTube, and then I go your talk.
Excellent.
Yes. My friend, his name is Leonie, Yannick.
Okay. All right. Where are they?
But he can't join.
Is he 18?
He's 18 years. Again, yes.
Okay, good. Can he join any of the other calls that I have in here? We'll help him. We'll help him. Can you join any channels that I have in here?
Or can you move? Or can you move? My friend in his friend him in the calendar proposal talk.
Yeah. If he's in there, I can move him in. Just for a moment.
Okay, thank you. Then I say my friend. Okay, see you. I'm coming in 1 minute. I say my friend.
Okay. Welcome. Oh, you got it. You figured it out. How are you?
Meet my friend. Hello.
Hello.
Hi, Ravi.
Welcome. Just for a moment. Did your friend know German?
He's German and I'm German.
Excellent. Okay, just one moment. I'll translate.
Translate, okay. Digga, das ist doch der ist Ehrenmann.
Welcome. My name is Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 3.5 years. I have more data on the internet than any person.
Willkommen. Mein Name ist Rabbi Rothschild. Ich streame mein Leben 20 Stunden ein, 7 Tage die Woche für den Weltfrieden. Ich tue das seit mehr als 3,5 Jahren und habe mehr Daten im Internet als jeder andere Mensch jemals zuvor.
Digga, was? Mehr Daten? Als die ganze Welt jeder, als jeder Mensch im Internet. Scheiße. Wow, you're crazy. I love you.
I love you too.
Ich liebe dich. Ich liebe auch.
Oh. Thank you. Oh,
You're welcome.
Can you please accept my
Kannst du bitte?
Sure.
Thank you.
Just one moment.
Und das führt ein ganzes Leben.
I accepted it.
Digga, das ist ja geisteskrank. Das ist als jede andere. Das ist ja crazy.
I have more data online than any person. I have over 100 YouTube accounts, than 22 going simultaneously at any time.
Ich habe online mehr Daten, als dass irgendjemand jemals über 100 YouTube-Konten und mehr als 21 gleichzeitig aktiv gehabt hätte.
Wow. Der ist bei 22 Accounts live und hat über YouTube-Accounts. Das ist krass. Digga, wie viele PCs hat der denn? Ja, Digga, das will jemand nicht sagen. Und wo kommt der aber? Ach du Heilige. Oh wow. Oh wow.
I talk about things in the world, like ending hunger through the use of technology, such as agriculture drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding.
Ich über Dinge, die der Welt helfen, wie etwa die Beendigung des Welthungers durch den Einsatz von Technologien wie Landwirtschaft, Drohnen, schwimmende Gewächshäuser, Salzwassergewächshäuser, Hydrokultur, medizinische Landwirtschaft, Wolkenimpfung.
Oh, wow. Was muss ich sagen?
I am always live. I'm here if you ever need me. I'm here to be a positive person in your life. I'm here to have an optimistic view in the world. And most of all, I'm just here to give people hope. So if you ever need any help, I'm here.
Ich bin immer live. Ich bin hier. Wenn du mich jemals brauchst, bin ich hier, ein positiver Mensch in deinem Leben zu sein. Ich bin hier, um eine optimistische Sicht auf die Welt zu haben. Und vor allem bin ich hier, um den Menschen Hoffnung zu geben. Wenn du also jemals Hilfe brauchst, bin ich da.
Oha. Digga, Gänsehaut.
Digga.
Warum ist der so freundlich?
Ich hab das Gefühl, er ist ein Hacker, aber ein Video ist so nett.
Ich glaube, weil ich habe hier echt einen Freund namens, der hieß doch gerade noch anders da.
Nein.
Er hieß gerade, hier, warte. Ich mach's.
Digga,
Heißt der da? Und dann, wenn ich drauf drücke, steht da. Da heißt Abi Rothschild. Ja.
Digga, ist dahinter der...
What is in the... wait, Moment. Das muss ich selber kurz übersetzen.
Ja, das sieht aus, als ob der das da irgendwas festgehalten wird.
What is on the... Wait. What is behind... Das habe ich jetzt anders vergessen.
What is behind
Okay.
Was?
What is behind the curtain?
I have shelving and windows. I cover them so that I can watch a projector behind me.
Ich habe Regale und Fenster. Ich habe sie abgedeckt, damit ich einen Projektor hinter mir sehen kann.
Okay.
Oh, wow. Ist ja geil. Wow. Do you want a world record on the longest stream on the world?
I don't really want the longest stream, which that is cool. I want the most amount of data, and that's what I have. I'm live on 22 different YouTube streams right now, and it is important that I have more data more than the longest stream. That's why I'm live on so many different streams.
Ich will nicht unbedingt den längsten Dreh haben, was okay ist. Ich will die größtmögliche Datenmenge, und die habe ich. Ich bin gerade auf 22 verschiedenen YouTube-Streams live, und es ist mir wichtig, dass ich mehr Daten habe als jeder andere, mehr als der längste Stream. Deshalb bin ich auf so vielen verschiedenen Streams live.
Okay.
Und du hast my data?
Was?
What'd you say?
Do you have my data or data?
I just want my own data. Basically, being able to document the life of a human being is very important. People will be able to learn from it in the future biologically. It is like a time capsule for human society.
Ich möchte einfach nur meine eigenen Daten. Grundsätzlich ist es sehr wichtig, das Leben eines Menschen dokumentieren zu können. Die Menschen werden in Zukunft biologisch daraus lernen können und es ist wie eine Zeitkapsel für die menschliche Gesellschaft.
Hey, ich habe gerade ein Gefühl, dass der ist Musiker ist.
Ja, ne?
Ja, ruhig bleiben am besten.
Erinnern.
I'm here if you ever need me. I'm always live. If you ever need someone to talk to or someone to make you laugh or just want to be entertained, feel free to come here and we can always hang out whenever you want.
Ich bin hier, wenn du mich jemals brauchst. Ich bin immer live, wenn du jemals jemanden zum Reden brauchst oder jemanden, der dich zum Lachen bringt oder einfach nur unterhalten werden möchte. Komm einfach her und wir können immer zusammen abhängen, wann immer du willst.
Wie süß. Oh, this is so cute. Thank you very much.
You're most certainly welcome. If you ever need anything from here, I'm here to help you and your friends. And it's just a matter of time until I go viral. And when that happens, I'm going to make you and your friends very rich. I'm going to help everyone who's helped me along the way.
Gern geschehen. Wenn ihr jemals etwas von hier braucht, bin ich hier, um euch und euren Freunden zu helfen. Es ist nur eine Frage der Zeit, bis ich viral gehe. Und wenn das passiert, werde ich euch und eure Freunde sehr reich machen. Ich werde allen helfen, die mir auf diesem Weg geholfen haben.
Oh, wie süß.
Oh, thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh,
Awesome.
yeah, you're welcome by me. You are my brother.
You're my brother as well. And thank you so much for being so kind. If you ever need anything, I'm here to help you. I like to watch movies and documentaries and listen to music and sing songs and just do everything that is fun in life.
Du bist auch mein Bruder. Und vielen Dank für deine Freundlichkeit. Wenn du jemals brauchst, bin ich da. Ich schaue gerne Filme und Dokumentationen, höre Musik, singe Lieder und mache einfach alles, was im Leben Spaß macht.
Oh, that's very interesting.
Thank you. Dankeschön.
You're right. Digga, ich kann kaum Englisch.
How old are you?
I'm 39 years old.
Ich bin 39 Jahre alt.
Oh.
Ich hätte gedacht, der ist älter, weil sonst wäre es schon traurig, wenn er jetzt schon gehen würde.
Ja.
Er ist der Ehrenmann.
Digga, irgendwie, der macht mir ein bisschen Angst.
Soll ich mal privat kurz anrufen?
Was?
Soll ich dich mal kurz privat anrufen?
Warum?
Weil, falls du was sagen willst oder so, keine Ahnung.
Nein, alles gut.
Okay. Okay. Do you working?
I am a certified project management professional. I've launched apps on the App Store and Google Play, and I have financing from that and investments from that.
Ich bin zertifizierter Projektmanagement-Experte. Ich habe Apps im App Store und bei Google Play veröffentlicht und verfüge über Finanzierungen daraus und über Investitionen.
Wow. Oh, wow.
Wow. Frag ihn mal, was für Apps. Ich kann kein Englisch.
What your apps own? What your apps own you have?
I can't really talk about exactly the apps because I have non-disclosure agreements.
Ich kann nicht wirklich genau über die Apps sprechen, da ich Geheimhaltungsvereinbarungen habe.
Okay. Du bist smart. Du bist smart. Digga, warum sieht das traurig aus?
Hat er Frauen Kinder oder so?
Do you have do you have do you have a wife and kids?
No, I'm a single person. I choose not to have a family yet because my project is very important to me, but I'd like to have a family in the future and perhaps document their life as well.
Nein, ich bin Single. Ich habe mich entschieden, noch keine Familie zu haben, da mir mein Projekt sehr wichtig ist. Aber ich möchte in Zukunft gerne eine Familie haben und vielleicht auch deren Leben dokumentieren.
Okay. Okay, so.
Ich habe mir das Gefühl, er versteht Deutsch.
You have 1,819 members on your Discord server. Applaus. Applaus.
Thank you.
Einer Applaus.
Dankeschön. Thank you.
Can we help you? Then you go viral on you and so?
That's the plan. All I ask is that you tell your friends, and you've already done that. It's much appreciated.
Das ist der Plan. Ich bitte Sie nur, es Ihren Freunden zu erzählen. Das haben Sie bereits getan. Wir würden es sehr schätzen.
Okay, okay. You and I'm saying my friend to you and seeing every day your streams and going in the channel here, okay?
Dankeschön. Thank you.
Bitteschön. Deutsch? Kannst du Deutsch?
Ja. Hat gerade Dankeschön gesagt.
I do not know German. I just know how to say thank you.
Ich kann kein Deutsch. Ich weiß nur, wie man Danke sagt.
Ah.
Okay, 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 okay. Okay, okay, okay. Is it okay when I going and I'm coming yesterday? I coming morning.
Du coming ein.
Absolutely. You go do what you need to do. I'm always available, whether I'm asleep or awake. If you need me, I'm here. Go live your life and come back whenever you have time.
Absolut. Geh. Tu, was du tun musst. Ich bin immer für dich da, egal ob ich schlafe oder wach bin. Wenn du mich brauchst, bin ich da. Lebe dein Leben und komm zurück, wann immer du Zeit hast.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you so much for coming. Thank you so much for bringing your friend. It was a pleasure to meet you and your friend, and I look forward to our friendship. And again, if there's anything that you need, I'm here to help you.
Vielen Dank für Ihr Kommen. Vielen Dank, Ihre Freunde mitgebracht haben. War mir eine Freude, Sie und Ihren Freund kennenzulernen, und ich freue mich auf unsere Freundschaft. Wenn Sie etwas brauchen, bin ich gerne für Sie da.
Okay, okay. I love you so much. You're my brother. Bye. Bye.
Bye-bye. Take care. Bye-bye.
Tschüss.
Thank you very much.
Mach's gut.
Absolutely.
Tschüss.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Okay, du lass wieder auf den Peso.
Why did you see what you
Okay.
Why did you go after Bob?
Occurred
Nice people.
in Maimonides' own lifetime during the last 2 decades of his life. The main controversy, it was really centered in his home region and then spread to south of France in particular, and it really addressed something that I mentioned earlier. First of all, let's look at the Mishnah Torah. What exactly is the Mishnah? If you read the introduction to that massive work, which I highly encourage you to do so, Maimonides essentially says that the reason he called this book the Mishnah Torah, which means the repetition of Torah, is because he took the entire corpus of Jewish thought, and in the Torah, the Mishnah, and especially the sweeping and it's hard to find the right word to describe what I'm sure most of you had some familiarity with the Talmud as a text, but to be fair, let me just describe to you that the Talmud is not a Greek-style book. It doesn't start with organized chapter headings and proceed from general to specific. It doesn't have like numbered paragraphs, have any of the trappings of Western scholarship that we have come to know and love really since our primary school days in the Western Hemisphere. The Talmud is more like a massive transcript of a very learned discussion involving hundreds of people over several centuries. In other words, the Talmud might start in a particular place, but through a fascinating kind of chain of association, kind of a stream of consciousness, discussion of Talmud can wander from the, let's say we're talking about the laws of carrying on Shabbat, and then you can go over here to, animals, are they exempt from carrying? And from talking about animals exempt, then you talk about the behavior of a cat and what we can learn from it. Those, you can go into a massive tangent. In fact, tangents describe the Talmud more than anything else. It is a science unto itself, just to draw the dots between each of the various statements in the Talmud. And what that means is, in terms of accessibility, forget about it. If you want to know a law quickly, you cannot simply open up the right page of the Talmud. It can be scattered anywhere within the entire massive 20-volume set of the Babylonian Talmud, and you have to have already studied the whole thing to know where to look. So this kind of document, which was, as some scholars have called, the Constitution of Judaism, requires phenomenal experience and training just to access it and work with it. Maybe I can hear. I want to develop a talk for posterity. I know most of you in the room, I see Mr. Friedman here, you might not get this, but you'll catch up with me. We're living in a very unusual age, and it's ironic that my these mirrors this in many ways. We're living in an age, forgive me for this slight digression, we're living in an age where the internet has shifted our learning from that of gathering information to collecting wisdom. And it's a very, very significant shift that most young people, like Mr. Friedman here, have no clue as to what's happened. Like, let me explain to you, Mr. Friedman. For example, when I was in graduate school to get my PhD, they gave me points just for trying hard. Like, for example, if I wanted to know a fact, there was no cell phones to, like, immediately Google any fact in the universe, right? There's no hive mind. I had to go into this big building, which is called a, thank you, library. And then they had these little narrow file cabinets that were filled with little tiny index cards, physical index cards. And I had to, like, use my fingers and go through all of them. Once I dropped one of them, and hundreds of them spread all over the floor. They're in alphabetical order, so that meant that most of those books would never be found for a decade. And you had to find the right card catalog, and then you had to read the number and go to that book in the library. You had to take it off the shelf. You had to read it. And if it was in a different language, you had to learn that language. And if it was in a different country, you had to go to that place. And they figured by the time you got any fact, we said, okay, you worked hard enough, give them the doctorate already. But nowadays, we live in an age where so much, I mean, my students know far more facts than I do just on them, but they do not have the accumulation of wisdom. You can have millions of facts and still not have any say. So, Maimonides essentially, he took the Talmud, which required a phenomenal amount of data, a phenomenal amount of accumulation of to use as kind of an epic process and bring all that stuff together in a human being, and he laid it out in a much more Greek style fashioned after some of the Arabic style that of kalam, which was pioneered by Saadia Gaon in a Jewish context, and simply said, okay, in these 14 books, we are going to go through every single law in the entire Torah in a systematic way. Here are the chapters. This is what's in each chapter. Here's the numbered paragraphs, and you can use it like a smartphone. Just think about this. The Mishnah Torah was like the smartphone of his day. Okay, enough background on why this was a radically new document for Jews. We never had anything even remotely like it before Maimonides. It was truly revolutionary and earth-shattering in its scope. It had a phenomenal economic element to it. What does this mean? When you have a book of this nature, what happens to the industry of rabbinic instruction? Anyone to hazard a guess? Almost. It's much bigger, I think, than replacing the Vilna Shamsi art scroll. The art at least allows much more accessibility. I think it's more like replacing the Vilna Shafts with the Bar Ilan project, where all of a sudden, everybody and his brother knows every single reference to tuna fish, the entire 3,000 years of Jewish literary tradition. Whereas before, you would do a Gaon of incredible poetry, 10 references to fish, right? And there are references. So, in other words, the rabbis, particularly those in Babylon, in the Gaonic institutions, were very threatened by Maimonides' Mishnah Torah. They felt that not only did it represent a tremendous arrogance to say, I am going to repeat the entire Torah in one book, and essentially, together with the 5 books of Moses, this is all you need. This is like the Mishnah Torah was like a complete revolution, and you add that back to Maimonides' eyes, the economic mainstay of the rabbis, saying, why are you doing this for money? And the Babylonian rabbis felt very threatened. Maimonides, by the way, did not suffer from hesitancy when it came to criticizing his intellectual opponents. And he spoke his mind very clearly. So some are, which would ironically needed to Megamida, he would later find in some of his scripts. But the Shmuel ben Ali, for example, took tremendous issue with Maimonides, accusing him of tremendous arrogance by creating this book, by saying that people are now going to abandon their rabbis because they're just going to use their Mishnah Torah, and life as we know it will cease, and people, ignorance will spread, and people will be breaking the halakha all over the place, because they will think they don't need to go to a rabbi anymore. Ironically, by making information more democratic and more accessible, they increase the amount of learning overall, and now the Mishnah Torah is an essential part of any Jewish library. He was also criticized, however, because he did not include source material in his Mishnah Torah. The Talmud is full of debates, full of disagreements, and it's very difficult to determine from the text of the Talmud itself what exactly is the final conclusion, what is the law. So Maimonides did not include the background as to why he agreed with one rabbi as opposed to another. He simply said the halakha is like this, and so happened to feel that the halakha should follow another rabbi. There was no way to fact check him. There was no way to run it down and say, well, what's your logic to say we should agree with Rabbah instead of Abaye in this position? So he was criticized again for arrogance in the sense that his literary style, which favored simplicity, you don't want to overburden the book with footnotes. Of course, one of the very first things rabbis did as soon as this came out is they started adding more and more footnotes. The Shulchan Aruch himself, Rabbi Yosef Karo, added a massive footnote, the Kesef Mishnah. When his work reached Europe, he was also criticized quite bitterly by the Raavad, a very, very important rabbi who did not hold back in his extreme criticism, often ad hominem criticism of Maimonides, which is, and I think this is a beautiful aspect of the Jewish tradition, the Raavad is printed right there, front and center, on every page of Mishnah Torah. So Jews typically read dispute as part of the central text. We do not, send the dispute way off to some other little notebook at another side of the library. It's right there on the text itself. Once the guide for the perplexed was translated into Hebrew, as I mentioned, then the criticism expanded further. But this is, sorry, I'm getting my reminder. This is the kind of controversy that surrounded him. Right, you're going to see probably Call Mom will come up still yet today. But this is the main areas in which he was criticized during his lifetime. So the second period, now it moved into France, or Provence to be precise, where it's not so much the Mishnah Torah and its style and its claim for universal nature, because by this point, already 50 years into its appearance, the genius of the mission of Torah was widely accepted. Now the criticism tended to revolve around Maimonides' heavy reliance on Aristotle in particular and Greek philosophy in general. The Europeans, by and large, were much more inclined towards mysticism, Kabbalah, much less well trained in the school of thought that came from classical Greece and Rome, primarily because this was an occupation of the Muslim world. Quite often, Arabs were reading versions of Aristotle and so on that had been translated by Jews. But in Christian Europe, this was not the case, and so there was much more hesitancy about Maimonides' heavily reliance on these philosophical sources. And there's a very deep debate, which persists to this day, as to what degree is philosophy, that is, the rational, logical, empirical approach to reality, compatible with a faith-based religion, the idea of emunah. Can you have emunah and philosophy in the same faith? The church was very heavily weighted against the rationalist views of the time, issuing several bans against Aristotle, for example. And as I'm sure you've heard the expression, as Christelzich, as Yiddelzich, Jews tend to follow the tenor of the times. And so the Christian ban in philosophy sort of flowed over into the Jewish world against Maimonides. Rabbeinu Yonah, the famous author of the Sha'arei Tshuva, and many other figures, Nachmanides, took quite an issue with the guide, and they tended to focus on three major areas of criticism. The first, arguing that Maimonides denied the possibility of the miraculous, because that tends to be an anti-rationalist stance. If God made the world in a rational fact, it should follow rational laws throughout without any need for change. In fact, the change represented by miracle indicates somehow a defect in God's own function, as it were. Second, the allegorization of that the various anthropomorphisms that you find in the Torah tend to be dealt with quite often on a symbolic level by Maimonides. And finally, an assertion that with this kind of approach that seems to rely more on the mind than on the heart, it will result in a laxity in observance. So there were some defenders, such as the famous Rav David Kimchi, the Radak, but the controversy swirled to such a point that in 1232, shockingly, the Dominicans, the Dominican friars, set Maimonides' works aflame. There's a certain amount of dispute as to exactly why they were motivated to do so. Many scholars have argued that because denounced Maimonides to the Dominicans, who were very happy to comply by burning Maimonides themselves. And I believe I heard Rabbi Weinberg in one of his tapes many years ago, the spot where the Dominicans burned the Maimonides, in 10 years later would be the exact spot in Paris where 24 wagon loads of Talmud were burned as well. Rabbi Wein, if I'm quoting you incorrectly, please don't say so. It embarrassed me terribly. Now, and also, amazingly, the Rambam's own grave was desecrated at this time by his opponents. Terrible Shanda and a horrible killer Hashem. Maimonides' son, who incidentally differed with his father on many areas, as much as Maimonides himself was a rationalist, his son Abraham was mystic and very much into Abalafi and Kabbalah, nevertheless defended his father with tremendous vigor and commitment, and put to shame many of the opponents of the Rambam. But this is perhaps the sharpest point of the controversy surrounding his works. The third period is much less significant. Later on in the 13th century, entered in Israel by an unfortunately named Rabbi Shlomo Petit. That's a French word, of course, meaning small. And also in Hebrew, Petit means idiot or fool. And many of the defenders of Maimonides would use this rhetorically against him. But also circulated criticisms of Maimonides' excessive reliance on Greek wisdom, which did not have much of an impact. But the fourth period, which is perhaps the most significant for our time, which goes into the early 14th century, at this point, the idea of a synthesis, the idea of somehow the possibility of Judaism meeting with a rational standard, meaning you could use a philosophical ruler or yardstick to understand basic tenets of Judaism, this was a less controversial position. However, there were nevertheless still quite significant fears that should young Jews leave the base medrash, the thought of people like Aristotle or perhaps even Plato, that would prove to be such a heady mixture of a new way of thinking that would result in abandonment of Judaism. And there are some good reasons to argue that this isn't the case. This is, in fact, the reality. The end result of the controversy swirling around Maimonides at this point was in 1305, the great Rishon Rashba issued a ban which had a limited scope, indicating that young men under the age of 25 should not be allowed to study philosophy. There were a couple of exceptions. For example, they were allowed to study medicine. At this point, the distinction between philosophy and science was not so well developed. So the idea of studying medicine, even if it had philosophical origins, was all right. And furthermore, Jewish philosophers, like early article publications of the 14th century, were also considered kosher substitutes. Many scholars of the time, however, opposed the ban, including the great Rishon the Meiri, so it was far from a settled field. Nevertheless, this quick overview takes you through some of the major elements of the Maimonidean controversy during his lifetime. Let's wrap it up by moving to two more modern iterations of this controversy. The first, and it arises from time to time throughout the Middle Ages, but it becomes significant once again once you get to the 18th century, when Moses Mendelssohn, shown here, argued more forcefully than ever that it was possible somehow create this word to bring together, European wisdom, which is essentially the Greco-Roman tradition, and Judaism. To use the word, a Jew at home and a man in the street, somehow Jews should be able to participate in the wider circles of non-Jewish culture, that it should not be regarded as fundamentally toxic to the ethos of Judaism. And the supreme role model of all these things is undoubtedly Maimonides, who was a great scholar of medicine of his day, and at the same time, a tremendous authority in Judaism. And these two combinations, you have occasionally great rabbis who are also fairly successful in secular fields, and of course, we have many Jews who are incredibly successful in secular fields, but don't know very much about Judaism. Maimonides was one of those really unusual, shooting stars across the firmament that represented the best of both worldly wisdom and secular wisdom. And so Maimonides always stood for was touted as the ideal goal for Jews of the modern age. Of course, Mendelssohn was a controversial figure unto himself, and many felt that his understanding of Judaism and the relationship of Jews to modernity was ultimately an assimilationist ideology that would result in a wholesale abandonment of Judaism. And it doesn't take much familiarity with the 19th and 20th century in Germany to see how, in fact, the idea of a synthesis was largely a myth, and as parties, the Jews worked towards such a marriage between Jewish culture and German culture, and succeeded in many ways. They were nevertheless unable to stem the tide of anti-Semitism that would engulf the region in the 20th century. Finally, the last expression of this conflict is in our own days, under the 7th Lubavitcher Rebbe, shown here, who renewed a tremendous emphasis and interest in Maimonides among his massive and growing group of dedicated followers. For those of you who might not be familiar with it, Chabad typically assigns a role to the Mishnah Torah that's second only to the Talmud in its importance. And the very dedicated Chabad Hasidim will actually study the entire Mishnah Torah on a yearly or triennial cycle. And I once actually spoke to a Chabad friend of mine, and I said, you know, that's kind of an impressive thing to study. And we're talking now not about Daf Yomi, which is essentially one folio page. We're talking about reading 3 chapters of the Mishnah Torah every day, entire year. I said, that's a pretty impressive thing. He says, yeah, I'm nice to, quote unquote, learn the entire Torah, isn't it? So in other words, my Chabad friend really absorbed Maimonides' own self-assessment of the Mishnah Torah, really being the entire Torah is written in this very different format. Other rabbinical figures who took issue with the Lubavitch movement for several reasons, also took issue with this heavy emphasis on the Mishnah Torah, which they felt would dilute energies that could have been directed to perhaps more traditional intellectual pursuits.
Welcome.
Like the study of
How are you?
Talmud. But with that,
pretty good.
Conclude.
I'm kicking ass, taking. How'd you find out about me? Too many puppy.
Oh, we had this discussion. I'm gonna jump to Shane. Cool cat.
Okay, very cool. Excellent.
Yeah.
Well, welcome. I'm glad that you're here. Wow, look at all you guys. Very well. Hello.
Hi, this is my friends. I have
Thank you so much for. Thank you so much for. You know,
yes.
Cool Cat.
No, I don't. They don't know Shane. They don't know Cody.
Okay, very too many puppy. Do you know them?
I don't.
Oh, you guys just came in all at the same time. Okay, very well. Well, thank you for being friends. I appreciate that. They are my friends from Germany, who I just met recently, and they're very kind. And how's your day going? Too many people.
Pretty good. Pretty good.
What's on your agenda for today?
I got no idea right now. I've been helping Puppy. Do you understand, Puppy? Oh yeah. I've been helping him to go viral as a viral on YouTube and so. You gotta ask this guy named Big Dumps. There's this guy named Big Dumps. You know Big Dumps? I said, what?
Who's
you
Big?
know Big Dumps?
Who's Big Dumps?
Big Dumps knows every person you could ever think of. I have no idea. All he does add people. He is like he was a coke dealer in Miami who now ran to Panama, but he's a nice guy.
That's baller. How do I get to know him?
He knows every person you can imagine.
How do I know this guy?
Cool Cat's friend. He wants to. I think he's like sad right now. I think he'll be back. Robbie, show a bird on his window.
I see.
Ja. Ich will den unterstützen. Der ist heute der Ehrenmann. Er möchte Welthunger befriedigen. Er ist immer lieb. Er tut damit Spenden sammelt. Versucht damit Welthunger zu befriedigen. Er tut anderen Leuten helfen. Und er wünscht sich, dass andere Leute ihm helfen, damit er viral geht. Damit er den Leuten weiterhelfen kann. Checkst du?
Und was wird der die ganze Zeit?
Englisch, keine Ahnung, was das alles heißt. Ich kann auch kein Englisch. Also ich kann
Englisch. Ich nichts kann da Englisch. Englisch nichts. Ich nichts kriege in den Kopf rein. Also verstehen tue ich vieles, aber sprechen kann ich.
Was soll ich mit C mit Englisch?
Rabi, do you sleeping at night?
Yes, I sleep at night and I sleep on stream.
You're sleeping on the stream? Oh, wow.
Yes.
Okay. Where are you from in America or so?
I'm based out of California.
Oh, wow. Oh, wow. My half brother from my family is from California and lives in California.
Very nice. Do you know where?
What?
Do you know where?
And his name is Dennis.
No. Do you know where? Do you know where in California?
In this I don't know.
That's okay. Very cool.
Okay.
Excellent.
Yeah, that one.
Ja. Hello.
Hello.
Weiß nicht.
Sag's doch einfach. So, macht's auch.
Benutzt auch Google-Übersetzer.
Bei der zweiten so, und dann mal gibt's als Mikrofon, so macht er auch Rabies. Als wir was wir nicht verstehen. Rabi, you using Google Translate for us? Okay. Oh wow.
This is just a little translator. It needs to be charged, but basically it connects with satellites so you can translate anywhere in the world. Oh, it shut off. No battery.
Okay, I'm loading it. It is better for your phone.
Yeah, it is. It's better on the phone.
Ich auch nicht. Ich nix kann Englisch. Englisch nix kommen in meinen Kopf rein.
Ich kann nicht viel verstehen, aber ich nichts kann entsprechen.
Ich auch nichts kann sprechen.
Kaum was.
Aber das
Ich schlage auf einmal eine Scheiße. Zum Beispiel, ich sag so,
Englisch.
ja, same.
Ja. Ganz wenig.
Too many puppies.
Show, this is my balcony.
Ach, Digga.
That's beautiful.
Nicht schon wieder Büro.
It looks very nice.
Denk an keine Füße. Nee, es werden zwar nicht viele Füße gelegt, ne?
Ja, ich hab keinen Fuß gelegt.
Doch, grün mit Ellbogen. Ich kann dir sogar sagen, was für eine Farbe deine Socke hat. Deine Socke ist weiß.
Ja, das ist Adi. Das ist gar nichts.
Alles ist einfach. Sie weiß was Deutsches. Sie weiß nicht, ich nichts kann Englisch. Wie heißt das nochmal?
Was?
My friend Yannick can't speak English.
That's okay.
Das ist okay, sagt er.
Das habe ich verstanden. Ein bisschen kann ich, aber nicht so richtig viel. Auf dem höchsten Universitätsniveau.
Ja, ich kann Englisch, weil ich Duolingo mache.
Ich
Digga, Duolingo ist so tot.
Benutzt du Anton? Kennst du Anton?
Ich?
Schon. So.
Anton hat tatsächlich in Schule. Ja,
Mir nicht.
also unsere Schule benutzt es nicht mehr so viel, aber ab und zu halt nochmal für Arbeiten dringend lernen müssen und so. Und wirklich kein Kind, also für kaum Kinder das Thema gecheckt haben, dann machen wir mal Anton, aber sonst nie.
Nie.
Nö, sonst nie.
Gar nicht mehr sowas.
Oh mein Gott, ich habe Aufnahmen. Sieht man da was? Sieht man aus?
Man sieht
Man sieht alles.
Was?
Okay.
Zeig mal deine krasse App.
Meine krasseste App. Meine Lieblings-App ist McDonald's. Weil ich da über 2000 Punkte habe, weil ich gefühlt 3-mal im Monat bei McDonalds fresse.
War es, als du es gezeigt hast, war es noch bei 7-mal in der Woche oder so irgendwas?
Ja, jetzt nicht mehr so. Jetzt habe ich 2543 Punkte, das ist schon...
Wichtiges etwas.
Dann ist noch OK-Sucht-App, die zweite, mit ungefähr 690 XP.
Wofür braucht man die App eigentlich?
Einfach so. Dann, Reddit, nee, Reddit ist overrated, das zeige ich definitiv nicht.
Ja, dann komme ich mit meinem Pfefferspray. Was außerdem mein Ding ist.
Das dritte ist ChatGPT, was ich für 5 Mal am Tag nutze.
70 Mal am Tag einfach.
Also im Hintergrund wird auch richtig nice.
Discord?
Kannst du mal Discord zeigen?
Mein Discord-Server?
Ja, kannst du mal zeigen.
Du musst.
Ach du Scheiße, warum so viel?
Ganz weniger, dann. Kannst ja mal mit mir gucken, habe ich viel.
Ich habe auch noch viele Server-Tags.
Digga, ich habe 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 Server, also 6 Dinger.
Guck mal, die Server-Tags.
Oh, übertreib halt. Easy.
Ich mach so wieder aussehen, Barbie, da haben. Wie machst du Stream auf? Hieß so.
Der schläft schon. Nee, der kennt nicht. Was macht der denn da?
Was war schon?
Der sitzt so. Ich verstehe sowas nicht, wie Leute so sitzen können. Ich check's nicht.
Wie sitzt der da? Leon, wie sitzt der da?
Der liegt einfach nur, der liegt einfach, sieht so komisch aus, aber seine Beine sind unter der Decke.
Sieht so Amerika aus. Wie lange ist der schon live?
Der ist 3,5 Jahre live.
Seit 3 Jahren.
3,5?
Ja. Ja.
Das ist krass einfach. Krass halt.
Nimmt ihr auch an, Leute auf dem Klo oder so? Oder?
Hoffentlich.
Nee, der macht, glaube ich, das ab.
Wie viel macht der so am Tag? 5 Mal
Ja, also wie ich gekommen bin, hatte der leider Gottes nur 0 Viewer. Und wie ich ihn geholfen habe, hat er dann 7 Viewer.
Was machen wir hier eigentlich?
Die Frage ist halt, bei welcher App ich am meisten investiert habe.
McDonalds.
Empfehle ich nicht, weil ich doch meistens in Bar bezahle.
Du hast Geld?
Ja, ich kriege im Monat so ungefähr 120 Euro.
Wieso so viel? Weiß ich nicht. Wie heißt der noch?
Rabenbrot.
Raben.
Ey Leute, ich muss auflegen. Also ich muss raus.
Wollen wir nachher noch mal ein bisschen bei uns auf dem Discord gehen?
Ja, können wir gleich mal machen. I'm coming morning and have a good sleep.
Thank you. Have a good day. Take care. Good sleep to you.
Hab einen schönen Tag und pass auf
Nee,
dich auf.
nee, warte, wie heißt es? Bald.
Einfach nur bye. Bye.
Bye.
Bye, my brother.
Goodbye, my
Have a
brother.
nice day.
You too. Bye-bye.
Ciao.
Ciao. Welcome. Hello, how are you?
Good.
How'd you find out about me?
Mhm. Very good.
Very good. Welcome, how are you?
Was geht?
I'm well. Well, thank you so much. I'm well, how are you?
Good.
Excellent. Can you check with everybody? Make sure everybody's 18.
Yeah. I'm 20 or older. Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
my friends.
Thank you for bringing them. Excellent.
Robbie, you 18 or older?
Yeah, I'm 39. Yeah, I just don't want to talk with children.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah, I just don't want to talk with children.
Das ist gottlos.
Was ist das hier? Wie alt ist der? Ich hab's nicht verstanden.
Wir glauben, die ist 39. Der kann so alt sein wie das.
What games play you?
What games do I play? I like to play a lot of mini games like chess and checkers and mini golf and table soccer and carom and mancala and Uno. I like poker. I like card games. I like board games. I like Monopoly. And then I like Grand Theft.
Whoa.
And then I like Grand Theft Auto.
Yes. Grand Theft Auto 5.
That's right. Do you know how until Grand Theft Auto 6? I'll tell you right now. I've got it is exact 300 days. Grand Theft Auto 6 is 300 days away.
Ganz nice. Und das sogar hier kann, was gerade guckt.
Molo? Was heißt nochmal? Was ist dein Lieblingssong?
Gar keine zurzeit.
Nein, ich meine auf Englisch.
What's your favorite song?
What is your favorite song?
Oh, I don't know if I have a favorite song, but I like Motown music. I like soul music. I like pop music.
Can you... sorry, Motown music. What is this? Have you a song or what style is this? Rock.
It's like rhythm and blues, R&B.
Ah, nice.
Yeah.
Oh my god, nice.
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
I like rap. I like pop.
That's crazy.
Word, dog. Do you know the song 99 Lufthoff Balloons?
99 balloons? Yes, good.
Yeah, that's a fun song.
Warum da erzählt er es dir. Das ist voll cool.
How long life you?
Yeah.
Frag ihn mal.
How long you live?
3.5 years.
What?
Yeah.
3 years.
3.5 years. Yeah. Ingor, do you see in the left-hand channel? It says 24/7 live stream link, YouTube live stream link. It's got like red.
Yes.
Put that link into your browser and look how many live streams I have going currently.
Why you so long live? Why?
I'm creating a time capsule for human society. Basically, it is like a journal, but digitally.
Crazy. Wow.
Do you see how
crazy good?
Do you see how many live?
Yeah.
Do you see all my live streams?
Yeah.
Yeah, but you haven't seen all of them. Ingor, can you tell your friends what you just did so they can see all the live streams simultaneously?
Yeah, I support you. This is very nice. Oh my god. I 2 seconds back. 2 seconds, okay?
Take time, my friend. Thank you so much, Mo. Thank you so much for bringing your friends. Hello.
Yes. Oh, Ingard.
Hello. Welcome, Ingard. So, Ingard, if you don't mind, your English seems to be very good. If you would help me translate. So Rabbi Rothschild, I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I do this to show the world that we're all not that different and bring people together globally. Talk about things that aren't normally discussed in society, like ending world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, clouding, vertical farming. I help people. I want to help people end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that is worth about $100 million. And one of the things that we do is we build wells in developing nations like Nigeria. I'm an advocate for the Life Straw program and most of all desalination technology, where we pump Earth's seawater onto land to make it drinkable for people. Data, according to The Economist magazine, is Earth's #1 resource, and I have more data archived than any person ever, which may make me a very influential person someday. And if that happens, I'm going to help you. I'm going to help all your friends. I'm going to help the friends in here that we have, including Yannick and Moloch Mo, and I'm going to make them very wealthy so that they have generational wealth, so that they become financially independent if they're not already, and so that they can start charities and philanthropic organizations of their own. How does that sound? I can't hear you if you're talking.
Du bist mute, Ingard.
So, yeah, sorry, my English is not so many good. I understand only your half.
That's okay.
But I understand only your half. But what you say is very good. I support you. I tell this to my friend.
Please do.
I support you on Instagram, on WhatsApp, all. You're crazy. You're crazy, but you good heart.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Your heart is very good and on the right place. On the right place is your heart.
Thank you.
I understand not all, but you're very nice here.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Well, all people think on the same, and you think on all. You know.
That's right.
Yeah, with make nobody think on all.
That's right. Well, I do. I do my best to be a leader, to be a kind person, and just to live the best life that I can.
Wow. You have my right, and you're crazy, but you're a good boy. You are very nice. You're crazy.
I know.
You're crazy good.
I know, Ingrid. Thank you. I appreciate that.
You're crazy good, aber you're crazy. Yeah.
That's okay.
Der hat auch die meisten Daten auf der ganzen Welt.
Was?
Du kannst ihn mal fragen, wie viele Daten Da erzählt er immer, wie viele Daten er hat. Er hat die meisten Daten auf der ganzen Welt.
Was für
Was
Daten?
heißt nochmal mein Englisch? Mein Englisch ist nicht so gut.
Das hat er mir, glaube ich, auch erzählt, aber ich kann es mir nicht genau merken.
Was denn für Daten?
Musst du ihn fragen, how many data have you, Rabbi?
How much data do I have?
Yes.
Oh, it's like petabytes. It's like thousands of terabytes.
What?
Right.
What? For what? Why is so many? Go ahead.
It's archived.
Have you such a lead, Starlink? Such a lead? What?
Well, it's saved on like servers from Google.
Ja, stimmt, der hat ja eigentlich von Google spielen. Und da hatte ich und so.
Was?
Der ist der Co-Owner und Moderator von Google spielen. Bei manchen.
Was?
What?
Robbie, 1 second. I think English is great.
That's okay.
Yeah. How you support people who have not so many food? What make you so? Yeah.
Sure. Things like agricultural drones. Those are like drones for farms. Floating greenhouses, like a greenhouse on the water.
What?
Yeah.
And what make you? You.
Oh, how do I eat?
You spend money for build houses and support us. Yes.
For wells in Nigeria.
Nice. Oh my god, you're crazy.
I know.
Okay, and you very crazy. You have a good heart, but you're crazy. I don't know.
What do you want me to do?
You're oh my god. Yes.
Hello?
Hello.
Hey.
Ja, ist es ihn jeden Tag zu besuchen, weil es sieht manchmal sehr traurig aus und ich habe manchmal richtig viel Mitleid bei solchen Leuten. Die geben sich Mühe für andere Menschen, aber haben selber ein schwieriges Leben, sieht man ja schon in seinem Zimmer.
Hey, my friends say we visit you the next days.
Please do.
So say hi, say
absolutely. You're always welcome. You're always welcome. Check in, and we'll become very good friends.
Yeah. You're very crazy and nice.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Yes.
Ich weiß nicht, wie das heißt, aber kannst du mir sagen, dass mein Englisch nicht gut ist?
Rabbi?
Yeah.
Yannick's English is not so good. It's bad.
That's okay.
Das habe ich verstanden, aber halt nicht ganz viel.
English from Yannick war das, oder? English from Yannick is not so good. We translate a little bit in German for you.
Please do.
Yeah. Okay.
Hallo? Ja. Ich dachte schon, irgendwas passiert.
Remy?
Yes.
How do you do with sleep? With food? Is all stream on?
Yeah, I eat on.
On?
I eat on stream. I sleep on stream.
What? Really? Also, we see every day what you eat. You eat
Absolutely.
pommes fries, you eat chicken nuggets, you eat.
Yeah, I like sandwiches, I like pasta, I like it.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Is your next level crazy? Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my gosh. This is. How many money have you supported and spending? How many money have you spending and supported to the food programs?
Probably like hundreds of dollars.
What? Oh my god. Aber es ist $100, also $100. Aber ich glaube, er lebt ein sehr einfaches Leben, um anderen ein besseres Leben zu erleichtern. Möglich. Also er lebt. Guck, schau doch mal, er lebt ein sehr einfaches. I'm not sure, but I think you live a very simple life.
Yes.
Yes. Next people have a better life. I'm right.
Exactly.
Yeah. Okay. This. Oh my god, you crazy. You. Yeah. Oh my god. You're next level crazy. You.
I know.
Crazy. Also er hat gerade bestätigt, dass er ein sehr, sehr einfaches Leben lebt, vielleicht im Wohnwagen oder vielleicht irgendwas, um anderen Menschen ein besseres Leben zu ermöglichen. Um Leuten, die hungern, um Leuten, die leiden, denen will er ein besseres Leben. Also das ist krass. Ja, okay. Ja.
You have to speak.
Thank you so much.
Yes, I thank you. You're helping others.
Danke, hat er gesagt.
Danke, Shane.
Yeah.
I never meet a so crazy and big heart guy before you. A guy who was so big heart.
Thank you.
You have a very, very simple life, but people was hungry, was very fight, was all problems.
Exactly.
Just have a better life.
Exactly.
This is crazy. This is so crazy. Yes, you're crazy, God.
Ich liebe den Typ, der ist
der ist so krass. Oh my God. Have you a favorite movie or series?
I like many movies. I like many series. I like I like Seinfeld. I like Family Guy. I like.
Family Guy good. Peter Griffin good.
Yes, exactly. I like.
Peter Griffin normal boy.
Good, excellent, very well. Yeah, so I really enjoy those. I like. What else do I like? I like The Simpsons. I like. I like. What would you know that I like? Friends. The Office. Do you know The Office? It's okay if you don't. I like The Office.
The Office. No.
That's
no, but funny series. Simpsons. Yes.
Excellent.
And Peter Griffin. Nice.
Yes, very funny.
funny.
Very funny. Right, next level funny. Yes. What kind of series do you like?
I like Breaking Bad.
Yeah. Okay.
Cocaine.
Yeah.
It's, very good.
Great. Yeah.
Yeah. It's very good to learn cooking. So next. The Walking Dead. The Walking Dead is good.
Sure.
And on movies is lot of lyrics.
Oh yeah, amazing.
Were classical, yeah.
Right. Yeah. Oh, Harry Potter.
And what's that? Fast and Furious of English.
Fast and Furious. You like Fast and Furious?
Fast and Furious.
Oh, very cool.
Yes, all.
Very cool.
The first 4 or 5 best story, best movie, best.
Yeah.
The next middle. The next good.
I understand. I understand.
It's not so good story. It's too many, you know.
Yeah, I do.
I think the first 4 or 5. No. Tokyo Drift. Tokyo Drift very good. Very funny and very good. Tokyo Drift.
Excellent.
You know.
Yes, I do. Yes,
yeah, it's very and yeah. It's very cool. Yeah. That's great. Good.
I like fast cars.
Yes. My dad. One moment.
Sure. Take your time.
What's your favorite car?
Mine.
Yes.
I really like Hondas. But I like Ferraris. I like Mercedes Benz and Porsches, and I like BMW, and I like some American cars. I like Toyota. Toyota's a great car. I like Tesla. How about you? What kind of cars do you like?
Okay. I'm Shabek. I'm go off, but I hope we hear until the next days.
Absolutely. I'll see you. I'll see you.
I like old cars. 9 also Porsche.
Porsche, absolutely.
Yeah. Old cars. Very good.
Beautiful.
Good sound. I'm offline. I hope we hear on the next days.
Excellent. Take care. Pleasure to meet you, Ingrid. Thank you so much.
Bye and have a nice day.
You too.
You will, but I hope we hear on the next days.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. Take care. Peace.
Yeah.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
By speaking briefly about Maimonides' legacy. I think what I'm reminded of is the passage in Pirkei Avot that says that, any machlokas that is, we're saying Shemayim will ultimately endure. Any machlokas that is altruistic in nature will ultimately endure. And we see that Maimonides' work continue to have an evergreen quality to them, that they are continually fresh and lead with tremendous impact even now in the 21st century. And yet the controversy that swirls around them, although perhaps not as intense or as focused as it was in the 13th century, nevertheless is something that is with us to this day. And with that, I conclude the first lecture. I hope you found it interesting. I thank you very much for your endurance and your patience. And I'll hang around for some questions if you like. And he likes to ask the first question, so we can start with the second question, if you would prefer. Should I tell you? Yes, please. Absolutely. On specific issues, you'll find them on every page of Mishnah Torah, and quite often, as I don't want to
a little
teach Torah in front of the Rabbanim, but it's a historical fact that we often don't paskin like the Rambam.
I know. I know. Vaughan is car. I know. Donkestein is thank you. I know
discussion of the life after death was especially controversial.
let me think.
Many felt that his writings
Frau
assailed
is
the traditional
woman.
notion of a physical resurrection of the body, because he tends to focus on the life of the mind, the
I know Loose Balloon is balloon.
Like, and then he said, "Well, look at all these
I know
really
Flynn is like a blimp.
revival of the dead."
I know.
That in a later writing, so that controversy calmed down a little bit during his lifetime. But definitely, halakhically, there are so many disagreements with many.
Gesundheit is good health.
Provide footnotes kind of leaves them open to criticism as well. That was a good question. I'm glad you asked. It wasn't too hard. It's kind of like in my wheelhouse. All right, thank you very much for coming. I hope you have a good evening. Sure. Hello. I hope you enjoyed that lecture as much as I enjoyed delivering it. It was a really fantastic audience, and I had a great time speaking about the Rambam, one of my favorite characters in the long and complex Jewish people. I'm especially fascinated by the very principal stand that Torah should be free. That people who teach Torah, people that produce Torah scholarship, should be doing it without any direct compensation for their work. Obviously, we have to find ways to employ our professional Torah teachers, because otherwise they will have to take other types of occupations to support themselves and their family, and we really want to make them free so that they can engage in the study of Torah and teaching Torah as well. But I love the idea that something should just be available to the entire world, simply as it is. And it motivates me to produce these videos, because I'm so glad that so many people around the world are able to enjoy them. I hope that you're among them, not just watching this video. However, and here's the pitch, we have a lot of undergraduates here at Torah College, and college is expensive, particularly when they're engaged in very advanced study at the tertiary level. I want to do everything I can to make it possible for them to achieve their career as professional. They're motivated by these videos. You have the wherewithal to help corner. Email me. One of two one
I only know a few words. Gesundheit is good health. Gesundheit, yeah. I know Frau is woman. I know Wagen is car. Volkswagen is people's car. I know Luftballon is balloon. I know Dankeschön is thank you. I know okay, I know like let's see, Zucker is sugar, and Berg is sugar, and is town, and then I know Stein is stone, and I know let's see, I know Schwarz is black.
The joke
and
goes like this.
I know
it's the 1920s,
Weiss is white.
And an American family.
And I know Roth is red. And Child is shield. And I know what else do I know? I know
and he spends 6 months there.
Zeppelin is blimp.
And I know what did you see? He says, it was amazing to me. I saw so many things. I saw people who believe so many different things than us. I saw a Jew who was an atheist, a Jew who was a Zionist, a Jew who was a communist, a Jew who was a socialist, a Jew who was
Sapphire is Sapphire.
And her parents said, so what's so surprising is they were all the same person. In many ways, that does say a lot about who
I
Cook
know.
was, and as we shall see over the course of the next 49, 50 odd minutes. I have a little bit of housekeeping
What else
to
do I know?
inform you of what's coming up for the next couple of
That's
weeks.
about-
Over that.
Yes,
Okay,
sir.
first of all, we are very grateful to our sponsors. As you probably know, if you've gotten
Excellent.
irritating emails, we believe very strongly that these lectures
Absolutely.
should be made
Please do.
available
Please do.
free
You're more
to
than
the
welcome.
community, both live here, and I'm very grateful for your presence here, but also on the internet where they have actually
Take care.
following, thank God. But
Take care. Thank
the
you.
real point of doing
Dankeschön.
this is that we want to support our students. So we have a fund for Jewish student scholarships here at Avenue J. And we encourage people to sponsor lectures, which helps out the scholarships that I'd like to offer our brilliant students. So we have 3 sponsors for today's lecture. Mr. Paul Shaviv, who was expected here tonight. He's been a long-time follower of these lectures. He's stuck in traffic, but maybe we'll see him when he comes in, and we'll embarrass him with a big round of applause or something. It's in memory of Dr. Yishai Shachar. We also are grateful to Ms. Sharon Byers, who has dedicated this lecture to Homer Byers. And finally, Ms. Pat Elvin, who's also a long-time follower of these lectures online. And one of the things I like about Ms. Elvin in particular is that many watch the videos and then like them, which is always nice. You see the little likes appear on your screen, and I get a little burst of oxytocin, which is a brain chemical that keeps us back to Facebook time after time. But other people comment, that goes another level. And thirdly, people share. So she is one of those people who does all of those things, and she is sharing now in a material way by helping us produce these lectures and offer scholarships to students. So we're very grateful to all of our sponsors. The housekeeping I have to announce is that next week we are not scheduled to meet. If you've gotten the handy little bookmarks, they work very well, by the way. I've tried them out. They work in books of all languages, without difficulty. I will be, thank God, I'll be a scholar in residence in Toronto next week in connection with the Shabbos Project. So we will not be meeting here in Brooklyn next Monday. We will pick up again the Monday afterwards. And we have a fantastic topic. We're going to look at Emma Goldman, so-called Red Emma, who is labeled by the FBI as the most dangerous woman in America. And finally, for those of you who are in the Five Towns area, I have a small lecture series that's going to look at 3. It's going to be a little bit more advanced, I think, in terms of the content, a little bit more, sophisticated people who have already spent a lot of time in these types of classes, looking at 3 rabbis who were criticized bitterly in their lifetimes, who later went on to create major influences on Jewish history as a whole. Specifically, we're looking at Maimonides, Rabbi Moshe Chaim Luzzatto, and today we're looking at Rav Kook, so it overlaps there. Okay, that's it for the housekeeping. Why don't we go straight to the lecture itself then? So, Rav Kook, an incredibly important individual in 20th century thought. He is known, of course, most famously as the Ashkenazi chief rabbi of Israel, the first chief rabbi of Israel under the British Mandate authorities, and he had a major influence on the political direction of the Israeli polity. He also had influence on the nature of Israeli thought and Jewish thought worldwide. And we shall see it was a representation of a unique blend of Kabbalistic and Mithnagdic and Mussardic trends within his one syncretic kind of worldview, which was really quite appealing and continues to have a lasting impact to this day. His years are 1865. He was born in the northern part of the Pale of Settlement. I'll show you a map shortly. And he died in Jerusalem in 1935. As I like to say, none of these lectures have anything original whatsoever in them. They are completely derivative. I've relied very heavily on 2 biographies. One is the rather amazing biography of Rav Kook by Demersky, which appeared in the Yale Jewish Live series. It's very worth reading. And I also had the pleasure of reading the scholarship of Jacob B. Agus, who a scholar from a previous generation, who published a work on Rav Kook entitled Banner of Jerusalem in 1946. It's very rich and evocative prose, which is characteristic of that era of scholars. People like Cecil Roth also wrote like him. And as far as I'm concerned, anyone who was publishing in Jewish history in 1946, a hero into his own right. So I was very grateful to have the opportunity to see these somewhat different views of Rav Kook, but they have enriched my understanding and hopefully yours. So those are the basic sources for tonight. The rule is nobody is allowed to ask any hard questions, and I'll go straight to the material. Okay, so Rav Kook was born in 1865 in the Russian Empire. This was an unusual and very special time, which ironically seems to have repeated itself in terms of the Weltanschauung, in terms of the zeitgeist. Very good. If you were undergraduates, I would write it on the word. Zeitgeist means the spirit of the times. It was characteristic of what Turgenev, the novelist, called the period of fathers and sons, the title of one of his most famous works, because there was an incredible gap between two generations in the 1880s in particular. This certainly affected the Jews, perhaps even more than it affected Russians, Ukrainians, Latvians, and so on. This was a period of tremendous technological change, but more significantly, social change, political change. There was a tremendous upheaval in the former Empire at this time, as for the first time in literally centuries, sons were turning their backs on their father's way of lives, challenging them in so many different ways. To look at it from the non-Jewish perspective, this was the era when serfdom was seriously challenged. That is something that hadn't happened in almost 1,000 years. And one of the tsars in the middle of the 19th century had finally emancipated the serfs, although in many ways it was an emancipation that paralleled the emancipation of the slaves in America, which was not entirely successful for many reasons, but beyond our topic today. For the Jews, it represented, oh, and by the way, with the emancipation of the serfs came a lot of challenges to governmental authority, ultimately resulting, of course, in the abortive revolution of 1905 and the successful revolutions of 1917 that brought the Soviet Union to power. For Jews, it was even more significant because in the under the impact of the 1881 pogroms that we discussed briefly last week when we talked about Jabotinsky, there was a tremendous challenge to rabbinic authority that sometimes expressed itself as a Zionist impulse, sometimes expressed itself as a socialist impulse, sometimes expressed itself as an assimilationist impulse that could be expressed either in the Russian Empire itself, as Jews chose to nominally convert to other faiths, particularly Christianity, or they chose to come to America and famously threw their tefillin overboard as they were approaching Ellis Island. So there are all of these tremendous challenges of fathers to sons. I would hazard a guess that many of us in this room are the descendants of those children who challenged their fathers, those who came from the great wave between 1882 and 1928. And we are in many ways trying to pick up the pieces of that Kulturkampf that existed in the late 19th century. The reason why I mentioned earlier that it's kind of got a parallel in the 20th century is if you think of the hippie era, the 1960s and 1970s, the age of Aquarius, tremendous challenging, the technological and social revolution associated, for example, with the development of psychotropic drugs, the reliability of modern contraception created such tremendous social changes that were unheard of for generations prior, resulted in a very different society in the 1980s. Similarly, we have this happening in the time of the late 19th century. Among the Jews, there are three basic core groups, three basic kind of rooted groups within the Russian Empire. These were the Hasidim, the Misnagdim, and the Maskilim. I'm sure many of you are broadly familiar familiar with these various groups, but let me take a minute to just give you thumbnail definition of them so that we can all be on the same page. The Hasidim are primarily an 18th century phenomenon, a reform movement within Eastern European Judaism that rebelled against the rather, let's say, I'm looking for a fancy word for it, acerbic intellectualism of the northern regions, the Lithuanians. The Lithuanians, who were justly aghast at some of the innovations that the Hasidim had brought to the table of Judaism, opposed these reforms, and so they called themselves the Mitznagdim, the opponents. And they retreated within the four walls of halacha as understood by their great sage, the Vilna Gaon. Mitnagdim today, also known as Litvaks because they tend to be associated with the area of Lithuania, are known for their brilliant minds, effervescent wit, very sharp sense of fashion. But they had a really massive falling out. The Lithuanians and the Hasidim fought over 100 issues up until the beginning of the 19th century, when they realized that both groups were facing a much more serious challenge that was coming from Western Europe, and these are the so-called maskilim, from the Hebrew word haskalah, which is in turn a translation of the German term aufklärung, or enlightenment, and which emanates from northern Germany. The principal proponent, of course, is Moses Mendelssohn. Argued that Jews should learn the vernacular of the country, Jews should adopt the dress of the surrounding society, and the Haskalah frequently descended into outright assimilation. The point of the Haskalah, particularly in the second generation, was to achieve political emancipation, particularly within Germany, and unfortunately, in many cases, that desire for political emancipation expressed itself in a rather slavish imitation of German norms in an attempt to try and buy cultural respectability. So the Hasidim and the Misnagdim struggled with the Maskilim. So while the Hasidim and the Misnagdim may have been arguing about, for example, the correct time to pray the morning prayer or the correct way to slaughter a cow, in the West they were saying, well, why should we pray at all? Or why should we keep kosher at all? So they realized that they had to form a united front against the Maskilim. Nevertheless, the Haskalah did very, very broad inroads into society, and so you have these major intellectual groups of Jews interacting, conflicting with each other, often over the same Shabbos table during this tremendous period of fathers and sons, the 1880s through the early part of the century. This is the environment in which Rav Kook grew up. He was a brilliant scholar in his youth. He was known as the River Ilui. The Ilui means like enlightened one, or the genius translation of it. What is the short of the word Ilui? Anyone here know what the short, the root Hebrew? Eloi, from Allah, meaning to raised up. Yeah, it's the elevated one. He was on a very high level. He was also known, and I'm going to turn to someone perhaps who knows Yiddish better than I. He was known apparently as their Kasoker Ilui, the cross-eyed Ilui. I only saw that reference in one book, and I looked in all the Yiddish dictionaries I could find. I never saw the word Kasoker as the word for cross-eyed, so might be lost in translation. But at any rate, he was definitely called an Ilui because of his tremendous skill, primarily in Talmudic learning. He had, however, a quite impeccable Hasidic lineage as well. On his mother's side, she was descended from the Tzemach Tzedek, one of the most important of the Chabad Rebbe's, of which there were 7. And in fact, a very delightful story that I think is quite telling of his personality and the vector of his intellectual development. After the Tzemach Tzedek passed away, his personal artifacts were given out to many family members, and the Rav Kook's mother received a button from the Tzemach Tzedek's coat, his Shabbos cloak. And so she took that button and she sewed it to the top of his yarmulke. in fact, he had a button from the Semipsestic at the top of his head that was perhaps always pulling him upward towards the supernal realms. He went through a fairly typical upbringing. At this time, very, very few young men actually got to study Talmud at an advanced level. They had a very basic system of tracking where, it is remarkable that Jews did achieve quite a large degree of literacy. It's not as high as you would think. The 1897 census indicates that Jews were literate at a rate of about 60%, obviously dwarfed the Ukrainian and Polish peasantry, was actually superior to the nobility as well. Still, 60% literacy is a remarkably low rate compared to modern standards. At any rate, after about 5 years of mandatory education for boys and quite often for girls as well, decisions were made as to how far they would go. And most boys, by the time they were 10 or 11, it was already decided as Shoin Genug, that's enough learning for you. You know how to pronounce the prayers in Hebrew. You know how to follow along Chumash. Maybe you know some Rashi, so that's enough for you. Now you're going to work as a shoemaker or a dairyman and so on. And only the elites could really afford on an economic level to continue in higher education, and even that was at tremendous penury. Rav Kook fell into that class, and he moved from city to city learning in smaller yeshivas. The great yeshivas were just beginning to form at this time, until he eventually did study at them. Often eating at different family homes 1 day per week, with the kind of humiliations that go along with the lifestyle of a Talmid Chacham, of a Torah scholar. He was ultimately married to the daughter of a scholar, which did not, improve his economic circumstances very much, but nevertheless, he did have a very happy life with her. And around age 22, it became clear that he simply could not continue studying full time. So he was advised by the Chavetz Chaim to take a rabbinic post, and he took several of these rabbinic posts dealing with the average issues of shtetl Jews. The major influences, by the way, this map, this is the Pale of Jewish settlement. This is the region in which Jews were allowed to settle in 19th century Russian Empire. It was a kind of a compromise that was set up by Catherine II when she conquered this region. Up until this point, no Jews were allowed in Russia proper. As in 1479, there was a ban on Jews in Russia proper. But when Catherine conquered this region, she really didn't know what to do with this massive amount of Jews. So ultimately, she said, okay, fine, they can stay where they are. And she even expanded some regions down here towards the Black Sea. But otherwise, it was kind of like a massive ghetto by the end of the 19th century. Huge concentrations of Jews, primarily middle-sized towns called shtetla, or shtetl, a singular, and significant populations in the larger cities like Kiev. Even though they were technically outside of the Pale of Settlement, there are about 60,000 Jews living illegally in Kiev. They wanted to build a wall around Kiev, but there was a huge political fight whether or not a wall would. Nobody gets my joke, so we'll just go on. Someone gets it. Okay. All right, so anyways, they're living there. Now, the northern part here is traditional Mitnagdic territory, with the exception of the Chabad, who also come from the north. They're called the Litvischer Hasidim in some circles. And Hasidism proper is more towards the right bank, Ukraine here, right bank of the Dnieper River, and in central Poland as well. He was educated at many of the greatest institutions of the time, most notably the yeshiva of Volozhin, shown here, which is one of the first major yeshivas of Eastern Europe. He studied under Naftali Tzvi Berlin, one of the most famous deans of that institution, and he was his personal Hamid there. This was an institution they maintained learning 24 hours a day. And literally 24 hours a day, they would have shifts to make sure that the word of Torah did not cease to resound from its walls. There's a famous story by one of his contemporaries that they happened to be the last few guys studying one night. And Rav Kook said to his friend, isn't it amazing that our voices are right now keeping the entire universe in existence. You know, he imbibed these midrashim and lived them in a very real way. He also was associated with the Chafetz Chaim I mentioned earlier, a very saintly figure, towering intellect who composed the modern day code of Jewish law known as the Mishnah. Since I'm mentioning the Chafetz Chaim, I have to show you a very short clip that surfaced just last year, an actual video clip of the Chafetz Chaim, which is, I'm sure everyone's seen it, but we have to see it again because it is so amazing. At this point, it's supposed to start on its own, but it's not doing that. What if I push the little button here? Will that do it? Here we go. There he is. He's the small man in the middle there, and his bodyguards watching out for paparazzi. And here, one of the bodyguards is about to come up just when you're about to see he covers up the face. Oops. That is a rather amazing glimpse of greatness. Okay, let's go to his politics, because it is his political expression, which is what is perhaps most well known about the book. For those of you who were here last week when we talked about Blinsky, I apologize. I'm going to have to use a little bit of this screen again. Those of you who weren't, I would encourage you to go back and watch that video on the web. Just skip ahead until you see something like this, because I give you a little bit more of a sense of who lives where. But just to give you a thumbnail definition here. The Jewish political spectrum is considerably more complicated than the American. The American, right to left, with capital views on the right, social views on the left. American politics tend to be quite close to the center by comparison to Eastern European Jewish politics. But there's another really important axis for Jewish politics at the turn of the 20th century, and that is the question of Doerkeit, here-ness. To what degree does a political party advocate remaining in the diaspora, developing Jewish life in Russia, America, what have you, or does it advocate moving to Zion? So in last week's lecture, we looked at which political parties occupied which of the quadrants. But I cheated you a little last week because I didn't want to overwhelm you. It's actually more complicated. There's a third axis. Besides the X and the Y axis, there is a Z axis, or as they say in my homeland, a Z axis, that tracks the religious nature of the parties. So far, all of the parties that we talked about last week were fundamentally secular or even anti-religious. But now we have to discuss, obviously the religious Jews were in a traditional society. They easily comprise the majority of Jews, depending on how you want to define religiosity. So what did they think politically? So there are two main parties that we should look at. The first one, and you have to imagine this line here is making this three-dimensional, right? It's the Z-axis out here. This refers to a party which was established in 1902 called the Mizrahi. This is the party with which Rav Kook's thought is ultimately most closely associated, although he himself was not the founder of Mizrahi and only maintained a kind of a tenuous formal relationship with the party. But what basically do the Mizrahi believe? They believe that, first of all, they are towards the right wing because everything this side of the y-axis is anti-religious. The social parties following Marxism, that religion is the gate of the peoples. Religion is intended to keep people essentially numb to the realities of their life, to class consciousness, class struggle, and so on. So there's not going to be any religious parties over here on the left. Mizrahi, therefore, is on the right, not necessarily because they have necessarily an economic association with capitalism, but because they don't have a home at all on the left side. Mizrahi essentially said that whatever political framework we set up, it must conform to two basic criteria. One is that it should be religious, or at least Judaism friendly, and secondly, it should be in the land of Israel. The word Mizrach means east, and of course, Israel was to the east, and prayers are said to the east, and so on. So Mizrach means eastward, like Kadima means both forward and eastward at the same time, or at least means forward. So Mizrahi was a political party that advocated both Zionism and Orthodoxy at the same time. I should point out, by the way, that the denomination developments that occurred in Western Europe were virtually unheard of in Eastern Europe. In other words, the Reform movement, known as a liberal movement that had evolved in the early 19th century in Germany, had very, very tiny representation in the Russian Empire. A temple, for example, in Lvov, which would be modern-day Western Ukraine, Lviv, and some representation in St. Petersburg, with basically no presence at all. The conservative movement, which was represented in the 1840s by a movement called historical positivists, had no representation whatsoever in Eastern Europe. If you were religious in Eastern Europe, it would be Orthodox, and if you wouldn't be caught dead in a synagogue, it would certainly be an Orthodox synagogue you would not be caught dead in. That was funny too, I thought. But the idea is that Eastern Europeans, they certainly adopted anti-religious attitudes, but they were not interested in any kind of compromise position, so to speak, like Reform and Conservative. They really were not options in Eastern Europe. So Mizrahi was an Orthodox party. That's basically synonymous with what they would have understood as a term for religion. Now, this is, we can't just leave it there, because they haven't spent much time in Eastern European or Jewish politics. This may come as a surprise because it seems so universally accepted in the early 21st century, but the concept of Zionism was very hot and certainly not universally accepted, particularly by traditionalist Orthodox Jews. They eventually came to find their political expression in a party called Agudas Yisrael, the band or the Union of Israel, which was at its foundation, at very least, a non-Zionist party, and in some of its expressions, an anti-Zionist party. Why is this so? The reasons are complex, but there are basically two of them. The first reason is because all of the Zionists that were advocating Herzl's platform, for example, certainly Jabotinsky, Paul Zion, all these parties were either non or anti-religious. They were, for the most part, highly secular. It's not until really you get to Begin in the 1970s that you find a Zionist leader who has any outward sympathies for Orthodox Judaism. And so many of the traditionalists looked at the Zionists as freethinkers, as apikorsim, heretics, and so on, and were wary of having any kind of association with them because they were such a secularizing movement. It's also important, I mean, we don't have time to go into it in great detail, but it's important to really think for a second, to realize, because we're Jews and sometimes we tend to be ethnocentric about things, I don't know, we tend to view our own political movements, in my humble opinion, in isolation. But if you step back and you look at the Slavic nationalist movements of the 19th century, we are moving in lockstep with what virtually all the other non-titular nations of Eastern Europe are exploring. Ukrainians, the Czechs, the Poles to a certain degree, Latvians, Estonians, all of them are exploring the idea of having an independent state of some form, self-determination, and they're working through their language issues, they're working through their self-definitions and so on, with the goal of creating their own nation states. And so Zionism was in many ways simply a Jewish iteration of what all the non-Jewish nations of the region were similarly doing. It seems strange because there are definitely some idiosyncrasies. I mean, Zionism is an amazing phenomenon that you have a people that is essentially stateless for 2,000 years, somehow regaining a country and a language. It's unheard of. It is, I have to sort of suspend my disbelief because as a historian, it would be hard to do anything but go straight to shul and to eat lots of kosher Chinese because it's such a phenomenal thing that the state of Israel was reestablished after such a long time. But nevertheless, it is basically following the same kind of motions of the other non-Jewish nationalist movements of the 19th century. And as a result, many of the traditionalist Orthodox are looking at this with tremendous suspicion, saying, why should we associate ourselves with these heretics. It's not appropriate for us. On another level, on a theological level, and it's hard to say, by the way, which of these two reasons is really primary. But on a theological level, there's a question as to the very propriety of creating a state, a modern nation state, particularly if it's not a theocracy. Because for 2,000 years, the Jews had lived with a civic myth, meaning the myth, not the word myth in the sense of an untruth, but in the sense of a belief system that was self-ratifying, that the Jews were exiled from their land in the first century as punishment for their sins and gossip and bloodshed and so on. And they were forced to remain in exile to expiate the sin of that first century. They would only be allowed back when they had finally achieved kapara, achieved atonement, and under the leadership of a divinely appointed leader, the Mashiach, then they would be allowed to return to the land in peace. And that's the metaphor that Jews had taken deeply to heart and given them the strength to withstand persecution throughout 2 millennia. Because every time, a pogrom would happen or there would be some kind of attack on Jews, it could be placed into this belief system that this is the punishment for our many sins, and it would actually serve to harden Jewish resolve. Kind of like, as I'm sure you know, the metaphor, why is it that Jews eat hard-boiled eggs on certain sad occasions? And the metaphor is because the longer you boil the egg, the harder it gets. And so Jews view themselves in this sense as actually toughening up with persecution. God forbid, we would rather like to take it easy for a while. But the idea is that Jews had endured exile and its tribulations, and the idea of simply wiping that away, and as it were, in a chutzpahdik way, with a sense of nerve and boldness and brashness, to say to God, enough, that's a very challenging idea. And then to add insult to injury, to say not only is it enough, but we're not going to impose a state in Israel that is bounded by the laws of Torah, unheard of, and very offensive to traditionalist-minded Jews. There were Jews, of course, for 2 millennia, it was always considered a very valuable thing and a very meritorious thing for a Jew to emigrate to Israel, to live in Israel, just walking 4 steps, Dalet Amos, in the land of Israel is considered a commandment into itself. And there were movements like Chovevei Zion, for example, who tried to establish the observant settlements in Israel under these circumstances, and they did not meet with the opprobrium that the later Zionists did. But those 2 basic reasons, the idea of working with secular or even anti-religious non-Jews, and secondly, the idea of challenging God's will by forcing God's hand, so to speak, and demanding to live in the land of Israel, this was extremely difficult for Jews to take. So as a result, by 1912, notice how late it is, by the way, the first political party starts illegally in 1897, and then it's already 15 years later, the Agudat Yisrael comes along. The Agudat Yisrael essentially formed itself as a response to all the other mobilization of Jewish political opinion. The traditionalist Jews, as it were, said, wait a second, the socialist Jews have a party, the Zionist Jews have several parties. We have to organize ourselves because it could be some democratic form of government, which in fact happened, for example, in Poland, the establishment of the same at the end of World War I. And so the Agudat Yisrael was kind of a reluctant response saying we're going to start a political party. This party obviously was in huge opposition to the Mizrahi, even though they were on the same axis of religiosity, and that's one of the reasons why Rav Kook was so challenging. So what about his thought? What was Rav Kook's thought? This is, by the way, for him at one of his multiple religious rabbinic postings before he moved to Israel. He had several influences on his life. As I mentioned earlier, he was steeped in the Misnagdic tradition, which emphasized traditionalist study of the Talmud, Code of Jewish Law, and other texts like that. But he was also highly influenced by the Musar movement, Just in a nutshell, the Muslim movement was a 19th century movement founded by Rabbi Yisrael Lipkin of Salant that emphasized ethical self-analysis as a tool for personal growth, primarily through the study of classics such as the Mesilat Yesharim, the Chovot HaLavorot, several other books like that. And in fact, although he never met Salanter, Rabbi Yisrael Salanter, when the latter died, Rav Kook even observed the full Shiva mourning rituals that one observes for one's principal rabbi. But first and foremost, there's no question that Rav Kook was a mystic. He was deeply, deeply influenced by the Hasidic interpretations of Kabbalah that had come to him through Chabad and other schools of thought. He was an unsystematic thinker and writer. He was very fond of kind of like writing in a frenzy, whatever thoughts appeared to him at that time, and he is really a very beautiful lyrical writer in Hebrew. It's like poetry. But his writings tend to have a kind of like a journal-like feel to them. They feel like personal inward musings and meditations. And he often insisted, amazingly, on publishing the first draft of
How are you?
Much to the
What's going on,
dismay of
Santonio
his son, who was his principal editor.
Can you hear me? I don't want to fucking talk to you anymore.
She was insisting on don't change a word, even the things that I later regretted saying, even things that I took back, put it all out there. Kind of like a stream of consciousness writing that was. It's really, really powerful, but it's difficult to kind of like systematize. Immanuel Kant, he was not. He didn't like move from step to step in a logical fashion. He tended to ride the wave of his thought in a very mystical fashion. It is possible that this connects with some of his basic Kabbalistic ideas of how one encounters the divine. And he was really a God-intoxicated person. Everything in him was really an association with the divine, an opportunity to encounter the divine, very much along the lines of the Arizal, Chaim Vital of 16th century Tzfat, for example. He likened the approach of divine inspiration to the Shvirat HaKelim, the breaking of the vessel described in Luriana Kabbalah, that is the period of stress, the Sturm und Drang associated with the inflow of prophetic insight. And that pain and anguish that immediately preceded a euphoric high of understanding some greater truth is expressed very vividly in his writings. To give you one example that's most relevant for us in this very brief presentation, he faced the dilemma that all mystics face, and that is dealing with the problem of theodicy. In a word, theodicy meaning the justice of God. It is very difficult for anyone who adheres to a monotheistic tradition to maintain three basic propositions. The first is that God is good. That one seems pretty easy on its own. Then you have to combine it with the second proposition. God is all powerful. So far, it seems pretty easy. Okay, we can handle a God that is good, a God that is all powerful. But then what do you do with the third statement? There is evil. How is it possible for a God that is both good and all powerful to tolerate evil? So at this point, a myriad of philosophical, every monotheistic tradition is rife with this problem. But for the mystics, and especially for Rav Kook, he argued that essentially the problem lies, as most traditional Jews would think, in the last stage of evil. He would say there is really no such thing as evil intrinsically. There is just greater distance from God and closer distance to God. Meaning, the closer one got to God, the more obvious it was that everything is good. The further one goes away from God, the more confusing, the darker, the more difficult it is to understand God and to perceive those things as evil. By the way, I have no idea what I'm talking about right now. I'm just like sort of saying words. I'm trying not to think about what I'm saying because they're very difficult to appreciate. But at any rate, so for him, but this is definitely true in his expression of the idea. He found it very hard to criticize any Jewish thing, any Jewish person. He genuinely loved other Jews with an ahavas Yisrael, a love of the Jewish people that was incredible. And so the idea of not working with secular Jews was completely incomprehensible to him. Here is another member of the tribe, a person with whom he has a shared familial relationship. And the person, look at how much good there is in him. He wants to go and live in the land of Israel, where just breathing the air is itself a mitzvah. How is it possible that he is not whole good in every way? And so therefore, unlike the traditionalists who would shun such relationship, he embraced them. He saw all these people. I was just reading Mesilas Yesharim. He says, the Ramchal says that we have to orient ourselves to God like metal shavings do to a magnet. You ever see a bunch of metal shavings on the ground and you put a magnet down, they all immediately snap to attention? So he saw every other Jew as a point of light trying to get back to its source. And so for him, there was no division with the secular Jews. And he wrote a very important essay immediately prior to leaving Europe, in which he argued that nationalism was a holy phenomenon. Very challenging idea, saying that the desire of these secular Jews, so far from the traditions, so far from traditional learning, wanting to go back to Israel, who cares what kind of state they think they want to set up? This is obviously for him the flowering of our redemption. Three very words, you may have heard them, the beginning of the flowering of our redemption, meaning that this is clearly the onset of the beginning of the Messianic era. This is a very controversial phrase. It is read out loud in many synagogues today, and in other synagogues, if you read it out loud, you'll be kicked out. It's because it is fraught with theological import. By saying Reshit Tzmichat Geulotenu with regards to the state of Israel, it's saying that the state of Israel is itself, the government of Israel, Bibi Netanyahu, is holy, and that it is all associated with the ultimate unfolding of the Messianic period. Many Jews are uncomfortable saying that, particularly when you look at some of the antics of the members of Knesset, and which make American politics really normal. So the controversy over what to do with Israel, is Israel like a secular nationalist phenomenon, kechol hagoyim, like all the other nations, or is it something, as Rav Kook would say, it's just an expression of the Jewish spirit yearning to come back to its homeland. So this is an example of his Kabbalistic influences translating themselves really into interpersonal relationships, and ultimately the personal becomes political. He also had a phenomenal attachment to the land of Israel itself, the physical dirt of Israel. Famous stories, for example, about how he once, advised an individual gently for casually ripping a leaf off a tree in Israel, saying, how could you possibly do that to a tree in Israel, and so on. But this is kind of like the transition of his thought towards the end of the European period. But we have to Israel. That's really where he's prominently focused. So what happened is, not surprisingly, in 1909, the Ilui from Grieve was invited to take a position in the port city of Jaffa. And he came with his young wife, and the two of them established themselves there and immediately found favor with the populations around Jaffa. Now we should recall that Israel at this time had a very tiny Jewish population. There were the so-called the Old Yishuv, which is primarily Hungarian Jews living in Jerusalem who had emigrated there hundreds of years earlier and had established themselves, quite often very heavily dependent on the largesse of European donors who were supporting them, various tzedakahs that are still in existence today, and concentrated on the older established of holiness and self-improvement dictated by the study of the Talmud and other texts. And then, on the other hand, you had all of these young, intellectual, free-thinking kibbutzniks who were practicing free love, experimenting with social organizations, and even the family unit was challenged, and doing things that were completely unheard of in the old Yishuv. But Rav Kook was amazingly able to bridge the gap to both communities. The former community he impressed initially, at any rate, because he was so obviously a master of the traditional texts, and his learning could not be assailed by any opponent. But for the kibbutzniks and so on, he was beloved because, first of all, he insisted on speaking in modern Hebrew, which he did, by the way, all in Europe. Even in Volozhin, he had a habit of speaking only in modern Hebrew while he was in the yeshiva, not speaking in Yiddish, the vernacular. And so he in lyrical Hebrew pressed them with his commitment. We should remember, even we saw last week, Jabotinsky in his propaganda film was speaking in Yiddish. And that's one of the most staunch Zion at the time, nevertheless resorted to so-called Galut language, a language to communicate. So and furthermore, besides his Hebrew literacy, the fact that he clearly had such deep-seated love for these non-observant Jews immediately won over their favor as well. So when he was well poised to become a popular and populist leader of the Jews at the beginning of the 20th century. After some prodding and persuasion, he was eventually He eventually was persuaded by the Mizrahi to go to one of the Zionist congresses in Europe, but it happened to be right on the eve of World War I, and because his passport was Russian, he was not allowed to return back to Israel during the First World War. He spent a significant amount of time in Switzerland and then later in London, where he did some rabbinic functions, but primarily he worked on his writings. So some of his most creative writings were produced during that interregnum while he was in Europe. Here is a quick look at what Israel looked like politically right after World War I. Of course, the British came in and they were given control of land of Israel by the League of Nations, the precursor to the United Nations. The so-called Palestine and Transjordan were originally one territory. They were later divided. And when the British began to organize the new state under their own control in the Mandate period, it was clear that the accomplished Rav Kook would become a leading figure. Since the Sephardic population and the Ashkenazic population in Israel, there are many Jews, I've kind of skipped over them, I'm sorry, from North Africa and from Persia, things like that, that practice in many ways a different rite and followed slightly different traditions with regards to legal rulings. So they had to establish two chief rabbis, the Ashkenazic and the Sephardic, and Rav Kook was an obvious choice for the chief rabbinate. Here's a very short film that shows him actually in 1921 meeting with some British dignitaries. There he is walking outside the door, and you can see behind him Rav Sonnenfeld, who we'll speak about momentarily, who represented the Eda Haredis. This is a more right-wing religious party or religious organization in Jerusalem representing the old Yishuv. Okay, so let's look at some of the controversies that surround his life, because he was certainly not a man without controversy. The first most difficult issue was the Shemitah crisis. So if you're familiar with the Bible, you'll know that one of the more complicated economic commandments in the Bible is the commandment of Shemitah, which means to let the land lie fallow 1 year and 7. It's I believe it's the Chatam Sofer. It says this is clearly evidence of the divine origin of the Torah, because any basic economist would have a better way of doing this. Right? If it was a human document, it would say, listen, everybody who lives in the south, you have Shemitah on the, there's good economic reasons to let the land lie fallow, let the nitrogen build up, things like that. Do it on year 1, you guys north, do it in year 2, and we'll just rotate the land, right? No. the whole land all at once. For one, it means that you can't plow during that year, you can't cultivate, can't harvest normally, can't sell the produce normally. It means essentially you have to shut down all the agriculture in the land of Israel for 1 year in 7. And that means, of course, the 8th year is horribly affected as well because you haven't had a chance to sow new seed and so on. And it's a disaster. Actually, the Sam Sofer, also the 19th century Hungarian rabbi, goes on to say that the fact that Israel lasted as 2 commonwealths for over a millennium is another example of a divine proof for the sanctity of the Torah, because they somehow did it. How did they survive? Anyways, so in modern, this was not really much of a question for the last 2,000 years because Jews had left the land. Jews were exiled from the land of Israel, and even those Jews who were living in Israel, the tiny remnant in places like Sfat and Yerushalayim and Hebron and so on, for 1 year they could live on the charitable donations of European Jewry and other wealthy communities. But with modern Zionism, and especially its emphasis on the value of the return to the land that was so basic across the Zionist spectrum, the Jews had to return specifically to farming. How could they deal with this economic challenge? So in 1899, a group of important rabbis had found a temporary solution, which they adopted with significant trepidation, and only as a temporary measure. In fact, 1899, it might have been 1889. I have to check that. I'm sorry, might be a typo. They essentially said, look, the commandment is only on land owned by Jews in the state of Israel and farmed by Jews. It's not a state of Israel. It's in the land owned by Jews and farmed. Non-Jews, if they happen to own a farm, make farm as normal. Produce may be consumed as normal. We also have a precedent for a temporary sale that we do very commonly on Passover, where many families will keep their leavened products, pasta, schnapps, things like that, and sell it to a non-Jew during the Passover holiday when they're forbidden to own it, and then they can purchase it back again, which is erroneously thought of as a legal fiction. It really isn't, because you do sell it. It's sold, it's gone, and if the non-Jew doesn't want to buy it, sell it back to you, it's his or hers. So these rabbis in the 19th century said, given economic difficulties of the fledgling settlements, we will allow them to institute a heter mechira, the permission of sale, where they will actually sell their farms to non-Jews for 1 year. And so then it sort of magically becomes not Jewish anymore, because a non-Jew owes the land, and since it's not owned by a Jew, therefore Jews may work the land, sell the produce, and so on. It was definitely considered a very tenuous kind of psak decision, and many Jews railed against it and felt that it was not a legitimate representation of Torah values, so to speak. But the problem persisted every 7 years. And so many rabbis argued that it should be abandoned. But Rav Kook was placed under huge pressure to validate the heter mechira. And ultimately he did. He argued that the heter mechira was an appropriate, albeit temporary, solution to the economic crisis of the Shemitah. And it remains even to this day a controversy. I happen to be studying in Kollel in Israel during a Shemitah year, and I remember just the incredibly complex things we had to do just to keep track of where we shopped, what we bought, what we did with the change we received from those stores. Because, like, if we went to the Makolet down the corner and we picked up, like a dozen eggs, which are not subject to Shemitah, because they're not, grown from the ground, but that guy is also selling, celery or something. What about the change that he's giving me back? That money may have been used to buy Shemitah products improperly. It was a whole, a ganze Geschichte, so to speak. So it remains a controversy even to the present day, where some Jews will, maybe I can tell you a funny story. This was 1993, the year of the Oslo Accords. You know, a lot of controversy over the peace plan in Israel and so on. And I went to Shabbos table with my family, and our host said to me, "Wow, what a year to be in Israel, eh?" And I said, "Yeah, the Oslo Accords." Really, I was talking about Shemitah. Then I went to another house a few weeks later, and he said the same. The person said the same question. What a year to be here! I said, "Oh, that's Shemitah." No, I was talking about the Oslo Accords. So Israel is like that, I think. At any rate, very controversial because he took the lenient position on Shemitah that it continues to be controversial today. He also faced tremendous opposition from the party that we mentioned earlier, the Agudat Yisrael, which ironically, even though it was a non or perhaps even anti-Zionist party, that didn't stop it from being established in Israel. In fact, it had the Knesset today. Obviously, after the Holocaust, many of these political calculations had to be reworked out. But they were extremely opposed to his soft ideas, what they perceived as soft ideas with regards to secular education. He felt like nationalism was a holy force. He also felt there's a lot of elements in the Haskalah of general enlightenment, of understanding of the world as a whole, scientific knowledge and so on, that was entirely appropriate and consistent with Judaism. And he felt that that was a very appropriate way for children to be raised, having secular education as well. The Agudat Yisrael maintained a much stricter view, wanting to limit education to solely religious subjects, and as a result, he faced many challenges and criticism. He tried to establish a kind of a midway point, an organization called Degal Yerushalayim, the flag of Jerusalem, but it was so totally wrapped up with his own personal charisma that when he passed away, there was no way for these organizations to continue. He also had quite strong words with Rav Yosef Chaim Sonnenfeld, who was the head of the Eda Haredis, the congregation of the tremblers. Hared means to shake, in a sense of to like be very sensitive and concerned to fulfill the will of God. It's a base verse in the prophets. And contrary to popular belief, they actually respected each other tremendously, and they got along famously, as you can see in person, but they bitterly disagreed with each other on a whole host of issues. For example, because Rav Kook was both a religious and a political figure, he was a representative to the mandate authorities of the Jewish population, he had to be involved in the construction of municipal governing authorities. And he differed from Rav Sonnenfeld on things like, for example, should non-observant Jews be allowed to serve on municipal councils? Should women be allowed to serve on municipal councils? And he always argued for a more liberal, tolerant, open-minded approach to many of these issues, whereas the Eda Haredis hold the line with the traditionalist approach, and they were at each other's throats figuratively. In reality, they had tremendous respect for each other. You can see even their singing in such a way that shows their friendship. He also, and again, you can see this is an expression of his personal understanding of the holiness of every Jew. It was a very, very controversial event when the left-wing Zionist, very prominent associated with Histadrut, Chaim Sorov, was assassinated. And here's a picture of him in 1933. There was a huge hue and cry because he was a very well-known leftist politician, and suspicion fell on several of Jabotinsky's followers in the Beitar movement, most notably this man here, Abraham Stavsky. He was arrested and tried on very, very limited evidence, but it was a capital crime. And Rav Kook was absolutely convinced that he was not guilty of this crime, and he exerted tremendous effort to defend him, even when it was a highly unpopular cause. In the end, Stavsky was acquitted, but it cost Rav Kook a lot of personal prestige to back such an unpopular cause. So I hope in the course of 60 minutes I've given you some sense, just a glimpse into the greatness of this individual. Really, you can get the most of Rav Kook by reading his works. And had we more time, I would have liked to have shared with you some of his writings. Even in English, they come across in extremely lyrical and transformative fashion. But I'm grateful very much for your indulgence and your attention. I'll remind you we won't be meeting next week. We'll meet the week after, but if you're in the 5 towns, a week from Wednesday, I'll have a lecture of this series then. Thank you very much for coming. Hello, everyone. I hope you've been enjoying the new series of lectures that we put on this fall. We thought we'd do something nice for you because we really appreciate the feedback and the comments and things like that. So we had these bookmarks printed up. They are genuine Jewish history at Avenue J bookmarks. Life size, and they indicate all of the dates of the various lectures that we have. They work in books of all languages with equal facility, and we just like to share this with you. So please send me an email at abramson@turo.edu and give me your mailing address, and we will send one of these right out to you. Thank you very much.
The vast majority of people were just wearing cloth masks that did nothing but whatever. You put the stupid mask on and clear up the closing door. But the fact that we almost get into a fight over that is dumb and ridiculous. But to have someone else wear a mask and come into your house and demand they take their mask off,
the next stop is Avenue J.
Father, like a older guy, and he wants to be cautious because you got kids. You got so on that. But like I said, the story is not true. Everything he says is right. Everything. What is that accent? That's not an accent. Now on the history.
Okay, so Vladimir Jabotinsky. First, we have to give thanks, of course, to Touro College for hosting this series. We also have to give thanks to our founding members of the Friends of Jewish History, Norman and Bridget Robinson from Corona, California, very avid watchers of these lectures online. And in fact, when they came to New York a few months ago, we got together, we had dinner, and it was really a wonderful experience. This lecture is in memory of his mother, Leona Robinson, who was an avid reader and lover of history. So let's talk about Vladimir Jabotinsky. Let me tell you, first of all, that like most of the classes that I will offer this series, it's highly derivative. There is very little original research involved in the next 50-odd minutes that we'll be speaking. I borrowed it almost entirely from recent secondary sources. I've just kind of made it a little more compact for you, but it is heavily indebted, for example, to this biography, Jabotinsky, A Life by Hillel Halkin, published by the Yale Jewish Lives series just recently. Fascinating book, and I strongly urge you, if you want to read further, this is a great source for understanding Jabotinsky's life. Here's a picture of Hillel Halkin. You can see he looks way smarter than me. So definitely there's a lot to be gained from studying the book directly from him. He has that kind of professorial, contemplative facial expression and the fingers and things like that. So definitely check that out. But let's go to Jabotinsky himself. First of all, I think we should clarify his name. So his proper legal name is Vladimir Yevgenyevich Jabotinsky. The pronunciation is properly a zh sound, which is actually a specific letter in the Cyrillic alphabet. It looks kind of like an X with a cross in the middle of it. And it's kind of like the J as in the French name Jacques, not like the J in the English name Jack. In order to make the Jack sound, you actually have to add a D to the Russian alphabet. So his name is actually Jabotinsky. If you can imagine, that's the way the French would spell it, with the J as well. But it's often transliterated into English because we don't have the zh sound so popularly as a simple J. The middle name, Yevgenyevich, is a patronymic. In the Russian and many Slavic languages, your middle name is derived from your father's name. Vich means son of, so his father's Russian name was Yevgeny. In Hebrew, it was Yonah, and that's what he was known by. He took on the name Ze'ev later in life because he wanted a more distinctive Hebrew name. Ze'ev means wolf. And that was, quite indicative of his personality, his self-image, and his relationship to the political challenges that he faced. So he's often known simply as Ze'ev Jabotinsky or Vladimir Ze'ev. Sometimes you'll see it translated as Volodymyr because he was actually very close with the Ukrainian national movement. Vladimir and Volodymyr are cognates of each other. His years are Odessa, 1880, and he passed away actually in this city, and he was buried here in 1940. He remained interned in New York, largely as a result of a personal and political dispute with Ben Gurion. But after Ben Gurion, the first prime minister of Israel, passed away, then Israel had his bones moved to Har Herzl, where he rests to this day. This is a picture of Odessa that's roughly from the time that he was born. And we should understand a very unique city in Russia. Odessa is a new city. It was founded in 1794, and it was kind of like, if you will, the Las Vegas of its time. It was created by Catherine II as a new deep water port on the sea, and it attracted kinds of non-traditional dens. Unlike the vast majority of the Ukrainian heartland that surrounded it, which was overwhelmingly agrarian, filled with peasants, with a smattering of shtetla that were overwhelmingly Jewish, and cities that were one-third Jewish, one-third Polish, one-third Russian. The Odessa was almost all migrants. That is, it took in all kinds of people who did not have any natural connection to the land or to farming. Jews were very significant in Odessa, some point over more than one-third. Also Armenians, very big in trade, Greeks, and others. Russian was the lingua franca because that was the best common language for all of them, but it was a highly syncretic culture where Russian regularly borrowed from Yiddish words and from Greek words, and it created a kind of unusual commercial melting pot. It was an unusual cosmopolitan center created anew out of the Ukrainian heartland, and so it's a very special city. Many Jews who come from Odessa today are far more Russified than Jews even coming from, let's say, Lvov, or Kiev. They would be more Ukrainianized there, but Odessa retains its Russified character as a result. It was also, ironically, one of the more tolerant cities of the Russian Empire, since the vast majority of people who lived there had very limited history in the town, and since they had no one population had any clear majority, it was therefore a city that had a much more of an open attitude towards immigrants, to strangers, to foreigners, and so on. So that was the kind of environment in which he grew up. Here's a photograph of his family. I've got some great photographs from the Botinsky Institute in Israel, which is without doubt the world's foremost repository of Jabotinsky materials. You can see two of his other sisters. His father, Yona, was a grain merchant. When Vladimir was a very young child, around age 5, he contracted Yenemachela, known in English as cancer, and they had to go to Germany for treatment. They lived there for about a year. His father passed away in Germany, and so young Vladimir was orphaned at a very young age of 6. He also, from that time, although he was fluent in German, he retained a very bad feeling about the language and the land and so on that never left him. Here's a closer image of the young Vladimir by his mother's side. Here is another picture of him. He just got this beautiful new haircut. Very rare photograph. You won't see too many like this of Jabotinsky. I have another really cool one of him later. His Jewish education was somewhat idiosyncratic. His parents were fairly assimilated, middle class. Of course, they were struggling after Yona passed away. Then his mother had to set up some kind of small grocery store to keep the family together. Vladimir grew up with only a very attenuated connection to his Judaism. Let me read you a passage from one of his memoirs. He was, by the way, extremely prolific, writing not only memoiristic literature, but 5 novels, a number of plays in several languages. And we're not going to touch his literature too much, but I will read a couple of passages. So here he is reminiscing about his childhood, and he writes, had a Christian boy ask me what I thought of the Jews, I would have answered that I liked them well enough, but a Jew would have gotten a different and more naive reply. This would have been that I knew that someday we would have our own kingdom and that I would go to live there. After all, my mother, my aunts, and even Rabnitsky, that was his teacher, thought so. I did have a clear notion of it. It was something taken for granted, like washing my hands in the morning or having soup for lunch. In other words, he grew up in a Jewish milieu where there were lots of Jews around, and he associated well with them, but he associated just as well with the Ukrainian boys, the Russian boys, and he knew that he had his own tribe, distinct from theirs, but nevertheless, they were really Odessans more than they were anything else. His mother was strictly observant, lighting candles, keeping a kosher home, and so on. And she engaged a rather unusual teacher for his bar mitzvah lessons. She was, by the way, his first teacher. She taught him the Hebrew alphabet at the age of 6. His teacher was Yoshua Rabnitsky, who you may have heard of because he was Chaim Nachman Bialik's prime collaborator. Bialik, of course, the great poet of the beginning of the 20th century, worked with Rabnitsky to create the great Sefer HaAgadah, the Book of Legends, which is essentially a modern telling of the Midrash that had a huge impact. Rabnitsky gave him his bar mitzvah lessons. For a while, he had some kind of attachment to it, but when he reminisced about it later, he said basically that he had no inner connection to his Jewish faith. In fact, meeting with other Zionists later on in his career, many felt that he was a newcomer to Judaism also, and that he had no real deep roots whatsoever in the tradition. This is not something that bothered Jabotinsky. It was just something with which he was associated. In reality, he was an extremely cosmopolitan individual. He thought of himself as a man of the world, writ large. It happened that he fell into the Jewish tribe, and he felt a great responsibility to protect that Jewish tribe, as we shall see, but he did not feel any special religious motivation for doing so. Okay, let me just, I should keep this in my hands so I don't. Okay. This is another great picture. Come on. If he were here today, I think he would be embarrassed that I'm showing you this picture of him in a kind of a bohemian costume. He rarely smiled in his photographs. He was a very finicky dresser. You'll see him dressed almost always buttoned right up to the top in a close-fitting suit and so on, never smiling, very conscious of how he should look on camera. He was an unusual youth, brilliant. Did very well in his classes. His mother enrolled him in one of the gymnasia, one of the more advanced high schools of Odessa, and he dropped out just a few months short of graduation in order to travel Western Europe and work as a journalist. He spent several years in Rome and in Switzerland, had a tremendous knack for languages. One of his closest collaborators and later biographer, Joseph Shechtman, relates how once they were eating dinner at a restaurant in Rome, and there were 5 waiters working there, each from a different region of Italy with a different dialect, and his friend Vladimir would speak to each of them in their own distinct dialect. And perhaps that's a little bit of an exaggeration, but there's no question that he developed a deep affinity for the Italian people and the Italian language. His pseudonym was Altalena, a very significant name later in Israeli history, a very important incident with a boat named after it. This word altalena in Italian apparently means swing, as in the musical style swing. He wrote under that pseudonym. Apparently it also means Old Italian in Yiddish. I'm not that familiar with that term, but at any rate, he was very, very attached to the cosmopolitan culture that he engaged in Western Europe. He eventually, when he came back to Odessa to visit his family, when he was already only 20 years old, the local newspaper, Oskaya Novosti, offered him a job, time journalist, and he took it, so that's how he ended up being rooted back once again in Odessa. And that's where his life would take a dramatic turn with the 1903 pogroms. Let us understand Russia at the beginning of the century. So it was ruled by the last of the Romanovs, Nicholas II. A rather ill-tempered, fussy, anti-Semitic Tsar, assailed on all sides by forces wishing to change his country, to improve it through democratic reforms, and he resisted them brutally whenever possible. He was a great friend of the organization known as the Black Hundreds, very anti-Semitic organization that sponsored pogroms, and in fact, it proved to be one of the most favored strategies of the defenders of the old regime to blame change on the Jews. This is something, of course, that never happens since then. They're never blamed for change in society. But at any rate, there were many agitators throughout Russia, particularly in the right bank of Ukraine, which is the right bank of the Dnipro River. That means towards the west of the Dnipro River that bisects Ukraine, who were agitating for violence against Jews to try and control the revolutionary impulses, and these were ultimately expressed in violence against Jews. The most horrific of which was probably, if you look at one individual event, the horrible 1903 pogrom in Kishinev, which is very close to Odessa in the country of Moldova. Jabotinsky, who had not a deep connection to Judaism and not a deep connection to Jewish philosophy or something like that, did have a very, very deep connection to the Jewish people. And he was just transformed almost overnight from a somewhat peaked and cosmopolitan journalist to a staunch physical defender of the Jews. He immediately worked to organize self-defense against the pogroms, and he became quite prominent using his pen as well as his back and his arm in an attempt to protect Jews from further violence. Let us recall, by the way, that this is truly a revolutionary position for Jews to take at the beginning of the 20th century. Just to step back a little bit and put this in context, for Jews have evolved a strategy for dealing with violence. Typically, it involves one of two options: either bribe the would-be attacker or run away. That's essentially how Jews have, because we're a minority. It's impossible to rise up en masse. There's no democratic organs where we ourselves forget about things like the Bill of Rights. These things exist. So the only way the Jews could deal with real and present danger is to either pay off the would-be attackers or run away. What one of my students once called the fee or flee statistics. And this is, actually well ordered by much of the rabbinic literature, that Jews should remain politically quiet. They try and stay out of the notice of larger populations and simply manage their business indecently, but to aggravate the state authorities. So at the 20th century, when pogroms to rock the Eastern European world, the traditional authority tended to emphasize these two strategies. Jabotinsky and others were part of a new generation that challenged this worldview in a very, very deep and significant way. And they responded either by immigrating to America, immigrating to Israel, changing their worldviews entirely through socialism, or in some cases, simply standing up and fighting back. The self-protection of Jewish organizations through the self-defense modes happened to be very effective, and in fact, pogroms on a statistical level tended to dissipate once the pogromists saw that there would be some kind of resistance to their attacks. But nevertheless, this was a very challenging position to take at the time. Later on this semester, when we speak about, we have a few figures from the Holocaust, we'll see how this Weltanschauung clash, this cultural conflict between the younger and older generations of Jews played out in Warsaw, for example. So he joined a group which was codenamed Jerusalem that was actually very successful in promoting an anti-pogrom agenda. Right away, he was catapulted to the forefront of Russian Jewish politics because he was a fiery orator and a brilliant writer, and he was amazingly, within a few short weeks, elected to be a delegate to the 6th Zionist Congress in Basel. And we should remember, until this point, Jabotinsky was not really a Zionist. I mean, as we read a passage, he had this idea that eventually the Messiah would come, the Jews would return to Israel, but he was not in any way a Herzlian, a Zionist. He was not in any way in fact, he famously said the only time Herzl ever spoke to him was when Jabotinsky went on a little bit too long. Herzl apparently said to him, "Your time is up." That was the only thing apparently he ever said to him. But Jabotinsky was largely transformed through the pogroms. The threat of violence, an existential threat like that, made him suddenly devote himself to the cause, and he never turned back from it. He was completely and utterly devoted to Zionism, although his particular iteration of Zionism, of course, was different from most, as we shall see. This particular Congress is a fantastic piece of art, a poster from the period. You can see the kind of mood of the Congress. You see the Jewish farmer, which is kind of an oxymoron for the turn of the century to say the Jewish farmer, because Jews were overwhelmingly involved in the professions, the trades, commerce, and so on. And the phrase at the bottom says, it's actually from Psalms. It's read before saying the grace after meals. To those who sow in tears, with laughter they will harvest. Meaning that it's hard for us now, but eventually we will see the results of our efforts. Very kind of interesting Art Deco artwork. I selectively put the casting over the. Yeah, okay. At the time, he also met the love of his life, Anya Gelperin, or Helperin. You can see here they had one son, Eri, who was born in 1910. He actually eventually became a member of Knesset as well, following in his father's footsteps. His relationship with his wife was steadfast and constant. They did have some rocky parts, and very, very extensive correspondence between them has preserved the record of their relationship. And I encourage you to look at Halton's biography to get a sense of that. We will actually see Anya again shortly. Now, the most important thing to say about Jabotinsky, of course, is his politics. Because politician, he's a political thinker, a political activist. So what I like to do is to just orientation as exactly where he holds in the Jewish political world. I hope this will not be too boring for those of you who are deeply immersed in Jewish politics, but for those of you who are new to it, hopefully this will make it a little easier. So, in American politics, we have the political spectrum, which extends basically from the left to the right. Left-wing politics, right-wing politics. On the left wing, that, of course, moves towards socialism, the notion that the government should be larger and take care of more things in society. Education, healthcare, unemployment, social security, things like that are all towards the socialist end of the spectrum, believing that the government do more things for the average individual. And on the right end, you move towards capitalism. These are not entirely opposite terms, but capitalism is much more about individual freedom and responsibility. That, all right, we will allow the government to take care of catastrophic healthcare issues, but we think that everyone should individually be responsible for their own healthcare costs and so on. And similarly, perhaps the government should prevent people from starving in the streets, but everyone's own retirement is their own responsibility. So that's the left and right. Obviously, no one thinks about these things, especially in November in an election year. We're all thinking about other things. But that's the left-right spectrum that characterizes much American debate. Jewish politics would never be this simple. First of all, we should understand that American politics, if we were to put, for example, the Democrats and Republicans on this scale, we'd put the Democrats right about here maybe, and the Republicans right about here. And that's at least Republicans, not including Donald Trump. That would be right about here, typical Democrats, typical Republicans. But in reality, Jewish politics all the way to the end and even beyond, and the same way in the other direction. American politics are so stable because Democrats and Republicans, despite what we read on the news, actually agree on almost everything. So compared to European politics, American politics is really quite simple. Now, Jewish politics, before we place people on the left-right spectrum, we have another axis. We have the Zionist axis versus the diaspora axis. Almost all Jewish politics at the turn of the 20th century is concerned with the question of Dorkeit, meaning here-ness. Whatever we do, socialist, whether it's capitalist, whatever it is, do we do it here or we do it in Israel? Should it be something that we invest in the galut, the exile, America, Canada, Brazil, or should we just pick up and do it in Israel? So whichever party you're going to go for, it has to be situated on the y-axis as well as the x-axis. Okay, everybody with me so far? Okay, it actually is more complicated. We'll talk about more complexity next week. But let's map out the main parties and then just quickly look at what they stand for in sequence. So first of all, let's understand where we are. So if we go into this quadrant here, the party that is both socialist and in favor of staying in the diaspora, the most significant party is called the Bund. That's an abbreviation for the General Jewish Workers' Society. It was formed in 1897 as an illegal party in the Russian Empire, and it basically said that Jews should be socialists and they should work for a socialist revolution in Russia. Because Jews constituted a distinct population with their own language, Yiddish, because they were overwhelmingly urban rather than agrarian, they got their own party. It was part of the Social Democrat Party, the same party, by the way, that, for example, Lenin came from. And it was propagandized in Yiddish, propagandized specifically to Jews. But their belief was we should all transform society for socialist values here in Russia. Israel is a pipe dream. Israel is going backwards in terms of, separating from other peoples. We should have Druzhba Narodov, the friendship of peoples. That's the Bund's position. So now if we go back out and let's look at the right-hand quadrant, which is both capitalist and diaspora. The most significant party, and it, by the way, was tiny, it was not a popular party, was the Volkspartei. And this was led by the historian pictured here, Shimon Dubno. He believed that Jews should, of course, remain in the diaspora because Israel is a malaria-infested swamp, and there's no way that we'll be able to colonize it. It's just a ridiculous waste of time. So we should stay here in Russia, but we should organize better. We should have, let's say, something like federation. And in fact, the Jewish Federations of America are founded basically on Dubno's ideas. But he was saying, keep our regular capitalist economy, but we'll do it in the diaspora in a more efficient way. Now, backing out, let's say we go to the top right quadrant. These are capitalist Zionists, so to speak. And this is the largest individual party, the so-called Allgemeine Zionisten, the General Zionists. Herzl, of course, pictured here, is the most famous of the General Zionists. These were people who said, the most important thing is to develop Jewish populations in Israel. We don't really care about what kind of economy they set up. We assume it's going to be a Western European economy, kind of a parliamentary democracy. If you've ever been to Haifa, that's kind of like Herzl's vision of what a proper Israeli society should look like. Tolerant and relaxed, and people wear little pince-nez and things like that, and drink coffee out of little cups. That's the kind of general Zionist, and this was the most popular of the Jewish parties as a whole. Finally, let's back out again, and we go to those people who believe Jews should go to Israel, but it would be a shame if they created another Vienna on the Mediterranean. Rather, they have to create a workers' paradise in Israel. These are socialist Zionists. And by the way, I'm only giving you one party, but there are really about 7 of them. In fact, each of the categories, there are always slight shadings between various organizations. But this is the most important, the Poalei Zion. The word itself for the party sounds socialist, the workers of Zion. And this is kind of an iconic photograph. You see, of course, everybody's a farmer. They're all very happy and very tanned and so on. They're all women because it's very egalitarian. That's also a socialist value. So these people believe that Jews should move to Israel and create a workers' paradise there. should be a socialist country in Israel. And of course, you recognize modern Israeli politics because they're all derived from these various philosophies. Now, where is Vladimir Jabotinsky? So he doesn't exactly fit the mold, but if we have to put him somewhere, I would put him way out here in the top right corner. Intensely Zionist and intensely anti-socialist. And he created a political movement, political ideology called revisionism. The term revisionism is somewhat problematic. It was borrowed really from post-World War I vocabularies in which the loser states, after the Paris Peace Accords and the Treaty of Trianon, wanted to revise the post-World War I settlements. Right? A lot of countries like Germany, Austria, certainly the Russian Empire, they were big losers after World War I. They lost her, they lost prestige, and so on. They wanted to revise those treaties. So revisionism borrows from that, but it sort of twists in the sense that we want to revise the way people think about Zionism. Specifically, it's not so much in terms of any particular policy, but in terms of a style. Herzl, for example, his style of Zionism was shuttle to go to this important person and, make your pitch. Go to that important person and make a pitch. And, schmooze and cajole and talk a lot. And hopefully, with the goodwill of intelligent men, Israel will eventually come to exist. Jabotinsky felt that that was a huge waste of energy and that no one will allow Israel to be established without the force of arms. And therefore, he argued for a military approach, a hard-nosed, prone to violence, or at least ready for violence approach that was forged in his experience with the pogroms. But you don't have to believe me. I have a very special treat for you now. I found some footage of Jabotinsky himself speaking about his political philosophy. It's in Yiddish, and it was made in 1934. It's not certain whether or not he actually released this film, but before I show it to you, I just want to give you a couple of words of introduction. First of all, it's a wonderful thing to be able to actually see and hear someone we speak about in these classes, because we've been talking about, basically the Spanish expulsion for so long. I was so surprised that we could actually, get this kind of footage. He made this film as a kind of a propaganda effort to sell people on his view of Israel. Remember the year 934, right? Hitler has just come to power. The Nuremberg laws have not been passed yet, but there's definitely, a lot of threats imposed on the Jews of Germany. The English are very, very hesitant to allow Jewish migration into the Holy Land and so on. And so he's speaking really from a neo-prophetic stance about what will happen to Judaism and what to the Jewish people. It's a staged film. You'll, in fact, at one point, because it's not edited, you'll see one of the filmmakers come out and actually hit one of those clapboards to say, we're on the fourth take now. He used an audience of his family and friends. You'll see his wife and his son in the audience and his close collaborator, Joseph Shechtman, and they're listening very attentively to what are clearly prepared and rehearsed remarks. It's not a live presentation whatsoever. It's in Yiddish, and it came with Hebrew subtitles. I added some English subtitles to make it a little easier. This is a 2-minute video. Let's hear Vladimir Jabotinsky himself speak.
Unsere Arbeit nach dem Krieg hat angefangen erst eigentlich in 1920 und sehr viele Resultaten in 13 Jahren Zeit. Ich habe in der letzten Zeit, also im März, durch den ökonomischen Aufschwung des Falls und Falls gesehen, der Vergleich zwischen dem, was perfekt und dem, was nicht gut. Die ganze 18 Verlust im ökonomischen Aufschwung hat mir also perfekt 44.000 und bekommen 15.000 ihren Preis perfekt. jak waren executies. De mandaatregering zijn stand gezond voorstelt. Die normaal die gewendigste vorm van jeden bezoekenden volk. Niet nur große historische Völker wie Engländer, die Franzosen, die kleinste Nationen, von die kleinsten Provinzen wie Albanier, die Abyssinier. Zij hebben nooit deze vorm van existentie, nationale staat, in de ganze wereld bevindt dat voor normaal. Du bist schon einmal gefallen auf dem größten Gedanken. Als jüdische Leute ist nicht normal und wir will sie normalisieren. Was doch von dann logisch, als die einzige Lösung ist, zu geben sie euch die normale Form von Existenz, eine nationale Medien. Wie logisch ist das, als das von gut verstanden durch die englische Staatsmänner in der Zeit noch was vorbereitet, die Balfour-Deklaration. Der Oscar. Jedenfalls so, als das ist ein Volk, das uns frei kolonisiert. Wenn wir ein Schauweisen, als das ist.
It's fascinating to hear him speak. Notice that although he spoke in Yiddish, the brief slides used were in English. They're actually in the full version of this, about 45 minutes, which I didn't want to use because I don't want to, it will take up all our time. He had other slides as well to show how few Jews were allowed in and yet how much productivity they had produced. But he clearly was intending this for a larger audience, a European audience, more likely to read English than other languages. It's also fascinating to see how he was interested in exploring new media to get his ideas across, something which I find a great affinity for. Okay, so let's go on. So here he is, revisionism. It's more of a style, more of a posture vis-a-vis political change than any real series of policy statements. It's more of a sense of like, how can we really get this done, as opposed to what exactly are we trying to do. He was quite active in anything associated with military conquest of Israel. Most significantly, perhaps, he was recognized as the founder of the Jewish Legion. Early on in World War I, he threw in his lot with the British. He felt that they were the best possibilities for change in the land of Israel. And the British ultimately gave in and allowed him to create a mule corps, which is kind of like a transport corps that ultimately saw combat in Gallipoli. But they did not actually see combat per se in Israel. Later, he did serve in a different division, actually, in the combat as well. Here is his association was especially promoted by this very close bond he formed with Joseph Trumpeldor. This is a war hero from Russia, lost his arm in, I believe it was the Crimean War. No, that couldn't be. That was like 40 years before he was born. So he lost, I think it was in the Russo-Japanese War. The one that brought my own grandfather from to Canada because he did not want to fight the Japanese. Despite the proximity of authentic Chinese food, he decided to go to Canada. Sorry about that. Trumpeldor is a war hero both in the Russian context when he became a Zionist and moved to Israel. He was, of course, martyred in the Battle of Tel Hai. But he and Jabotinsky formed a lifelong bond. They saw things very similarly to one another. And in fact, Jabotinsky would name his youth movement Beitar after Brit Trumpeldor, the covenant that we owe to Trumpeldor. It also has an ironic name. Beitar also is the name of a city, of course, that was lost after a brutal war to the Romans back in roughly the year 70. Here's a picture of the Jewish Legion. You can see it's fascinating that one of the first military organizations that featured Jews is associated with Jabotinsky himself. In the Mandate period, that's when Jabotinsky becomes really a national hero for the Yishuv, for the Jews struggling in the British-held territories in Russia. In Israel. This, of course, is a document that transformed everyone. At the time, this is the Balfour Declaration, which Jabotinsky, like other Jews, saw as a transformational document that would pave the way for the state of Israel. The key text here, of course, Balfour was the prime minister at the time, and he delivered a letter to Lord Rothschild which expressed the king's thought, which said, His Majesty's government view with favor the establishment in Palestine of a national home for the Jewish people and will use their best endeavors to facilitate the achievement of this object. At this point, the party was on. Everyone broke out Kiddush because, that was all that the Jews needed to hear, that the British government was in favor of setting up a home for the Jews in Israel. However, if they had read a little further, they would have seen that they were pulling back from that statement a bit by saying, it being clearly understood that nothing shall be done which may prejudice the civil and religious rights of existing non-Jewish communities in Palestine. So this second clause of the Balfour Declaration was later used by the British to backtrack on many of the promises that they had made and to limit Jewish immigration, because saying, hey, the Balfour Declaration was only given in the sense that it wouldn't offend the people who were already living there. And of course, that created a tremendous amount of tension, resulting ultimately in the near civil war that caused the British to leave it to the United Nations. In 1920, there was one of the many anti-Jewish riots that occurred in Israel at the time, and Jabotinsky, as you would expect, began to agitate and organize Jews for defense. 19 of his comrades were arrested for being involved in this agitation, and they were sentenced to 15 years for the illegal possession of 3 rifles, 2 pistols, and 250 bullets. Jabotinsky stepped forward and said that he is solely responsible for all of this, that they were not to be held responsible, and so they were released after 3 months, and after a great amount of outcry, he was also released. But he did spend time in the jail in Acre, which was an extremely important sort of like building his credibility for the later Zionist establishment. At this time, his political philosophy, really through the 1920s, his political philosophy began to coalesce. He adopted a very militaristic standpoint. He adopted a philosophy of Jewish political life that really conformed to the dictates of something called integral nationalism. Now, this is one of the very touchy aspects of studying the life of Jabotinsky. And if you have been following some of the pre-lecture debate that has been going on Facebook and other social media, there are people who will actually call Jabotinsky a fascist, very strong word, and there are others who will say that he is the most clear-minded visionary of all Jewish politicians of the modern era. So we have to understand exactly what is going on here. What is, if we can use this term, fascism, and is it fair to apply to Jabotinsky? So there are a few, let's say, uncanny similarities. Journalists becoming very militaristic is common to lots of fascist leaders in Eastern Europe. It's a weird coincidence. Somehow going not from a military background, but going from the humanities into militarism. The predilection for medals, uniforms, things like that. Yeah, okay, we see that a lot. But let us also recall that in the 1920s, fascism did not acquire the very dark name that it would through World War II. It was the winning political philosophy. Il Duce was transforming Italy. Of course, in Germany, they had another dramatically transformationalist leader, and it was taking these nations out of poverty and second-class status and bringing them up to a position of pride and of self-reliance. It was really, at the time, it was hard not to admire these political movements despite their negative attitude towards foreigners. Is it fair to lay that charge at Jabotinsky? The record is actually mixed. There are some quotations from Jabotinsky's many, many speeches that would seem to lean one way, and others that would mediate that. In my humble opinion, and I would not consider myself an expert on Jabotinsky at all, I would say that it is a misunderstanding and a misapplication of his thought to try and lump him in with some of, God forbid, the genocidal leaders of Eastern Europe. Although I would think it is fair to say that Jabotinsky was not afraid to use very harsh methods to achieve his goal. And in fact, he had bitter, awful feuds with Zionists on the left, most notably Ben-Gurion, who felt that his views were simply far too radical and far too violent to be tolerated within a democratic organization. He, of course, would split from the Zionist party over these issues, and we'll discuss it in a few minutes, how those splits worked out. Let me just look at one particular aspect of his ideology that I think will shed some light on this question. He placed a lot of emphasis on something he called hadar. Hadar is a Hebrew term that's hard to translate exactly. It sort of means like glory, beauty, perfection, something like, it's related to Hadrash Panim, means like some glowing face, like a respectful looking face with like a long white beard, let's say, or something like that, Hadrash Panim. So he really emphasized Hadar as a way of life for his youth movement, Beitar. So let me give you a couple of examples of this here. Although it is, this is a quote from 1934, although it is important that everyone strive for Hadar, it is particularly important for us as Jews. The life of exile has greatly weakened us the healthy instincts of normal people, above all, in relation to the outer forms of our existence. We all know and sometimes complain to ourselves that the average Jew considers it superfluous to pay attention to his manners and appearance. Yet just as everyone should attend to his personal hygiene, not because of what others will say if he doesn't, but even if he lives on a desert island, as a matter of self-respect. So every word he utters and every movement he makes should reflect a higher consciousness of his lordliness. Every man must be a lord unto himself, the Jew especially. We Jews are the most aristocratic people on earth. Behind every one of us stands 70 generations of ancestors who could read and write and who spoke about and inquired into God and history, peoples and kingdoms, ideas of justice and integrity, humanity and its future. Every Jew in this sense a prince. The consequence of exile, that Jews are regarded everywhere, even by themselves, as lacking the social graces of a nursery school child. I'll just continue this, but you note how, he's not emphasizing Jews as warriors, Jews as, mighty people. He's emphasizing Jews as intellectuals, as exploring the ideas of God, and so on. But at the same time, he's really emphasizing the notion of what we would call self-respect. That you should behave in a way, carry yourself in a way that shows that, being a Jew means something positive. Here's my favorite part. I read this to my wife. She really enjoyed it. Hadar consists of the thousands of trifles that make up our daily lives. Eat quietly and moderately. Keep your elbows out of sight when you eat. Don't slurp your soup so you're heard a mile away. When you walk with your friends in the street, don't hog the sidewalk. If you climb the stairs of a house at night, don't be loud or wake the neighbors. Let women, old people, small children, everyone go first. If someone is rude to you, don't you be too. And this, and an infinite number of other trifles, give Beitar members Hadar. It's a beautiful kind of sentiment. I think you get from these quotes more of a sophisticated idea of what his right-wing ideology really meant. It was not comparable to the ideologies that we see in Eastern Europe and in Central Europe at the same time. It borrowed perhaps from some of them, and maybe it had some ideological roots, but it's hard to say it's the same family. So, what happened to the revisionist movement? In 1925, he split from the General Zionist Party and formed another organization called the World Union of Zionist Revisionists. Not very successful on its own, but highly influential as an ideology. Later, another split in 1935 created the New Zionist Organization. Once again, moving towards more away from the other Zionist parties. But I will mention, by the way, that I didn't include on this list splits to the right. There were revisionists who felt that Jabotinsky was going soft, that he was getting too democratic, and they wanted him to be more right-wing. So you see stronger rules. Finally, there was huge influence on the Irgun, which was a more right-wing paramilitary group that ultimately came together to form the Haganah, the nucleus of the Israeli armed forces, and a right-wing splinter organization, not under Jabotinsky at all, Lehi, known as the Stern Gang, with an even stronger right-wing association. And all of these influenced the very important parties that are alive today, Likud, Charut. Many of the right-wing parties, Israel Beitenu, for example, see Jabotinsky as an intellectual ancestor, with very important political consequences. Oh my gosh, we don't want to go late, so I'll go very quickly. Turning point in 1929, Beitar members on Tisha B'Av of that year staged a demonstration on the Temple Mount. This demonstration in favor of Jewish nationalism offends many of the Arab populations, and they go on a rampage, in particular in the city of Hebron, south of Jerusalem. A horrible massacre, particularly felt in the yeshiva that was situated there, and the mandate authorities, the British, cracked down very heavily. They felt that Beitar instigated the riot. That's not really a fair. There's no question that Beitar were more provocative than other Israeli or other Zionist groups at the time, and their response to it was to hold Jabotinsky personally responsible, since Beitar was his youth movement. He was exiled from Israel, and he was repeatedly denied a visa to return to Israel by the British. He spent the rest of his life traveling around Europe and America, raising funds for various Zionist causes. He was actually quite prophetic in predicting the Holocaust. It's chilling to read the kinds of things that he would say, not only actually about the Holocaust, but even about World War I. He had an amazing ability to anticipate what was going to happen in Europe. He attempted an evacuation plan for Jews from Europe, which of course went nowhere. But with his long-standing feud with Ben-Gurion and the opposition of the British authorities, he ultimately died of a heart attack here in New York City and was interred in a cemetery locally. As I mentioned later, after Ben-Gurion passed away, then he was brought to Israel and buried there. And you can see from this 100 shekel note as an example, his ideology is very influential in Israeli politics. His name adorns almost 100 streets, many squares, and of course a major research institute in his name. So he's perhaps one of the most prominent Zionist thinkers, even though he spent his entire life in the opposition in the Zionist movement. So all in all, a very complex figure, a very controversial figure, but I appreciate the patience that you have shown in listening to this lecture. I hope I'll see you, God willing, next week when we have another extremely complicated and controversial figure, one of the most important rabbis of early 20th century Israel. Thank you very much.
Oh, dude, it looks like far away, looks like writing. It's just weathered bricks. Yeah. No. There's like some writing.
Stand clear of the closing doors, please.
Just for Jimmy missing. What's the studio like over there now? Are you guys done with it? No, not even close. I saw the clips.
Tonight, actually, we have a rather remarkable figure to study. I'm just curious, show of hands, how many of you heard of Rabbi Yosef David Finstein? none, right? Zero. And it's amazing, actually, because in many ways, on a very pragmatic way, he has likely shaped your life more than any Jew since, I don't know, certainly more than Samson Raphael Hirsch, for example. He has really articulated a political pragmatic arrangement for Jews in the modern era. And this extends far beyond, for example, Orthodox Jews. This work is really crucial for understanding how we relate to modernity as a whole. So I'm very grateful to be introducing you to him tonight because the political circumstances of his life and work are exceptionally important for understanding exactly how we got into this mess in the first place. Okay, so let's get straight to the show. Here is the iconic image we have of Sinsign. It is probably rather accurate. We have another example that I will show you at the end of the lecture, which has a remarkable similarity. So this is most likely a proper likeness of him. He was a figure of very great significance in turn of the 19th century France, and this was a portrait that, if I'm not mistaken, was actually commissioned by the court of Napoleon himself. You'll notice that he's wearing a rather unusual hat. This is kind of like a dromedary strimal. Got the fur around the top with the double loops here. There's a lot of debate among art historians as to actually why he was wearing the specific design of hat, but it was commissioned for him, once again by Napoleon, to indicate the supreme office as the president of the nothing less than the Grand Sanhedrin. Rather amazing phenomenon in modern Jewish history when, under Napoleon, now we're seeing some recognition here, under Napoleon, he actually assembled what he hoped to be a 19th century reproduction or replication of the grand court of the Jews that had not sat in some 1800 years, as an attempt to make a validating body to articulate and legislate the relationship of Jews to the modern state. That's, in a nutshell, exactly what Rav Sinsheim was doing, is articulating how we are supposed to relate to the state as a whole. And I'll take you through the story right now. Okay, so let us just do a little bit of background and discussion on what we mean by modernity. So the term modernity really comes to us from Western historiography. And by Western, I mean basically European Christian historiography. European Christians look at the world as kind of like, and this is a little bit outdated, but let's say until about 100 years ago when this model started to evolve, European Christian historians sort of looked at the world as there was a high point in the ancient world, right, with Rome and Greece, the Periclean age, Plato, Aristotle, the great tragedians, things like that. And then Christianity and the church fathers came in, but when the Roman civilization, Rome being the inheritors of Greek civilization, when Rome was sacked in the 5th century, then civilization as a whole plunged into a steep decline, which bottomed out in the Dark Ages. So you have the beginning, which is the high point, the Golden Age, then you have the middle, which is like Dark Ages, and then you have the Renaissance, which is a French word meaning rebirth, which refers to the rebirth of the Golden Age. That's when you get all kinds of neoclassical architecture, the imitation of Greek norms, things like that. And so that if you imagine history as kind of like a linear pattern, you'd have like a high point, and then it drops off into a deep valley of the Dark Ages, and it starts coming back up. And then at some point, as it goes up in the Renaissance, you hit sort of a shoulder that becomes modernity. And we're still living in the modern world, say the postmodern world, which is not for our discussion tonight. And modernity is associated with a lot of different things. When I ask my undergraduate students what is modern, they almost always give me definitions that relate to technology. First of all, they think modern happened like 15 minutes ago. Like if it's modern, it's the iPhone 6, iPhone 5, forget about it, right? But that's really misleading. But in terms of technology, you do have to think of, for example, the Industrial Revolution of the late 18th century, the changes that brought on a social level, changing, for example, women's lives, because the Industrial Revolution not only gave women the opportunity to work at a level that was comparable to that of men, because it doesn't take that much more muscle to operate a machine than a woman can operate a machine just as easily as a man can, which may not have been necessarily the same, let's say, with a plow, when men have more muscle mass and things like that. But also, women's life at home changed dramatically, because with mass production, women did not have to spend literally 4 or 5 hours a day weaving cloth. With mass production of textiles, then all of a sudden women's lives change dramatically. And this goes on in many, many areas. Modernity also meant that we changed time. With electrification, we are no longer bound by sunrise and sunset. We could set time as we wished. We could have, 24-hour shifts of work, for example. With modern technology, and this certainly scopes out into the present era with the internet, we can all of a sudden bridge distance, right? Communications rapidly ensued, and the world became smaller, and we became more village-like. Globalization. There are some really profound changes that come out with technology just as the leading edge of the social upheavals that would happen. This goes along with an increasing reliance on reason rather than faith to determine the locus of truth. And so religion with modernity begins a period of decline that has still not bottomed out. The various forms of questioning of God, and more significantly, clerical authority, proceeds apace through the modern period, with various versions of agnosticism, let's say deism, eventually atheism. All of these various ideologies begin to promote themselves, or are promoted with modernity. So when we talk about the advent of modernity, it's sort of like a shoulder of that graph that I sort of traced out for you. And we are still obviously living in a period that we're so close to modernity, we don't see it. It's so obvious in front of our faces. For Jews, we tended to be, ironically, about 100 years behind the rest of the world on this. Because we were traditionally a very conservative population, we'll talk about that in a second, how that was on a political level, many of the modern changes that affected the world through the Enlightenment hit us about 50 to 100 years later. We caught up really fast because Jews as a whole, once they had the possibility of political emancipation, they seized upon it dramatically and quickly abreast of a lot of the changes that were happening. And that was exacerbated by the fact that we are overwhelmingly an urban population. Jews like to live in various close-knit populations, either in cities or mid-sized towns. Of course, it is because we have to live within walking distance of a synagogue, walking distance of a mikvah, walking to a Chinese restaurant. It's really important that we live close together like that. I always like saying that. I hope people on the internet won't mind when I say that. Anyways, so all of these things are happening in the 18th century. In the last few weeks, we've looked at a few sort of early figures who were experimenting with scientific knowledge and with, new ideas and medicine and things like that. But it really blows wide open in the 19th century, and Rabbi David Tinzheim is the center of the storm. The political map of the Jewish world, let me phrase that in a different way. The Jews had, for centuries, millennia really, organized themselves in a corporate nature. This is a term historians use to refer to the almost medieval design of the Jewish community, in which Jews existed as part of a collective unit. For example, one of the characteristics of medieval societies is that the king, because of an inefficient bureaucracy, could not keep track of every single individual. And so people weren't taxed individually. People were taxed collectively. You could, if you've read Nikolai Gogol's famous story, Dead Souls, the Russian government used to tax landowners based on how many serfs they had, called souls. But the problem is, between tax years, if a serf died, you would still have to pay taxes on that dead serf, and it was no good to you because you had a bill to pay until you could have a new census and prove that you didn't own that serf because he passed away. And in this comedic novel, there's a man who wants to impress a potential mate with his wealth, so he goes around all the villages buying up dead souls, buying up slaves or serfs that are no longer alive, but of course the owners want to get rid of them to unburden themselves of the taxes.
Welcome.
Why did I get on that?
How are you,
because
G?
it shows some of the inefficiencies of this corporate model that really did not survive.
What's good? How you living, pimp? Yes, I do. How are you? How'd you find out about me, G? Dogs. I'm like babysitting. I think like a Maltese. A Maltese. No, I mean, I'm not bothering right now. How are you? So you found out about me from Discord? Very cool. Which Discord? Um, oh, very cool. In Discord? Okay, very cool. Do you mind if I tell you about myself? Oh, you found me in Twitter. Okay, very. Yeah. Okay. Cool. Oh, okay. Yeah, because I have a space going. All right. Do you mind if I tell you about myself? I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for peace. I've been doing so for more than 3.5 years. Archived on the internet than any person ever. And it's like a real life Truman Show or a real life Big Brother. Have you seen the movie The Truman Show or the television show Big Brother? Yep, exactly. Exactly, Jim Carrey. That's right. Yep. Yeah, so that's essentially what my life is. Everything I do is archived. I've been live for 3.5 years. Data is Earth's number one resource, according to The Economist magazine, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which may make me an influential person someday. And if that's true, I'm going to help you. I'm going to help all your friends and family not just become wealthy, not just become financially independent, not just create generational wealth, but to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. How does that sound? Excellent. So, yeah, I'm live all the time. I talk about some really interesting things like ending world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, things like hydroponics and vertical farming and cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million. It's Harry Potter Obama Sonic Teninu. And one of the things that we do is we build wells in developing areas such as Nigeria. I'm an advocate for the Livestrap program and most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump earth seawater onto land to make it drinkable. How do those things sound to you? So that's a little about me. How about you? Tell me about yourself. Okay. What are your hobbies? What do you like to do? Can you hear me? What are your hobbies? What do you like to do? What are your hobbies? What do you like to do? You like to do what on live streams? You like sports? What sports do you like? Football? Oh, excellent. Are you a big fan of Magnus Carlsen? Big time. That's great. Do you play chess online? Uh, do you know your chess ranking? 1800? That's very good. I don't know. I just play with friends. And it's very mentally draining to me. Yeah, excellent. So, are you into cryptocurrencies? What are your favorite cryptocurrencies? You like Ethereum? Okay, very cool. Have you ever heard of Harry Potter Obama Sonic Teninu? It's a cryptocurrency on Ethereum. It's called Harry Potter Obama Sonic Teninu. It's very popular on Twitter. Yeah, it is. Yep. Like $100 million. Well, I'm just watching Jewish history lectures. Feel free to enjoy. If you have any questions, I'm here for you. And just know, more than anything, I'm here to be a positive person in your life. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the world. And I just want to give people hope. So if there's anything you ever need from me, I'm here for you, okay? Very cool, man.
Modernity. Once we got, for example, social security numbers, it was very easy for the government of America, for example, to tax us individually, know us individually as citizens, things like that. Not at all typical of the medieval period in which people belonged to an estate. They belonged to a class, and they were dealt with by the authorities as a class. This was, believe it or not, very good for the Jews. Since the Jews were not typically dealt with individually, the state, primitive as it were, simply handed off all governmental authority to the Jewish community itself, saying to the community elders, here, you guys give us this much money in taxes at the end of every year, you perform this or that service, being, middlemen for absentee landowners, things like that, and we will leave you alone. And in fact, we will protect you from marauders and from unfair attacks on your population and so on. So the Jews had intrinsically the ability to govern themselves as a community. With that corporate nature of society, they were free to enact all kinds of legislation, internal municipal legislation through the Kahila system that dictated exactly how Jews should behave, dictated what was considered appropriate religious conformity, dictated what were the taxes that each individual Jew would have to pay to the Jewish government, dictated who was to be ostracized, who was to be promoted, and so on. And we managed like this for about 1,800 years with relatively little incident. We began to see how this model was fraying slightly with the activity, ironically, of some of the critics of, some of the critics of those who may have followed Shabtai Tzvi, because this was attacking rabbinic authority, but it was just kind of like getting rough at the edges. The French Revolution, however, would tear it wide apart. So moving from the corporate nature of medieval society to an environment that we would see as more familiar to our American society is essentially what's going to happen in the next 45 minutes as we look at the life of David Sinzheim. Okay, that was a really long sentence. I think I only had 1 or 2 commas in there. Does anyone have a question that I can address before we move on? Clear as the sun at noonday. Okay, so the Zeitgeist of the 80s is a great word. Zeit means time in German. Geist means like spirit, like it's related to the word ghost. So the Zeitgeist of the 18th century, particularly the end of the 18th century, was very much about destroying the Alshan regime, destroying the old order, making things totally anew. Here in the Holy Land of Brooklyn, we know this well, of course, because the American Revolution was in the late 18th century, and you have several movements in the New World, but then you get major movements in France in particular with the Great Revolution there. In many ways, the French Revolution of 1789 was of a higher order of importance, at least in the short run, for Europe, because, we're not talking about some outpost on the other side of the ocean where who knows what's going on over there. This was right in the center of Europe, one of the oldest monarchies ever. And for it to collapse and to be transformed into something radically different, that was a sea change. That was a tectonic shift. That was something that dramatically altered the course of world history. And it affected the Jews in a very, very profound way. The pictures, of course, of the storming of the Bastille, major events from your high school history of France. I won't go into detail. But what this really meant in terms of the bad story, like we like to think on the one hand of the French Revolution and the freedoms that it afforded to Jews, and I will explain what those were shortly. The freedoms that it afforded to Jews is a thing that all of a sudden Jews were no longer held back, considered, foreigners, even though we had lived in French soil for 1,000 years, were no longer subject to discriminatory legislation, at least for a decade. We were no longer, separated and segregated and ghettoized and things like that. Everything sounded wonderful, but in reality, the other side of it is that we took the authority away from the rabbis and the traditional communal authority of the Kehillah. The Kehillah, which could have been and was often very coercive and very heavy-handed and very intolerant of dissent and diversity, at the same time was a huge bulwark against antism and against assimilation. That if the Kehillah guys, no one here is allowed to wear black socks on Shabbos. Everyone's white socks. And, you might have complained about it. You might have wanted, like I, for example, I wear a yeshiva uniform. Today I'm sort of dressing down because I have a gray suit instead of a dark blue or black suit. But inside, I am a bird of paradise. I would love to wear like yellow or purple or something like that. I really feel like I like to express myself. But I can't, this is part of like group norms and the way I'm here. And so if the Kehillah authorities, outtake, I'll probably mention that. The Kehillah authorities have said nobody wears black socks on Shabbos. If you dare to wear black socks on Shabbos, all kinds of terrible things could happen to you. You could be ostracized, you could be punished, you could suffer business losses, you could even suffer corporal punishment. The Kehillah authorities had the power to administer lashes. They were frequently administered in the Middle Ages. And so you were terrified of them. But on the other hand, once the Kehillah authorities can no longer administer lashes, then people are going to wear whatever color socks they want. And if that doesn't sound scary, they might just go off and and marry into other faiths, or they might profess multiple religions at the same time, or they might do all kinds of things because the kahila is no longer holding them back. If I can give you a contemporary example, which I will most probably take out of the internet, one of the most problematic issues in modern rabbinic thought, modern rabbinic law, is the terrible situation of the aguna. Pardon me if I take 2 minutes to just jump ahead for this, because it is illustrative of what we're talking about. An aguna, or literally a chained woman, a connected woman, refers to a woman who, as I'm sure many of you are aware, she's legally married to her husband, and her husband has abandoned her. And he refuses to release her with a traditional divorce that is afforded through a document called a get. And the reasons why he would do this could be multiple. It could be that they have an ongoing dispute over custody. It could be that he has a lot of debts that he wants to pay off with the money he has set aside for the divorce settlement. Could be that he wants to blackmail his wife. Could be he wants to punish his wife. Could be all kinds of terrible things. But in the nature of Jewish law, the husband has the sole power to divorce his wife. The wife does not have a similar level of power to divorce her husband. She can importune the to effect a divorce for her, but it's not at all a simple matter, and it often takes years of women living in this situation. So, in the time of the kahila, when it was at its height for several hundred years, this was not a very serious problem for a lot of reasons, and typically it happened only to women whose husbands went traveling and then went missing on the road. Husbands absconding was comparatively rare. Because the kahilas were also connected, a Jew could show up in another town and they'd say, "Where are you from?" They'd play Jewish geography. They'd figure out he's a recalcitrant husband, and he would be arrested by the Beit Din there, or by the Gabayim there, and would be appropriately punished. And the punishments listed include physical harm, that they could beat the person until he agreed to give his wife a get. That generally took care of the problem. Crudely, but it took care of the problem. With modernity, and with the possibility of adopting a secular identity, suddenly the aguna problem expanded dramatically, especially in this country where you have vast distances separating often immigrant families from their home, where you have husbands going ahead to America. "Don't worry, Sadie, I'll send you the tickets." Tickets never arrive. Sadie shows up with the kids at Ellis Island looking for her husband, and she can't find him. But there's no way that the Beit Din can step in, arrest this man, and then punish him. There have been, as I'm sure you're aware, some individual rabbis or other communal activists who have taken it upon themselves to exercise power in the manner of the kahila and to physically kidnap recalcitrant husbands and to threaten them with violence, in some cases even inflict violence on them. And when the police find out, who gets arrested? Not the recalcitrant husband, but the would-be kahila authority of the rabbi. So by removing these kinds of elemental, basic powers from the kahila, on the one hand, it grants greater freedom, but the other hand, freedom has a price in the terms of the communal integrity. Okay, that was almost a sermon. I should be a rabbi. Let's go on. So what about Rabbi Sinsheim? What is his role in all this? He was born in Triad in 1745 to a traditional rabbinic family. His father was his principal teacher. He writes in his own autobiographical statements that are scattered throughout his works of how he adored studying with his father, and his father had particular styles of learning that he passed on to his son, in particular the avoidance of pilpul, which was a Polish style of learning that involved a certain amount of intellectual casuistry. On the other hand, he studied the Talmud in a very straightforward manner. By the time he had gone through the Talmud 3 times, which is a very significant achievement, he was promoted to be the Rosh Yeshiva in Bischheim, which was near Strasbourg. He married into French royalty, French Jewish royalty, by marrying the sister of Serf Beer, who was one of the most important communal activists, very, very prominent at the time in the negotiations with the French authorities. And it was at this time in his life that he began work on his magnum opus, a massive multi-volume commentary on the Talmud called Yad David. And now we're talking right at the end of the 18th century. What was going on in France at that time? You had a total of about 30,000 Jews. Something like 29,000 of them lived here in the eastern region, in particular the region known as Alsace, bordering with Germany. Those Jews were Yiddish speaking and heavily Orthodox, and they tended to betray a lot of the communal features that were typical of the medieval period. For example, they tended to have a distinctive dress. They certainly had the distinctive language of Yiddish, which was doubly suspect to French because of its proximity linguistically to German. And the French and the German, by the way, French and the Germans have a war just about every 30 or 40 years, which means we're a little bit overdue. It could happen any day right now. They also tended to be quite clannish in the sense that they did not spread out into multiple economic activities. They were concentrated heavily in the traditional patterns, including things like small commerce, petty money lending, the so-called Luftmenschen, people who live on air, just eking out a living. They tend to be much poorer in general than the surrounding countryside of Frenchmen. So very, concrete, discrete, quote-unquote, individual block of about 30,000 Jews living on the eastern border of France. They also religiously did not consider themselves to be French. They considered themselves to be members of an exiled nation that were living, as not necessarily welcome guests in France, and that ultimately they would be one day repatriated to Israel under a messianic leader. Now, on the west, down here by the Spanish border in Bordeaux and Bayonne, places like that, you had a much smaller population, just over 3,000 Jews who were of Portuguese extraction. Probably the descendants of people after the Inquisition and the expulsions of 1492 and 1497 who were living in the south region, and they were quite different. Their mode of dress was French. Their language, they had assimilated linguistically. They were quite spread out in economic activities, and in fact, they did not insist even on communal organization to a high level. They resisted, for example, the imposition of rabbinic law for their own organization. They preferred to be judged by the law of the land, whereas, of course, in the Ashkenaz over here, the Jews tended to consider going to non-Jewish courts as somehow shameful. The Jews of the Bordeaux-Bayonne region said, no, we live in this country and the French courts are trustworthy and so on. And one could say that while it would be inappropriate to use the word assimilated, they were certainly very well acculturated. They had adapted to the civilization and they were extremely fluent in its norms, and they were comfortable. They tended to be much wealthier than the surrounding population as well. So you had two very different populations, one much larger than the other, living in France at the time. So in 1789, in January, before the major events of the summer of that year, which were truly revolutionary, the king, Louis XVI, invited the French people to submit these documents of grievances, cahiers de doléances, which were basically like lists of grievances that, this is what we don't like about France, this is what we don't like about the government. Let us please pull together and get some solutions to it. This, of course, was kind of like, putting the kettle on the hottest spot on the stove, because as soon as you let people start to complain, it got out of control, and eventually the entire state blew up in a cataclysm of revolution. But one of the first complaints, for example, was the fact that Louis XVI really had to get some pants. Like, those hose were so 17th century. We've got to move on from there. I don't know. I actually like saying things like that. Anyways, The Alsatian Jews, these were the Ashkenazi Jews of the eastern region, they were not included in the list of populations that could submit such complaints. So Sefer, you recall, that is the brother-in-law of our hero for the evening. He successfully petitioned the king to allow the hearing of an Alsatian delegation to represent their claims and to have their grievances addressed. And he appointed to that committee his brother-in-law with one other figure as the primary spokespeople. So we see that Rav Zinsheim, from an early age, he's a Rosh Yeshiva now, married into a very important family, and obviously a very qualified speaker who was able to act as a shtadlan, explain that term in a second, with the French crown. Maybe I'll explain it right now. Shtadlan is a very important term in understanding how Jewish politics worked in the medieval period, and in a way, even how it works today. The word shtadlan means an intercessor, or literally someone who is an attempter. It comes from the word in Hebrew, hishtadel, which means to attempt. You've heard perhaps the pronunciation hishtadlus, which means, put in effort to try and get something done. So typically in medieval societies, the Jewish community would be faced with some threat from some external source, a nobleman passing a decree, or let's say a band of brigands who are threatening a Jewish community. They would appoint someone as a shtadlan who was a culture broker, someone who had the gift of the gab, able to speak in the language of the people, dressed well, looked good, charming, a lot of social, political skills, and they would typically give him a big bag of money, and they would say, please go talk to the king or the baron and make sure that we don't get this additional tax applied to our population. Nowadays, this is called a lobbyist, and essentially we do the same thing in Washington. I don't mean Jews, I mean American interests. You hire someone in a lobbying firm who is able to go, even in a democratic state, and just speak to people and present the case in an appropriate way, and sometimes there's a bag of money involved, and people go to jail. But anyways, Zinsheim was appointed as a kind of shtadlan. He was someone who, even though he had impeccable traditionalist credentials as a Rosh Yeshiva, he nevertheless had the ability to speak effectively in the language of the land and to communicate with people of varying cultures with effectiveness. This is a rare characteristic. Often shtadlanim are not necessarily so when it comes to their observance of traditional Jewish law, and those things are overlooked because they are ultimately effective in their tasks. Anyways, he went to the king and he presented his list of grievances. But before anything could really happen with those grievances, revolution broke out. The king was overthrown. There was something I'm going to pass over a little bit here, although it is kind of an interesting thing to contemplate. The revolution pronounced, the great tripartite saying, liberté, égalité, fraternité, liberty, equality, siblinghood, or I should rather say brotherhood. And it was supposed to be this beautiful thing that all Frenchmen were equal. And I use those gender terms significantly because Marie Gouze was an important French activist who tried to say, you mean siblinghood, right? You mean not the homme citoyen, but you mean the rights of women citizens too. And they said, no, we didn't mean that. We're only talking about women. Crazy. About women too. She was not able to extend it to the female gender. And so too, the French did not actually think of extending it to Jewish people either. They were saying, well, when we said the rights of man and citizens, we meant men, that is French men. That we're not talking about you. We're not even sure what you are. So the French Jewish communities, they had difficulties getting together on this. The Sephardim from Bordeaux did not necessarily want to be lumped in with the Ashkenazim from Alsace. They felt that the Ashkenazim were all the things they were trying to distance themselves from. We speak French. We have regular jobs. Please don't confuse us. with those Haredi guys over there. You know, the Haredi term was not used then, but they're like fanatics. We're not one of them. And so what ended up happening is in 1790, the French government said, okay, we did mean to include the Jews, the Sephardic Jews from Bordeaux and Bayonne. They're definitely like us. They're in like Flint, no problem. Those Ashkenazi Jews, I don't know. It took them another year before they said, oh, all right, okay, those Jews are also part of the French nation, and they are citizens like everybody else, and they are subject to the same rules and regulations, and also have the same freedoms as everyone else. Now, this is actually, in those two short decrees, we essentially ruined all the achievements of medieval Jewish Tehillah. At that point, for the first time really in history, a Jew could legally step out and not at the identity of another church. For medieval history, there was no such thing as a secular place for people. One could not be a Christian and not be a Jew or a Muslim. You had to pick a side. But all of a sudden, with these little decrees, and all of a sudden Jews could sort of say, you know what? I don't want to affiliate with the Jewish community anymore. I don't want to pay taxes to the Jewish community anymore. I don't want them to tell me what to do with my socks or with my wife or anything. And you could just drift away. And many Jews did. Some historians, myself included for a long time, tended to view this as kind of like a sharp break in history, where it was like one thing before 1790, 91, and it was one thing afterwards. But newer research that has been appearing has been indicating more and more that in fact Jews were doing this anyway for at least a couple of generations.
Welcome. How are you?
That Jews were already
What's going on, Annie?
their feet.
Can you hear me? Hello? How are you? Can you hear me? I see you sent me a message. What's going on? I just sent you a message, Annie. Can you hear me?
And in many ways, the decisions of the French government to emancipate the Jews were really no big kiddush, so to speak. Jews were already opting for this reality, even if it was sub rosa. We give lots of examples. But at any rate, that was the Matthias. That's what happened, is that there was a legal allowance to no longer affiliate with the Jewish community. As one of the figures from the time said it, the French nation would offer everything to the Jew as an individual, but nothing to the Jews as a people. Right? The state was not about, guaranteeing communal rights and reaffirming the rights of the Jews to organize themselves and to pass their own laws and have their own courts. That was not what France was all about. Each individual French person, Jewish or non-Jewish, fine, but to allow them to have independent authority, definitely not. Now, in many revolutions, there is a pendulum that swings backwards and forwards. In the case of the French, one of the most horrifying swings of the pendulum was the so-called terror, which made the guillotine infamous. The guillotine, incidentally, is an example of the early Industrial Revolution, an attempt to mechanize murder, to make it more efficient and rapid and so on. Even though we, of course, see it rather primitive by contemporary standards, we've gotten a lot better at murdering faster in the 20th century. But nevertheless, there was a period of tremendous fear as the population went wild, trying to impose a level of insanity, articulating the extent of the revolution. For example, the way we measured the world was changed. Many of those changes were good things, like, for example, the abandonment of crazy imperial systems of measurement based on the king's anatomy, switched to the metric system. So you have meters, kilometers, you have like I don't understand Americans. I'm from Canada where we use the metric system. We also have, by the way, universal health care. And in the Canadian system, you have like water freezes at 0 degrees Celsius. What does it freeze at in this country? 32. That's an easy number to remember. How about water bills at 100 degrees Celsius at sea level? What does it boil at in America? 212. I mean, just these crazy numbers, right? 12 inches to 3 feet to a yard. Who knows how many yards to a mile at base? Right? So the metric system made a lot of sense. But they said, you know what? Let's put the metric system on time. Let us now move to a 10-day week. Let us move to a 10-month year. And this wreaks havoc, for example, with the Jewish community. Because Shabbos could fall on day 3 1 week, day 4 the next, day 7 the next. If you only have 1 day off in 10, then it's crazy. And because there were so many zealots who were trying to promote the revolution, trying to observe Shabbos on, let's say, day 6 was a very dangerous affair. That the revolutionaries could come into your synagogue, arrest everybody. The guillotine was always set up in the courtyard. It was a very scary thing to observe religious rites at that time. Rabbis and priests suffered much worse than this, had to, forswear their allegiances to Jewish ideals. There was like a whole bunch of dramatic and frightening news for a while. Rabbi Zinsheim at this point went into hiding for 2 years because he was a very prominent Jew, and it was dangerous for him to show his face. So he simply disappeared for 2 years and only reappeared once the terror had subsided and he was appointed the chief rabbi of Strasbourg. That was really only the beginning of his adventures. The most significant thing that he was involved in his life, and this is the part that's perhaps most important for Western Jewish history, is the institution known as the Great Sanhedrin. The background is as follows. Napoleon Bonaparte, speaking about the pendulum swings of the revolution, he ultimately declared himself Emperor of France, which is a big swing of the pendulum. And you can see from this picture here, commissioned portrait shows how he's very brave, leading the armies off, and even his horse looks afraid of him. And he had like a rather grandiose image of himself, which was not out of sync with his accomplishments at the same time. Brilliant military leader, brilliant political leader, and so on. And he had a special spot in his heart for Jews. He realized the phenomenal propaganda value of having positive relations with the Jews. So, for example, in Ancona and elsewhere, whenever he marched into a town, one of the first things he loved to do was to go and to open up the ghettos, even to break down the ghetto walls. He often had a theatrical troupe of Jews who traveled with him, who would go in and they would sing various Tehillim, and they would pronounce the coming of Bonaparte, and they would say that now you're going to be free, and that eventually we'll be able to return to Zion, and so on. And people were swept up in this tremendous enthusiasm. In fact, many Jews riffed on his name, saying that Bonaparte actually stood for Chelek Tov, right? Chelek Tov Nasati Lachem, a good portion I have given to you, associating Bonaparte with, as it were, the Torah itself. And he loved this. This was so good for him, not only kind of like on a propaganda value, but also on a pragmatic value, because he did maintain a very large campaign in the Middle East. And at some point, he was thinking that he might even assemble a Jewish army and use them to advance on Israel itself. He never actually put it together, but he did actually allow his official organ, his newspaper, to print the bulletin, to print these possibilities. So he definitely was aware of the tremendous propaganda value of the Jews, their antiquity, their ubiquity, because they could be located behind enemy lines everywhere, and he certainly wished to court public opinion with the Jews. It also struck fear in the hearts of his enemies, because they were leveled with a certain amount of uncertainty. What exactly is going on with the Bonaparte? How come he keeps winning these battles and associating with the Jews of all people? Fascinating overall strategy. On return from one of his battles, the Battle of Tours, I think in 1806, he passed through the eastern portion where the Alsatian Jews lived. And there he received numerous complaints from the non-Jewish population, who argued that the emancipation of the Jews in 1791 was an economic disaster for them. Because all of a sudden, Jews were no longer restricted in their economic activities. Prior to that, Jews were forced to only behave in certain ways and only take on certain kinds of occupations and only have so much income, things like that. And now all of a sudden, money lending was happening left and right, usurious money lending, very high rates of interest. People were burdened with heavy debt to the Jews. Please, Napoleon Bonaparte, won't you do something to address this gross economic and social injustice? Napoleon was moved by the questions, and he turned his mind to something that had largely been overlooked, like what exactly are we doing with the Jews of France? What's the long-term goal with the Jews? No one had really thought about it that much. There's a whole revolution going on, and so Napoleon did give some thought to it. And what he said was, what we need to do is we need to hear from the Jews themselves. We have to find out what do they have in mind, and we have to know how do they see themselves fitting within the French state, and will act accordingly. So Napoleon ordered the assembly of a large number, I believe it was about 120 Jewish leaders, come to Paris. The expenses were not paid for by the state. They had to fund their own way there, and the method of choosing those leaders was not articulated either. But once they got there, Napoleon intended to ask them a few questions, 12 in particular. The Jews reacted to this with alacrity, and a hasty assemblage of Jewish communal leaders, about half of whom were not observant and half of whom were observant, came to Paris to participate in this assembly. They did get some organization together to make sure that the Sephardim had some representation and that the Ashkenazim had representation and that all interests were somehow communally represented there. And they awaited, as you can see in this picture here, for the emissary of Napoleon to come and to deliver his questions. He gave them 12 questions, which can be broadly broken down to 3 groups of questions. And they basically asked 3 things. The first thing was, who are you guys and how do you relate to France? Like, what do you think about living in this country? Would you, for example, fight with us against our enemies, or would you join our enemies against us? What are you doing? That was the first set of questions. The second one was, how do you organize yourselves? What's the power of your rabbis? Essentially asking about this medieval corporate society. Do you exercise control over your members? How do you do that? How do you tax them? Wanting to know how the Jewish community was structured. And finally, marriage. Do you guys have divorce? You know, we're Catholics, we don't. Do you guys allow divorce? And if so, how is it done? And I read the Bible. You have these guys marrying multiple wives. Do you guys still do that? What's going on? And you ask them these 3 basic questions, broken down into more subtle points. The assembly, somewhat paralyzed with indecision what to do about these questions, turned to Rabbi Zinsheim, who was the most august rabbinic presence there, and they asked him to draft the responses, which were done with a tremendous degree of Talmudic wisdom and politically pragmatic insight. Essentially, remember that the Assembly of Notables had about half of the people there were observant, about half were simply not observant. And again, this is a time when non-observance was kind of like dropping off the cliff Jewishly. There was no place for a non-observant Jew in the concept of medieval Jewry. He had, and the non-observant Jews were like falling over themselves saying, say whatever he wants. Give Napoleon the whole farm, because we want to be citizens. We want everything that France has to offer. And the observant ones are saying, oh my gosh, can you believe what these guys are saying? I mean, he's asking us things like, is it permitted for a Jew to marry a non-Jew? What are we going to say to that? If we say no, Napoleon's going to, who knows what he's going to do with us? It's a very, very difficult thing. They had weird things like, for example, one of their meetings, so the observant attendees cast their votes on Friday, and their votes are recorded in advance, and on Saturday, the non-observant wrote down their votes on the cards on Shabbat, which is, of course, the consecration of the day. But those are the kind of weird functionings of the assembly. Anyways, Rabbi Sinsheim composed responses to these 12 questions, which were absolutely smack on the middle of what could be accepted by Napoleon without completely betraying the Talmudic tradition. So, for example, to the question, may a Jew marry a non-Jew? Well, the answer that Rabbi Sinsheim gave was, we frown on such marriages. We do not enforce them as marriages within the Jewish faith, but we do understand that the state may regard them as valid marriages. And in other words, he essentially said what the Gemara says, which is it's forbidden, but it's not, if it happens, it's not like we can do anything about it. The Gemara does not call it marriage, doesn't call it Kiddushin. But on the other hand, Napoleon can read that and say, okay, that's fine with us. You can think whatever you want. If the state can recognize it, then we'll deal with it. And this is precisely well, that is the political reality of it. And he answered all of these questions in a similarly sensitive manner. We have a somewhat self-serve account of the meeting. Like, for example, Napoleon's emissary said, would you fight for France? They all screamed out at the same time, jusqu'à la mort, to the death, we would fight for France, and so on. Who knows if that actually happened. But in all these questions, Rabbi Sinsheim relied on this somewhat generic Talmudic principle of Dina de Malchuta. The law of the land is the law. Purely ritual law and civil law, which are not necessarily present in the way the Talmud observes the totality. But he made those distinctions, those rather surgical ones, to be able to satisfy Napoleon and at the same time maintain fidelity to the Jewish tradition. These responses essentially depicted for French Jews and for all Jews living in Western states thereafter a modality of living, a modus vivendi with the state, which Americans have adopted just as much as Sinsheim's contemporaries. So what Napoleon did was he was very satisfied with the answers. He says, great, I love these answers. I'll tell you what, let us convene the Grand Sanhedrin. Napoleon had a very sort of poetic mind, and he said, let us reconvene this great convention of judges, who was 71 in the original. I believe he actually called for 71 as well. And the Grand Sanhedrin will ratify these answers as being representative of all French Jewry. So in 1806, they did convene. Here you can see a contemporary depiction. Here's Sinsheim in the back with the unique double-tipped fur hat. They met in 1807, and the Grand Sanhedrin over the course of that year duly ratified all of these decisions, which essentially put in place modern Jewish identity. Napoleon was in heaven and really enjoyed all of this. This is one of my favorite depictions of the period. Here is Napoleon himself, kind of like in biblical sort of Caesarean robes with the laurels around his head, and he's holding up the tablets easily, La Loi de Moïse, the law of Moses, and here he is reaching out in a very Michelangelo-like gesture to the fallen figure of representing Judaism, and she is so weak she can barely hold on to the two tablets over there. In the background you have like the menorah and Mount Sinai, and the whole image of Napoleon here is is one of being the savior, the Messiah that is rescuing the fallen Judaism and restoring it to its greater glory. The French here says, the great Napoleon who reestablished the Jewish religion on the 30th of May, 1806. Beautiful kind of imagery. Here's another medallion struck in honor of Napoleon, and you can see he's depicted here as none other than Moses himself, the lawgiver. And law is very important in this concept because we're talking about France. He's developing, Napoleon himself developed the Napoleonic Code. Law was what was supposed to govern France much more than the will of the autocrat. It was the law ratified by the majority. And here he is, standing upright, graciously giving, actually it's not Moses, he would actually be God in this picture, right? He's giving the law to the broken down Jew here who was like bent over with his labor and his effort, but gratefully accepting the Torah from the one that gave it. So, those answers, those 12 questions, ratified by the Sanhedrin as established by Napoleon, were exceptionally important in giving us a way politically to maintain Jewish identity within a modern
Welcome. How are you, B. Alexander?
Were adopted without too much change by all European and later American civilizations as well. However, there were some downsides. Here's another contemporary portrait. You can see the special hat again. Napoleon didn't quite leave it alone at that point. The next year, in 1808, he issued the so-called infamous decree. What was the infamous decree? It was a series of laws that basically said two things about the Jews of Alsace, because he had not forgotten the complaints that had generated the Assembly of Notables and the Grand Senate in the first part. The first thing he said was, Jews, you guys are citizens, we love you, it's fantastic. Now we're going to put some discriminatory economic regulations on you. And you're all going to have to divest yourselves of loans over a certain amount, and you're going to have to refrain from making loans over this amount and charging this interest. Instead of directing himself to creating a modern banking system, it was much easier simply to deal with the Jewish moneylenders themselves, and he imposed a religion-based series of laws that specifically targeted the Jews in Alsace to deal with the immediate problem. So Jews, as you can imagine, were rather upset with Napoleon's move, but they were helpless to change it, and ultimately they dealt with it. The second element of the infamous decree, which had not as negative consequences, was he established the consistory system, which is essentially the official, the synagogue was made into an official church, using the term church generically here. David Sinsheim was promoted to be the first chief rabbi of France, and that all French rabbis were to be under his direct authority. He set up a hierarchical structure in which ultimately all rabbinic authority flowed upwards to the emperor himself. In other words, he co-opted the French rabbinate in such a way that it now became another arm of the government, which had possibly very negative connotations. In many ways, it is not dissimilar to what Israel has with its rabbinate, where their rabbis are paid by the state to perform various functions, observing the kashrut of organizations, maintaining batei din, things like that, which has its ups and downs. The independent rabbis who are not part of the Rabbanut have freedom, but they don't get a paycheck unless they can raise it themselves. So Rabbi Sinsheim was at the head of this consistory system that was ultimately part of the French government, ceding still further rabbinic authority by having it absorbed into the state. He died in 1812, and for a period of time, his image was forgotten, and in fact, his grave was lost until the 1970s, when it was discovered once again and renovated. And now it is a site of some pilgrimage because people realized just how important he was in Jewish history. More significantly than his legacy as a political figure, however, I would like to think that it is his magnum opus, Yad David, massive commentary on the Torah, only one volume of which appeared in his lifetime, has since been has been printed by the Machon Yerushalayim. You can see it here advertised. This is an amazing thing, where we have all of his rabbinic legislation, his commentary, and autobiographical comments are now available for scholars. This is actually quite a recent development, meaning in the last 20 years or so. To give you a sense of some of the kind of issues he dealt with, one of the questions that was directed to him was, would it be permitted for members of the Assembly of Notables to shave their beards on the intermediate days holiday of Passover because they were meeting with Napoleon's deputies? And in fact, he ruled yes. There are some restrictions on how they could shave, but since they were meeting with government officials, he said, certainly go ahead, use depilatory powders or whatever, and make yourself look like a mensch, even though, you know, for Jews in general, that would not be necessary at all, especially for men. Women, not so much. The second thing, another example of his legislation, the French government had an annual lottery for indigent brides who could not afford a trousseau going to marriage. And it was an interesting thing. We should have the same thing here, I think, where people would buy a ticket and they would be entered in a lottery, and some poor bride would win, you know, a large prize to go into marriage with. And poor Jewish women were asking if they could participate in the lottery because of what we consider today perhaps a more obscure prohibition of accepting gifts from non-Jews. Can you accept a gift from a non-Jew, especially just before a holiday? It's a whole tractate on this called the Voda Zara, which we won't go into now. But at any rate, Rabbi Sinsheim said, yes, Jewish women can certainly participate in this state lottery, even though there are some technical things, and nevertheless it's something that applies to all Jews and non-Jews. It's not a religious thing, and therefore you can go ahead and do it. These are the kind of issues that he dealt with. For us today, perhaps they seem perfect. I mean, who would go into 7-Eleven and wonder, gee, can I buy a Powerball ticket or not? But that's largely because these issues were solved for Jews by Rabbi David Sinsheim in his life and work. So with that, I'm going to conclude our discussion for tonight. Thank you very much for your attendance all season, really, and I hope you have a wonderful Passover, and I look forward to seeing you when we start the lectures again. Have a good night.
Stand clear of the closing doors, please.
The next stop is Avenue J.
Tonight's topic, a difficult one to discuss, primarily because I have a difficult time bringing myself to like this individual. I mean, on a personal level. There's no question that he was motivated by a very sincere love of Judaism, a love of Torah. There's no question that he was a very erudite individual with a tremendous amount of learning, a tremendous amount of desire to benefit fellow Jews and things like that. But he was ultimately one of the greatest polemicists in Jewish history. An incredibly divisive figure that, in many ways, wreaked havoc in Jewish communities throughout Europe and had a lasting and, in my opinion, deleterious impact on certain creative strands of Jewish thought, in particular the work of the Ramchal. So it's hard in many ways to feel great about this individual because I find probably not the kind of person I would like to be friends with. Many of the other characters, okay, some of the people we talk about are kind of eccentric, like Sarah, the wife of Shabtai. I think it would be great to invite her to like a cocktail party or something. I don't know if I could be friends with her really, but nevertheless, be interesting to hear her opinion. But But this person, I think, I would probably try and avoid. If we went to the same wedding, I would probably try and go to the other side of the room during this more, because I wouldn't enjoy speaking with him. So it's a hard topic for me to address, but nevertheless, let's go straight into it. We're talking about Rabbi Moshe Hagiz. You can see his years there from the late 17th through the middle of the 18th century. He was known by both his detractors and his proponents as a zealot, the son of a zealot, which is at once a rabbinic title that is common, say a Navi ben Navi, a prophet, the son of a prophet, or a Talmud Chacham ben Tzaddik, a righteous person, son of a righteous person, which on a rabbinic level means a super zealot. He is not only a zealot himself, but he comes from a zealot's tradition. Kanoi ben Kanoi, zealot ben zealot. But it also is actually quite descriptive because his father also engaged in a certain degree of zealotry. And he himself, Moshe, was a zealot of incredible. So we're going to look at his life and work, particularly in the context of the wake of the Sabbathean affair. This is ironic, but when I set this lecture schedule out this year, but we're looking at several different individuals caught up in the wake of Shabbatites. These difficult. We looked at Sarah, his wife. Today we're going to look at Moshe Hagiz. Next, we'll look at Yaakov Ebden. Both of them had a very strong relationship to the events of the 17th century. I am going to, as usual, be extremely derivative. I do virtually no research for most of these presentations, so I'm going to rely very heavily on the excellent critical biography of Moshe Hagiz, titled The Pursuit of Heresy, Rabbi Moshe Hagiz and the Sabbathean Controversies, the author of which is the great historian, Professor Elisheva Karlebach, who incidentally, at one point in her illustrious career, was actually an instructor here at Touro College. We look in the acknowledgments of this book, we thank her colleagues at Touro College, and we thank her for this tremendous book. We wish we had her career a little longer, but our students can benefit from her in many other ways. She's a senior historian now with an incredible reputation and a long series of books. But we're going to look at this book, which is her dissertation. It wasn't coveted fellow with Meyer Byron dissertation prize from the University of Manchester. So because it's hard to spend a lot of time studying someone who is so difficult like Rabbi Hagiz. Let's go straight to the material. Rabbi Hagiz came from an extremely well-regarded Iberian family. Both sides of his family, their names are synonymous with greatest leaders of Spain before the 12th and 14th centuries. His father, Yaakov Hagiz, who died when Moshe was a very young child, was extremely prolific. Many of his works are still available and studied today. If you go to places like HebrewBooks.org, you can find many things of the Yaakov Hagiz.
Welcome, how are you?
I myself, many years before, at the present lecture, studied
that's your other account.
Israel, which is a commentary on the Ein Yaakov, a very important Talmudic collection of legends. Very, very fascinating analysis of various aspects of thought. He was associated with a Sephardic yeshiva in Yerushalayim called Beit Yaakov, and in particular the so-called Esger, which is a kind of a cloister of extremely high-level scholars. It was somewhat unusual for Sephardic yeshivot in that they shied away from Kabbalah, which is a fascinating kind of aspect to all of the material that we'll be discussing today. The degree to which Kabbalah should be popularized was very much a part of the entire Sabbathean controversy. Since let me just step back a little bit to give some context. The Torah, as Orthodox Jews understand it, is typically divided into two broad areas of thought. There is what's called Torah Shleh, which means the revealed Torah. It's it's not actually that revealed. There's a lot of difficult material that takes a tremendous amount of study to understand. But the revealed Torah, or perhaps known as the exoteric Torah, is basically the standard halachic tradition from the Bible to the Mishnah and the Talmud and the various authors and commentaries on Jewish practice. That's the exoteric or revealed Torah that is basically open to really any Jewish male for much of Jewish history. Very, very rare for women to study it in great depth, particularly before the 20th century, but this was considered the kind of traditional proving ground for Jewish intellectual meritocracy. So you had a bright kid who would show you how well he could decode a page of Talmud. Then you have, on the other hand, the Torah Nista, the hidden Torah, which refers primarily to the Jewish mysticism, Kabbalistic text. The Zohar, of course, is the king of the Kabbalistic text, and this is a body of study that Judaism, or Jewish people, I should say, have had kind of an oscillating love affair. There are times in Jewish history when Kabbalah becomes paramount, and people who are proficient in the mysteries of Kabbalah reach the highest levels of respect and communal honor, and at other times it's regarded as bordering on superstition or having far less authenticity than the revealed Torah. It's interesting to contemplate where exactly are we now. On the one hand, we have such a tremendous explosion of Talmudic study in places like Lakewood, Muncie, and of course here in the Holy Land, Brooklyn. But at the same time, we have Madonna, and we have a lot of Kabbalistic study and the sale of Madonna and Kabbalah water. I have to be careful for what I put on the internet. I'm talking about Madonna Goldstein. I'm sure you heard about her. But at any rate, I'm just wondering what kind of period we live in today. Getting back to the Beit Yaakov Yeshiva, this was unusual because the period immediately after Shabbatai Tzvi was one in which Kabbalah was really at a huge peak, that people were fascinated with Kabbalah. Remember, you have the circle of mystics in Tzfat, Moshe Cordovero, Rabbi Yitzhak Luria, Chaim Vital, and others. You have the introduction of widespread printing as Jews begin their love affair with the printed word as opposed to manuscript, which allows for a tremendously higher production of ideas and circulation of ideas. And you have a large number of popular works of Kabbalah coming out, like the famous Shnei Lulot Abrit, Tanya, many other works which are circulating, and people are saying, wow, this is much more accessible than I thought. And so there's a tremendous amount of enthusiasm about Kabbalah. The Beit Yaakov Yeshiva was unusual in that, unlike most Sephardic yeshivot in Israel at this time, they eschewed any Kabbalistic study. They concentrated rather on the revealed Torah or exoteric Torah, Talmud, Code, commandments, things like that. So that was something unusual, even though I'll pass that. His father, of course, the period of Shabbatai Tzvi, just to recap very quickly, Shabbatai Tzvi, of course, inflames the entire Jewish world with the notion that he is the Messiah. Nathan of Gaza, the so-called prophet, promotes his vision. They end up going to the office of the Ottoman vizier he was the vizier in 1666, at which point the Ottomans say, well, I'm sorry, it's very nice to meet you, Mr. Shabbatai Tzvi. How about this? How about we convert to Islam and we refrain from killing you? He says, good option. He becomes a Muslim, and many of his followers end up going to Islam as well, as we shall discuss. And the rest of the Jewish world is kind of like shattered by this defection from Judaism. So in the immediate post-Shabbatai period, a lot of people were taking sides as to what happened, trying to understand this. So his father, Joseph Hagiz, was very much anti-Sabbathean, but his grandfather, Moshe Galante, was actually still quite affected by the movement and had reserved judgment on whether or not Shabtai Tzvi was the Messiah. There were a lot of people who felt that perhaps he was the Messiah, perhaps he was going to be revealed again. He died 10 years later in 1676. Perhaps he will somehow return. It presented an obvious polemical disadvantage to Christians because it meant that the Jews could have a Messiah that would come back from the dead, as long as Christianity. All these kinds of things were circulating. Joseph Huckins, however, was an anti-Semitic. What ended up happening to Moshe, he was only a toddler when his father, Yaakov, died, is suddenly the world kind of shifted underneath him. He was placed in the care of his grandfather, Moshe Galante. The name Galante is extremely significant, just as Tammuz is in Spanish times. And he was raised by his grandfather. So here he has his real father, his biological father, was his zealot. Moshe was his son and zealot. But then he is raised by someone who is a few years later having crypto-Sabbathean tendencies. So there's kind of like an intellectual conflict that was going on. It harbored tremendous affection for both individuals. At the same time, however, there was significant material reversals for him as he reached his adulthood. He's married at a very young age, but it happens that his father-in-law was also part of the Neo-Sabbathean circle. And when his father-in-law lost his daughter, that is, his wife died at a very young age, the father-in-law decided, he was a very wealthy man, supporting the yeshiva. This, combined with some rather disastrous administration policies imposed by the Ottomans, meant that the yeshiva fell into bankruptcy. And young Moshe had no material support back. He himself was very anti-Sabbathean. The atmosphere among much of the Sephardic leadership in Jerusalem was still rather pro-Sabbathean, or there were two elements in Jerusalem, including the major supporters of the Beit Yaakov Yeshiva. So when that support began to dry up, all of a sudden Moshe was really in his late teens and early 20s, faced with an existential crisis, and he had to really find a way to support the yeshiva. His mother, who had received support from a source which I can't recall at this point, also apparently lost her material support as well. And so Moshe is now a widower, caring for an elderly mother, and having a failing yeshiva, decided that the only way that he could support all of these multiple considerations would be if he actually moved to Europe and traveled around soliciting funds for these various causes. So this is like now a non-traditional kind of approach to financial crises. We, of course, come here from the Holy City of Jerusalem seeking support for multiple marriages or domestic relations, things like that. So that's ultimately what drove Moshe Hafiz out of his native land. He always regarded himself as the son of Jerusalem, but he spent the vast majority of his adult life traveling through Europe, seeking funds for the yeshiva, and ultimately making a career as a professional polemicist. So let's look at some of those polemical things. One of the most useful ideas that I got out of the research that I've been doing over the past few weeks period is that the Neo-Sabbathean movement is really the best understood as a tripartite movement. There's three distinct iterations of how the followers of Shabbatai Tzvi express their devotion to their erstwhile Messiah after his obvious demise. And I think by breaking the Neo-Sabbathean into these three groups, we have a much more sophisticated understanding of what the polemic is all about. So here's the first group. The first group of followers are the so-called dead men. You will have to be the subject of a lecture at some time. Very interesting, especially since this new book by Mark David Barrett called The Dudmeh, subtitled Jewish Converts, Muslim Revolutionaries, and Secular Turks. This is the the name that's used to describe those followers of Shabbatai Tzvi, Jews, who converted to Islam, thinking that this must be part of the unfolding of the Messianic apocalypse. That the Shabbatai Tzvi was really Mashiach, and he became a Muslim, so we must become Muslims as well in order for all this to happen. This will have great relevance to the concept of Avera Lishma, which I'll discuss in the next slide. This popular, when I try to do some research on the web, I found very little reliable stuff, but I will tell you there's a tremendous world of anti-Semitic literature, especially among Turks. Because Turks who are unhappy with the Turkish Revolution, and of course this all happened in Constantinople, so this Istanbul is definitely still a Turkish problem. They associate pretty much everything bad that happened in Turkey with the Dudmen. Must be the Dudmen who became the leaders of this movement or that movement, things like that. So it's very hard to sort out what's real and what's delusional fiction. But at any rate, that's one group of followers. Fascinating, but I know almost nothing about them as I speak today. I never stopped before, but I have lots more of other stuff to say, so this is happening. The second group is also fairly well known, but I wonder exactly how large this group is. Perhaps the most famous of the Neo-Sabbateans. These are what I would like to call the antinomians. You may recall this term recently when we talked about Sarah, nomos in Greek means law. The antinomians, we refer to those Jews who, in their worship of Shabbatai Tzvi's somewhat twisted ideologies, would intentionally practice law-breaking activity. This is the concept which Shabbatai Tzvi called the Avera Lishma, really borrowing from rabbinic literature, saying that in order for the universe to be perfected, it must go through a process of intentional sin for the sake of a mitzvah. And there are lots of interesting examples of this concept in the Talmud. You can look at, for example, here we're almost at Purim, right? So what was the whole business? We kind of gloss over this when we're talking to our children. But what was the whole business of Esther actually marrying Mordecai? I mean, this has become a whole marriage. And okay, there are rabbinic answers to how she could do such a thing. It was, after all, a form of race. But when you look at the famous, most dramatic moment in Megillah, when Mordecai convinces Esther to willingly go to the king, the whole point of her willingness to go to the king would transform, at least halakhically, that it's no longer a coerced relationship. So this is just one of many, many examples of what I consider an Avera Lishma. In other words, a sin for a positive purpose. The Sabbateans, of course, took this idea and put it front and center in their theology. The feasting on fast days and the extremely bizarre hedonistic practices were done, at least with the fear of an excuse that it was really part of the sequel, the repair of the world, to taking it through the sinful behavior as a way of somehow offering redemption. So these are the Sabbateans that we read a lot about, and the spouse swapping, for example, of bizarre behavior in synagogue, all kinds of things that were really quite salacious and titillating, made for good reading in the polemical press. But I wonder exactly how extensive these phenomena really were. I simply don't know, but they're definitely a very major part of the polemic. Fascinatingly, in my humble opinion, these examples were clearly conflated with the third category, which is most likely a far larger group of people, and by attaching antinomian behavior to their movement, that further serves to discredit them. Perhaps unfairly, because they may not have engaged in antinomian behavior. So I'm being rather cryptic here. So here's the biggest group, and perhaps the significant for our purposes today. These are people that I'd like to call crypto-Sabbatians. The term here is meant to indicate he's referring to Jews. They did not convert to Islam like the good men. They maintained, however, at least an outward veneer of conventional practice. Now I remember what I wanted to say. So it's like this. We have this term orthodox. It's a problematic term. That's why next time we talk about the 19th century, we speak about how this term was coined and what exactly it means. But basically, the proper translation would be one doctrine, or one way. That's from the Greek orthos, that the idea that there's one way to be Jewish, which is not even close to how Jews regard themselves or look at each other, even within what we would call the Orthodox. We are, and furthermore, the idea of doxy is related to the concept of doctrine, that there's one set of beliefs, and that's certainly not true. If you look at Jewish history, even in the medieval period, the rabbis have difficulty really codifying a clear statement of Jewish belief and agreeing on it. You have Maimonides, you have certain principles, for example, but Maimonides is really late in Jewish thought. It doesn't go all the way back, certainly to the Mishnaic or Talmudic period. Unlike Christianity, by contrast, which tends to place a lot more emphasis, at least in more Catholic version, that on creed, on what one believes, on what holds in one's heart, Judaism actually places far more emphasis, in my humble opinion, on practice. That's why a better term might be orthopraxy, that you share a certain commonality of practices. So, and I think it makes a lot of sense. If you look at, if you go into a typical Orthodox synagogue, and you ask to see everyone's prayer book, so you'll see this guy's got a Sephardi, this guy's got an Ashkenazi, this guy has a Taimani. They all have different words. I mean, if we're really serious about it, we should have just one Masorah, one Musa, one type of prayer, and that's it. Prayer, after all, is such an important statement. But there's tremendous variation, and nobody seems to really care. Nobody seems to look over each other's shoulders and say, wait a minute, you're praying with the 1921 printing. Did you hear we all moved to the 1931 printing? People go, whatever you pray is really up to you. And furthermore, there's all kinds of insertions that you can put in at your own desire. And, if you see someone's prayer book with little notes on the side, we consider that, at least I do, real praiseworthy, because they're putting their heart into their devotions, their prayers, they're thinking about how what they mean personally. We don't spend a lot of time worrying about what's in each other's head doctrinally. Certainly there are some things we could say that would cross the line, like not believing in monotheism, not believing in life after death, things like this are pretty much non-Judaism, but we don't spend a lot of time talking about it. At the same time, we spend a ridiculous amount of time talking about what kind of chicken is kosher and what kind of chicken is not kosher. We're talking about chickens that are proclaimed to be kosher. That Hampshire is good, that Hampshire is not good. This person observes Sabbath completely, this person observes Sabbath not so good, not so Look how she covers her hair, look how she barely covers her hair, look how she doesn't cover her hair. It's like we spend a tremendous amount of time worrying about behavior. So, taking this all together, what happens if you have people who behave like standard Orthodox Jews in really key areas, and yet in their mind, they're thinking something really antithetical? What do you do with those people? Those are the crypto-Sabbatians. And you have all these people who are walking around with big black yarmulkes, and tits out and big beards, and they believe that their Messiah died in 1676, but don't worry, he's coming back. How do you treat those people? How do you incorporate them into your society? Do you reject them? Do you hope they'll get over that? These are questions we don't have to worry about today at all. That was a joke. But these are real issues of what defines a Jew. And I believe this is the major population that polemicists like Moshe Hagiz were dealing with. They're trying to figure out how do we isolate those? First of all, he said we should isolate, but his approach certainly is that they were totally usher, totally great, I mean, forbidden and non-torture, and they should be excoriated, ostracized, punished, and driven from the camp. And now the issue is, how do you identify them? How do you hunt them down? And how do you enforce those kinds of communal regulations? These are the challenges that we face, and we'll talk now about the approaches he used to try and achieve these objectives. So let's go by. Oh, by the way, and I made a note myself to remember that. Remember, Moshe Hafiz is his adopted grandfather. I mean, the grandfather who raised him was implicated in crypto-Sabbateanism. His father-in-law was implicated in crypto-Sabbateanism. He had like a lot of family like this, mishpacha. Now, there were three major controversies in Moshe Hafiz's life, three major campaigns that he embarked on. You should recall, of course, that he didn't start out to be the world's greatest scourge of Sabbateans. That was not his reason for being in Europe. He was there trying to raise funds. But he soon found that he was displaced in one location after another in his quest for funds, and that contributed to his level of discontent with the status quo. When you combine that with the suspicion of some of the communal leaders who were displacing him who are crypto Sabbateans, you have a recipe for this dilemma. So the first one that he really attacked, and we are really talking, I say, three different periods. We could also say people, because he tended to focus his energy on identifying and ostracizing one individual at a time. The first was Nehemiah Chayon, who was traveling throughout Europe. He ultimately arrived in Amsterdam in 1713, which is about the same time that Moshe Hafiz was there. And it was clear from his writings that he was engaged in Sabbatean discourse. It's also important to note that, even though Shabtai died in 676, there's all these kind of like peaks and valleys of Sabbatean excitement as everyone's trying to recalculate when is actually the date that he will return. And we have several different dates that were suggested based on various verses in the Torah and combinations of the numerical value of letters of his name. 1706, 1714, and 1740 were especially high peaks of excitement. And of course, you can imagine that every time the year passes and Messiah does not arrive, there is a trough as people's emotions go down. But then someone types up and says, wait a second, I made a mistake, I didn't carry the 7. So then they say, well, really, it should be 1714. So Chayon was one of these calculators of the Messianic time, but the major critique against him was his troubling references to this concept of the Avera Lishma, of this antinomian redemption through sin. He has many different examples of this particular idea, which is it's kind of like a third rail idea. It definitely has strong roots in the Jewish tradition, literary tradition. You can look at even the book of Genesis has examples of people who defy the normal authority, particularly women, in order to achieve some mandate which they thought appropriate. It can be relatively small, like giving a blessing to Isaac instead of to his brother, or be somewhat major. These are things that Chayon went on and on about. So, and also one other issue that was associated with Rabbi Chayon was the concept that Kabbalah should be absolutely open to everybody. That it should be no longer considered kind of restrictive body of ideas. It should be something that even children should be studying. Kabbalah itself, just to underline this point, I mentioned earlier that there's this kind of oscillating love affair with Kabbalah and tradition. There are periods in time when there were actually bans placed on the study of Kabbalah. The very well known one is the man that should be the age of 40, married, should have completed all of the exoteric Torah before approaching the Kabbalah. This was not universally held. Rabbi Moshe Cordovero, who is perhaps the greatest Kabbalist of the second millennium, he argued that even 20-year-olds should study Kabbalah. He thought that the earlier you start it, the better it is. So it was not a universal approach, but nevertheless, Chayon was an example of someone who said, no, we should be open to Kabbalah wide to the mass. He combined the concept of the promotion of Avera Lishma and the idea of promotion of widespread Kabbalistic study, and this kind of got Robert Hagiz all worked up to say that this is a person who is actually a crypto Sabbathean and you should shut him down. The vehicle used to shut him down was the so-called Karen. Karen is one of several terms used in the Talmud for a ban, type of an excommunication. Literally excommunication. The person who is the subject of the Karen is taken out of the community. There are various levels of Karens, in fact, there's terminologies for them, but they can range from a temporary loss of privilege, did not get an aliyah in shul, for example, to complete ostracism. No one is allowed to stand within 4 amot or 6 feet of the person under a harem, do business with them. And some of the most feared harems include, for example, the threat of imperial society to never give him a proper due of burial. There are all kinds of levels of terror, but the argument that Rabbi Hagiz was making was that Rabbi Chayon should be placed in a harem himself because of his dangerous ideas. In the end, this particular campaign of Rabbi Hagiz was not immediately successful because alongside the understood ban on Sabbathean thought, there was also a very, very old ban on committing controversy. That is, the Baal Machloket, someone who stirs things up. That's also considered an extremely negative thing in Jewish thought. And Rabbi Hagiz, for all his ideological purity, was at the same time clearly sowing tension within the Jewish community as a whole. Rabbi Chayon, a popular speaker, popular thinker, and so on, and here's someone who is deriding him in public and in print. Other people were saying, hey, why are you starting up with this? You don't want to read his books? Fine, don't read his books. Why are you trying to say such terrible things about a person? So Hagiz was frustrated because he was in several communities placed under the same ban that he wished to have Rabbi Chayon placed under. And so he was forced to go from one community to another, and when he would go to a different community, he would try, sort of a bulldog when it came to these things, he would try to get this new community to enter the fray. He would gather evidence. He would present it to the local community. He would say, listen, what they're doing over there in Verona is absolutely terrible. You've got to step in. And you here in Livorno or in Tripoli or wherever it is, you've got to issue a ban against those rabbis over there for not taking on Chayon. And this is kind of the pattern that he followed. He ultimately was able to get some traction with his ideas. He was able to achieve a followership of people who felt that he was absolutely right in his criticism of Chayon, but it was an instructive learning moment for him, which would serve him well in his second season. Very important aspect of it, this is the first book that he wrote. He was also quite prolific in not only matters of just straightforward Torah commentary, he was also very prolific in writing these highly polemical attacks on the rabbis. This is a great book called Shevel Hoshir. It's based on a verse in Isaiah. It means the breaking of the sinners, right? Destruction of the sinners. Pretty strong title. It was later used again in the Hasidic Misnagdic controversy, because when you got a good title like that, you got to keep it. And this is essentially a direct attack, eventually published in London, against Rabbi Chayon, that has significant impact into the modern day. And This element of the controversy speaks to the issue of how ideas were circulated in 18th century Europe. You have basically people publishing books, okay, that's pretty straightforward. But you also have people publishing haskamot. Previous lectures, literally the agreement, the approval, is usually written by who reads the text and then writes, this is essentially kosher theory. There are periods when the haskamot were essentially legal devices to ensure copyright. We saw that with Rabbi Horowitz and the haskama that's limiting other people from publishing his work. But in this context, all of a sudden the haskama becomes much more significant as a guarantee of ideological purity, spawning a whole new generation of styles in which rabbis write and say things like, and this goes really up until the 20th century, and the 21st, rabbis will say something like, I did not have the opportunity to read this entire book, but I read it. Whatever I read seemed really good. I know the yeshiva this boy went to and all these things, so therefore I think this is a good book. Obviously, what's the problem with that kind of stuff? It's not too much of a guarantee of ideological purity, right? But it's kind of like the blurb at the back of the book that says, I'm killing thrillers. You've got to read it because after all, there's endorsement. But at the same time, ironically, think about this for a second. Once Rabbi Hafiz found something published in a book, most of his manuscripts, by the way, was held in print. We're talking about correspondence articles. Someone would write something, and letters would fly across Europe, sometimes secretly say, hey, did you read this book? I think it's actually a real Sabbathean. Will you join us in it? And forming a cabal that wants to try and attack them, and eventually coming out in print with another volume of testimonies against a particular individual. I'm sorry to take you down. So, but here's what's useful about these. Now, what happens if, this would have been interesting, what happens if you're a rabbi, you write one of these throwaway haskamos, and then that book later becomes threatened as neo-Kabbalistic or neo-Sabbathean book. Then not only was the author of the book under fire by people like these, but also you for writing that haskama. So the net was cast much wider because all of a sudden, all these other rabbis who may have written thoughtless haskamos are now implicated in the ideas of the book, which may not have been fair to begin with. It just became a whole mess. So we see that happening in a way with the Hayon controversy, and I think we can say you see it even in the affair that I mentioned a minute ago, which most of you have mentioned Okay, the second major attack was on none other than Rabbi Yonasan Eibishitz, one of the most influential creative thinkers of the 18th century. Very, very popular.
Welcome.
Very, very popular speaker, well-loved rabbinic figure, and extremely highly respected.
What up, ex-Star Wars fan, Star Wars fan? How are you?
We're going to look at the principal
How'd you find out about me?
You were in Brian's Discord.
Oh, Aiden Ross's Discord?
Yeah, Aiden Ross Discord, yeah.
Okay, very cool, man.
You know, man,
Right, now I know.
Because this was like sort of round one of the attacks on Rabbi Eibishitz. Rabbi Eibishitz, this was in 1725, 26. Rabbi Moshe Hagiz, after having sowed some success with his campaign against Rabbi Hayon, began to look at the many figures in the East. And Rabbi Eibishitz was east, cities like Prague.
Jewish history lectures?
So there was a Sabbatean manuscript called the Avo Hayom El Ha'ayim. And I came this day to the well that was circulating, and this manuscript was attributed by one student to Rabbi Ivy. In other words, here is a manuscript with no author's name on it, clearly Sabbatean in origin, and Rabbi Hagiz argued that the author was actually a very well respected Rabbi Ivy. In this, he certainly overshot the mark. Because not only was Rabbi Ivish's personal charisma and fame and authority much larger than Rabbi Hagiz's, Rabbi Abishitz actually had a pretty strong pedigree of being anti-Sabbatean himself. Even though he was a noted Calvinist, he was a signatory of an extremely important ban on Sabbatean activity. So, you'd have to really engage in some convoluted thought to argue that someone who earlier banned the Sabbatean was actually a Sabbatean himself, and that was part of his twisted logic. It was just a hard sell. You could not make it very easy. He ultimately had to back off on this one. But the attack on Rabbi Abishitz was nevertheless very indicative of the ambition of Rabbi Hagiz. Here was someone who, and again, we say this to his credit, he would not back down to any intimidation. Anyone in Europe is literally suspect, would be a legitimate target for his intellectual attack. The core of the later attack, we'll talk about next week, what a fascinating story, absolutely tremendous drama. We spoke a few weeks ago about the design of amulets. This is an amulet written by Rabbi Jonathan Ivishitz, given to a pregnant woman to assuage her fears of a difficult childbirth. It was later opened, it was like sealed up, it was later opened and shown to Rabbi Yaakov Emden, who pointed out what he felt were actually secret Sabbatean codes within the amulet. And by the way, the kinds of things that are going on here, much of this is not explicit. Nobody publishes a book saying, I believe in Shabtai too. But you see, hints to, various combinations of letters. If you add up the acrostics of a particular line of poetry, you'll see the name Ateret Tzvi or something like that, an allusion to Shabtai Tzvi. So he argued in a kind of arcane way that the amulets indicated that Rabbi Abishitz was in fact a Sabbatean. By the way, one of the strongest allies of Rabbi Hagiz in this entire venture was none other than Rabbi Yaakov's father, Ashkenazi, who was hand in glove with Rabbi Hagiz on many of these attacks. Another zealot son of a zealot. So that particular attempt ultimately failed, but it also brought to light a fascinating element to consider as well. Who exactly is the audience for all of these attacks? They have, on a rabbinic level, a high level of drama, but how much do they actually affect regular Jews in the street? Again, as I mentioned earlier, much of these controversies either happen in print, either in actual publications of various books, or in correspondence, letters going back and forth between various rabbinic figures, agreeing that yes, this is the crypto-Sabbatean, no, he's not, leave him alone, going back and forth and forming sides and lines and so on. Or they happen in rabbinic courtrooms, where they would be deciding whether or not to advance on a particular question. This shows how wide the controversy spread into the Christian world. This is a Christian depiction of the later Emden Ivishitz controversy, which is written in German here. You can see there's three rabbis who are all holding up amulets and arguing about their various contents. The Christian community, at least the priestly community, was also quite fascinated by all this because it involved ideas of messianism and involved eternal Jewish conflict. And in some cases, the disastrous conversion to Christianity of allies of particular individuals made a signal impact on the outcome of this. One particular case of the Calvinist especially. But let me go to really the last one. The last and perhaps most tragic of his campaigns was the one against the incomparable Rabbi Moshe Rabbi Luzzatto is a thinker who I personally, especially in his life, have an ambition, a personal ambition to review his classic work, Mesilat Yesharim, 101 times before I put it aside. Much like but there's not too many books I read. It's tremendous, phenomenal work. Great spirituality, tremendous intellectual depth. It's only one of many fantastic books he wrote. Well, Moshe Chaim Luzzatto, known as the Ramchal, the acronym, was a child prodigy who had published his first book, which is still studied today, in his teens, and continued to be extremely active in a very creative and bold way in his native Catalan. He gathered around him a circle of devoted followers, and they engaged in incredibly deep study of Kabbalah. What is rather unusual about Ramchal's activity was that at a certain point, he claimed Jewish followers only, the word ultimately doubt, one of his followers actually letter, he claimed to receive the visitation of a Maggid. Maggid is a heavenly being, angelic being, who delivers Torah instruction at a level of not normally accessible to conventional study. Now, I know it sounds spooky and weird, but we must bear in mind that among the many people who achieve this level of learning, among other Rabbi Yosef Karo, the author of the Code of Jewish Law, the most exoteric Torah document we have, is nevertheless composed and inspired by his autobiographical statement of the Maggid. So it's not something foreign to Judaism, it's just considered extremely rare, and most people would say that if you met a guy in the street who said he was visited by a Maggid, you would probably escort him to the local psychiatric institution. So when Rabbi Luzzatto told his followers this, and the word leaked out that there was this young guy, or something like this in his 20s, not yet married, also highly unusual, was as a circle of extremely devoted followers who incidentally practiced 24-hour Torah study. They set up a schedule to make sure that no more than a day was any of them studying Torah. Incredibly individual. Rabbi Hafiz was convinced that he was being influenced by Christian ideas and was a closet Sabbathean himself. We do know that he read Sabbathean works. His teacher, Yeshayahu Bassan, had several samples of Sabbathean works in his extensive library, and Luzzatto read them. What he said about that was, he ate the fruit and threw away the peel, quotation from the Talmud. The idea is that whatever was possibly useful in those books, everything else is disregarded. But nevertheless, his behavior was, at the least, eccentric. And when Rabbi Hafiz stepped into the fray, all of Europe, well, I should say, certainly a large portion of Italy, was very concerned with is this for real or not. Was the Ramchal really on that level of spirituality, or was he perhaps deranged? And people took sides. Ultimately, he was a very young man. It was very difficult for him to stand up against this kind of attack. And his teacher, Rabbi Bassan, who had known him since his childhood, counseled him ultimately to sign an oath that he promised to not teach Kabbalah publicly and to not engage in any publication of his ideas until he was